Chapter 61. Palladio Manesque, one of the princes who had competed with the 77th emperor of the Wallachian Empire, Vincent Wallachia, in the imperial selection ceremony. In the 77th imperial selection ceremony, which was one of even fiercer competition compared to past selections, he had allied himself with the deemed forerunner Lamia Godwin, and had nearly cornered Vincent Abelux, who at the time had not yet assumed the throne, as well as Prisca Benedict. Ultimately, Palladio's abilities were considered to be a threat, and having been impeded by the colluding Vincent and Prisca, he was forced to withdraw from the imperial selection ceremony. However, Palladio himself was not at fault for his own defeat. It was the fact that Lamia, with whom he had formed an alliance, had been taken down prematurely that resulted in a fatal alteration in the course of the imperial selection ceremony, unbeknownst to Palladio, and led to his defeat. Palladio. Truly, was she not just a hopeless younger sister solely proficient at lip service? Having already lost her existence in a way that proved that she was all bark and no bite, was Lamia. When Lamia had attacked the dragon carriages as they fled from the imperial capital, Palladio had also lent his eyes upon her request. And yet, Lamia had lost pitifully and met her demise. Both in life and in death, she was nothing more than a foolish sister who left behind no accomplishments worthy of her grandiose words. Sneering at Lamia's disgraceful behavior, Palladio, with gold pupils that bore witness to his undead nature, including the third eye on his forehead, he narrowed his three eyes and fixed his gaze upon the battlefield. On the battlefield before him, an immense number of undead marched forward in ranks, armed with immortality and a deep-rooted obsession to capture the city that was their target, relentlessly continuing their resolute and repulsive attacks, commanding the undead that blanketed these vast lands, and capturing the city in question, the fortified city of Garkla, and thus destroying once and for all the Wallachian Empire that had been misguided to this day. That was Palladio's duty. That was the duty bestowed upon Palladio as one chosen by the heavens. Palladio was a descendant of the Evil Eye tribe, a race blessed by the world. In ancient times, the Evil Eye tribe was said to have guided the mediocre human race with their special powers, and the divine protection, which was a gift usually granted to a select few, was bestowed upon every descendant of their entire race. One favored by the heavens. However, the Evil Eye tribe was feared by the people for their superior powers, and was also an unfortunate race that had been driven out from the center stage of history. Palladio had a mission to save his fellow tribesmen who had fallen into a world of suffering. He must prove it, that the Evil Eye tribe was the most preeminent race in the world. For that very reason, Palladio, this empire built by cowards such as you two, I shall destroy and rebuild it. Running his fingers through his undulating green hair within the mind of Palladio, whose undead visage had distorted, were the aggravating images of both Vincent and Prisca. Having violated the unwritten rule of the imperial selection ceremony that only a single individual was permitted to live, towards the ignoble nature of the two who had colluded to survive together, as a member of that same Wallachian imperial family, he held nothing but contempt. At this rate, it would not be surprising that, even during the imperial selection ceremony, there had been dastardly attempts made to trample upon the long history of the Wallachian Empire and its weight. No, rather, it would have been only natural to assume that some kind of conspiracy was at play. Palladio, if not for that, for what reason would I have fallen behind the likes of you and your ilk? Being a descendant of the Evil Eye tribe, chosen by the heavens, utilizing that extraordinary talent, Palladio had swept aside all of his enemies and established his position as a prince of Wallachia. He who upheld the empire's law of iron and blood above all else could never have been inferior to weaklings who only engaged in collusion and schemes. Therefore, Palladio, Vincent and Prisca, I shall sentence the both of you. And thus, once the Wallachian Empire was flattened into its ideal form, it would be governed by Palladio, who possessed the lineage and qualities befitting its ruler. As for the manner of his rule, it would be modeled after the one Palladio had long regarded as the greatest emperor of all time, the one who ruled the Wallachian Empire with pain and fear. The emperor of the Briar, Ugard Wallachia, would be the example he would follow, making the authority of the emperor known far and wide, The regency of Ugard, who was said to have bound the hearts of his own people with thorns, was precisely Palladio's ideal. In later works of fiction, there were accounts of foolish rumors concerning the Emperor of the Briar living for the love of a mere village girl. Upon Palladio's ascension to the throne, all of those would be incinerated and buried. The basis for Palladio's confidence, of course, was the ability bestowed upon Palladio as a member of the Evil Eye tribe that formed the core of his unique nature, an extraordinary power. Palladio. Closing both of his eyes, he focused his attention to the third eye that rested upon his forehead, his evil eye. Instantly, Palladio's field of vision was no longer simply a narrow view of the battlefield before him, but a vast, heavenly gaze that grasped the expansive space of the surrounding area in its entirety. It was truly the viewpoint of the sun. Palladio's third eye integrated his own field of vision with that of the sun, providing the perspective of a ruler looking down upon the world at large. Making use of this, Palladio fulfilled his role as commander of the undead army with dignity. For ordinary individuals, one might boast that they could win by brute force with the inexhaustible forces of the undead, but employing such poor tactics to force one's way through would not be a battle befitting an emperor. Bringing the opponent to their knees by means of both force and ingenuity, such was the true embodiment of the law of iron and blood of Wallachia. Palladio, you have prepared suitable experts and have made ample provisions, and it is apparent that you happen to be blessed with subordinates. But in the end, it seems like that is your limit, Vincent. The coordinated attack between the soldiers stationed on the walls and the powerful troops that charged forth was impressive, and the undead, despite their superior numbers, were unable to breach even the first layer of fortified cities' defenses. However, the fact that they were using some of the highest quality cards in their hand so early was naught but a sign of insecurity concerning their fighting strength. After all, Palladio's evil eye could see through to the city's interior. Most of the occupants were refugees who had fled from the imperial capital and various towns and villages, and without having the power to fight, they were simply a hindrance. From their standpoint, defending the thickest and largest walls was the only thread onto which they could cling. Palladio, I shall teach those ignorant fools who do not realize that this is naught but a fragile and fleeting illusion. You people, the world which you see through your two eyes is so narrow that I cannot help but pity you. Scoffing at such a foolish resistance, Palladio held up his hand and projected his voice to a distant location. This, also, was an innate power of Palladio as a member of the Evil Eye tribe, telepathic communication, which allowed him to project his voice to any person whose hair, nails, or body parts he had taken, regardless of the distance that separated them. With that, Palladio made the decisive move that would end the fortified city. That being, Palladio, the undead flying dragons are to be deployed at once. To those fools who focus all of their efforts upon the city walls, we shall teach the methods by which a true emperor wages war. The enemy's flying dragon squadron has crossed the great mountain behind the grand fortress and entered the sky above. Right now, the enemy soldiers are being dropped in, and the undead have invaded the city. The messenger who came racing into the command room reported the change of situation between pants and breaths. The walled fortress had been suffering from simple yet powerful brute force attacks, but now the opponent had decided to attack from the air, the largest weak point in Garkla. Gouged out of a mighty mountainside, the city's greatest fortress could be boasted to have a robustness that would not easily be defeated, even if the ramparts surrounding the city were breached. However, the sky was the one place where it was defenseless. Serena. Just when the situation has become worrying, you make your move. This tactic, as I assumed, is probably directed by His Excellency Palladio Manesque. Otto, the Prince of Wallachia, who competed with His Excellency the Emperor in the Imperial Selection Ceremony. Otto muttered to Serena, who frowned at the report and traced the white sword wound on her face with her finger. Among the opponents who had joined the undead side, he was named as a target to be wary of in advance. He was a rare person with a unique ability that came from the Evil Eye tribe, and his nature was both sadistic and ruthless. It would not be easy to handle an opponent who concentrated all of their strength into one's defenseless blind spot, but it was a common war strategy. Especially in siege warfare, a small hole could often bring about destruction. On such a large scale, It would have been fatal to have such a hole created. Therefore, Otto, it is in accordance with the Serena theory? Theory? Otto, never mind. No need to worry about it. More importantly, Serena tilted her head at the unfamiliar sound, waved her hand lightly, and then Otto gave a nod of approval to Burstets in the center of the room to send instructions to the messenger. In response, Burstets's thread-like eyes slightly opened. Burstets, give them the order. It is time for the special forces. Yes, he was able to use words that were not familiar to him in an appropriate manner. That ought to have been an arrow fired as the decisive blow in the battle for the fortified city of Garkla. The utility of flying dragon riders was common knowledge that went without saying for the people of the Empire, but when applying the condition of them being undead, it was something that could only be accomplished provided that both rider and flying dragon were resurrected. Fulfilling that prerequisite, the undead flying dragon riders contributing to the undead forces were few in number. Therefore, they had been handled carefully, naught else but upon the scene where their involvement would be critical to the utmost. Palladio, the undead flying dragons are to be deployed at once. To those fools who focus all of their efforts upon the city walls, we shall teach the methods by which a true emperor wages war. From the officer commanding the hosts of undead, an order was sent out telepathically, obeying the strange voice that seemed to echo directly within their heads. The few undead flying dragon riders took their undead flying dragons along with him, and seized the skies of the fortified city upon the flaps of their beloved dragon's wings. Towering over the rear of the fortified city, surmounting the height of the great mountain which served as the national border with the neighboring countries, was a life-threatening act, no matter how skilled of flying dragon riders they were. Disregarding that greatest obstacle of risking their lives, the undead flying dragon riders accomplished the objective of their operation. Undead flying dragon riders, below the golden glow of their undead eyes, the great fortress, protected by a robust wall built of stone, could be seen. Deployed, there was a dragon ship carried by nearly 100 undead flying dragons, and the unruly group of undead boarded upon it. The ones in charge of transport were undead, and thus the ones being sent in were also undead. It was a blasphemous tactic, one that cared not for survival. Go! Receiving that brief command, the neighing undead flying dragons dropped the dragon ship upon that place. It was an act of barbarity that accounted not for their speed or position of landing, one that would be more appropriately titled as being cast off. In order to deliver a fatal blow to the Valachian Empire, it spun and spun as it approached the city center. And then, in our capacities, we are the strongest. The group that had jumped out like a tempest from the mountainside stormed the flank of the plummeting dragon ship, and from the inside out pulverized what was to be the fatal blow upon the Imperial soldiers to smithereens. Appointed as the Special Forces, the time that they spent waiting was tantalizing, despite the heavy responsibility. However, even though it was tantalizing, there was no fear that their efforts would amount only to a swing and a miss. That was because Natsuki Schwartz was a man who had already won over the trust of Gustav Morello, unconditionally assisting in the things that he had decided, believing in the events that he was convinced would occur without any basis. Gustav had resolved himself to fight, to the best of his ability, against any enemy whom he had declared they would oppose. Therefore, ever since the battle surrounding the fortified city had commenced, as they felt the fierce fighting of the members of the Pleiades battalion aside from themselves unfolding, they patiently awaited their time. But then again, the act of waiting and being unbothered by waiting were entirely different matters. Gustav. Oh! With a powerful bellow, Gustav swung about his forearms and rampaged as he pleased atop the plummeting dragon ship. The undead on board the dragon ship had thrust their weapons into the vessel, securing their bodies in place so as to not be thrown off. Because of that, their response to the surprise attack of Gustav's squad had been delayed. Comprising the special forces together with Gustav were not Schwartz's personal guards of Hyein, Whites, and Hydra, but rather the veteran gladiators who had spent a long time on the Gladiator Island. That was to say, they were individuals with whom Gustav was well acquainted. As governor of Jinunhive, it was Gustav's duty to administer the Gladiator Island without a hitch, and he had a better grasp of the gladiators' abilities than they themselves did, though he had never imagined that this kind of service would fall under his duties as governor. Gladiator, to think they'd send rabbits in order to kill wolves. Gladiator, we're the wind. Ain't nobody can fucking surround the wind. Gladiator, ku-ha-ha-ha. It's a brawl. A brawl's surely brewin', I tell ya. Staking my life really gets me fucking going. Hot-headed, yet capable individuals such as the lone wolf Josro, Fenmel, and Melzak wielded their weapons together with Gustav upon the dragon ship, and subjugated the undead one after another. The mysterious phenomenon of the raised fighting spirit surrounding the Pleiades battalion allowed the gladiators versed in battle to be deployed against powerful fighters with many years of military experience, and to sufficiently display their strength even in the poor situation of a plummeting dragon ship. Nay, it was rather the situation upon which their lives were staked which had allowed them to display abilities that exceeded even their true strength. Gustav, that is precisely why selecting a suicide squad. No, why selecting the special forces is effective. On this battlefield, the duty of Gustav's squad had an equal, if not greater, danger to their lives than those holding back the swarms of undead on the front lines. They were entrusted with such an important task. However, it was imperative that Gustav's squad did not die. To have not even a single one of them die. Such was the strict order imposed on them by the boss of the Pleiades battalion. Gustav, as the official, I do not deem it acceptable to serve two masters. Therefore, I do not look up to you as my master, but the earnest request of a friend is something I wish to undertake to the best of my capacity. Saying that, Gustav grabbed the heads of the undead who had pulled out their weapons and were moving to counterattack, and smashed the four bodies together above his head, shattering them. Scattering their earthen remains as their crumbling resounded, he immediately seized the next enemies. Gustav despised the violent and savage temperament of the multi-armed tribe so very much. As much as he could, he regulated his own heart, and, not wanting to surrender himself to belligerence or anger, he had intended on living a life with firm restrictions upon himself. In this Wallachian Empire, while serving as governor of the Gladiator Island, he had maintained his principles. Gustav, those principles of his, in this moment, Gustav completely forgot about them all. In this moment he rampaged with the same temperament of the multi-armed tribe he thought to be vexing. For that reason, Gustav, in our capacities we are Special Forces, invincible. Gustav and the rest of the Special Forces carried out their vital directive. After all, it was precisely that uproar of ardor that served as greater proof than anything else that Schwartz and his battalion were fighting hard for the sake of the Empire's triumph. By drawing attention to the quantity or outstanding strength of his forces, he could then play his trump card in key areas that had become thin on the ground. If successfully implemented, Palladio Manesque's plan would have shattered the city's defensive measures and certainly would have been the decisive factor in the outcome of the siege. However, that was only if things had been successfully fitted together. Serena. When deploying the undead, the first thing to think about is tactics that will take advantage of their characteristics. It is inevitable that they will try to cross Mount Gildray in a way that makes them willing to die. Otto, with that in mind, when a wall that cannot be pushed through by sheer force is presented, it is natural to want to play your cards when the sky is empty. Serena, however, I was not expecting it to turn out this way. The Special Forces had been deployed to intercept the undead assault force that had targeted the city from the sky, and the command post nodded in agreement as the attack was prevented, which would have been a winning strategy from their opponent's point of view. No. As stated previously, it was an appropriate strategy for the undead to use. However, in terms of taking advantage of the unfortunate situation, it was a strategy that was too straightforward and orthodox. Direct attacks were standard methods and were effective when they worked, but they could easily be countered. Serena. According to what I've heard, his death during the Imperial selection ceremony was also due to his excessive focus on the right way of attack. For better or worse, the time of the undead has stood still. Serena, who had sent out her own flying dragon squadron to destroy the undead flying dragon riders that had appeared in the sky, described their opponent as having failed to read her plan. It was true that Palladio Manesque was considered to be the opposing commander, and his name was mentioned as a target to be on the lookout for, but that was if he were to assist others by taking advantage of his evil eye tribe characteristics. In fact, Lamia Godwin's raid on the coupled dragon carriages had nearly destroyed the Empire because of Palladio's assistance. However, it was a silver lining amidst misfortune that the opposing party remained unaware of how to utilize their abilities to the fullest extent. Serena. It seems as if His Excellency Palladio is saying that you can never lose a bet if you can see your opponent's hand. Otto. Normally, if you could see your opponent's hand, you would have a significant advantage. Serena. Really? Really? I could make a bet with you on the same terms. The only thing is, if you play with me, your family will be in danger. Otto. So, this is why they call it the Wallachian way. Serena. Being greedy for victory is a virtue. You're the same as I am, aren't you? Otto's face was truly bitter at the look in Serena's eyes, as if to suggest he had bad character. At any rate, it could be said that in terms of quality of the command post, they had surpassed their opponent. Having destroyed their winning strategy, the enemy would have no choice but to take the next step. And that was Serena. He's playing his best trump card. The continuous deployment of forces is the flower of a losing battle. Crew! Raising a thunderous roar that shattered the sky, a three-headed dragon clad in black scales soared, flapping its wings as it flew over the hosts of undead, not even flinching as its whole body was showered in a hail of countless arrows. The jet-black blight dragon of Forgone Mind once again appeared in the skies of the Empire. Once slain by the hand of the Admirer, the imposing three-headed Valgren was a threat incomparable to any of the other undead, and was undoubtedly the trump card of the undead army. Given the failure of the surprise attack from over Mount Gildre, the commanding officer was correct in their judgment that they would be overpowered if they did not immediately strive to recover. However, as before, that did not emerge in the realm of a frontal attack. Along with a courageous voice, bulging thorns reached out to the sky from the city walls, furiously approaching the blight dragon of outstretched wings. It was the onslaught of Kaphma Irelux. Kaphma's suppressive power, capable of single-handedly upholding the warfront filled with undead as far as the eye could see, entangled Valgren's entire body, its eyes not in its normal state, binding its wings before they could be torn apart. Of course, it was only a matter of time before the thorns would be torn to shreds by the dragon's physical strength. Kaphma. But my duty is this 1 second. Veins bulging all over his body in a mottled pattern. Blood spilled from Kaphma's nose as he spoke sharply to Valgren in the skies above with a fierce expression. Twisting its three heads as if it was angered by the proclamation of that diminutive presence, the blight dragon roared. A dragon's roar made all life shrink in fear. However, there were no cowards on this battlefield who would cower before the blight dragon's war cries. Alclazaria. Ensnared by thorns, Valgren had ceased its movements mid-air, aiming for one of the blight dragon's writhing heads. An aurora of rainbow ran diagonally across the sky. It vibrantly seized Valgren's right head, blowing it away from the base. It was a graceful, magnificent, and dazzling stroke of magic unleashed by the finest. Take aim. Next, the eyes of one of the remaining heads of the blight dragon was pierced by an arrow of divine speed. It was a small target when compared to the large build of the blight dragon, but the chieftain of the people of Shudrak had magnificently shot through it, and then sharply called out to the two by her side. Among the two who were called upon, one aligned the aim by eye measurement, and the other used her entire body to draw a huge bow that would have taken 10 regular people to pull. Let it have it. Take it down now. The two of them combined their efforts to wield the powerful bow, and with a loud sound akin to a star being pierced, they landed a direct hit on the blinded head of the blight dragon, blasting everything above the jaw completely away, and reducing above the jaw completely away. The three-headed turned two-headed even further into the one-headed. Ogren. Krua. On top of that, Having lost both its left and right heads, Valgren looked up to the sky as it generated tremendous heat within its large black body. The breath of destruction, so synonymous with dragons themselves, was turned towards the fortified city below. At that moment, the eyes of the crazed blight dragon were met by the eyes of someone watching it from inside the great fortress that it was supposed to capture. As that someone stood by that window, they directed their hand towards the blight dragon as it tore off the thorns within the skies. El Fula! If an objective could be accomplished with minimal toil, neither flashy magic nor outlandish monstrous strength were necessary. With precision that could serve as an example for all such things, the blight dragon's final remaining head was cut off by a blade of wind, possessing an unrelenting sharpness. Valgren. Each of its 3 heads lopped off, the blight dragon falleth. That was the pathetic defeat of the 3-headed Valgren, intended to be the trump card played by the undead forces. Palladio. Impossible. 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 His body trembling all over, while scratching at his hair, Palladio could not accept the defeat of Valgren which he had just witnessed occur through his evil eye. Things that should have been impossible continued to occur one after another. Because of that, Palladio fell from what was an overwhelmingly advantageous position, and with his pride wounded as the one who ought to have been leisurely waging the warfare of a true emperor, he tasted humiliation. Palladio? How have they seen through all of mine plans? The surprise tactic of having the undead flying dragon riders carry a dragon ship and cross over the mountain was perfect. He was not certain if that had been anticipated, or if it had been preserved fighting assets that immediately reacted to it, but the surprise tactic had been thwarted. Only, that was something neither unpleasant nor fatal. Rather, it ought not have been. Palladio, what even is the blight dragon? The 3-headed Valgren had immediately been sent out as a harbinger of despair. In the past, it had exerted tyranny in the accursed neighboring nation, the kingdom of Lugunica, the resurrected fearsome blight dragon. If that dragon of foregone mind displayed its true worth, dominance through means of might and fear would have been accomplished. To think that the mighty Valgren would be subjugated in such a manner, with its 3 heads lopped off. Palladio, why are the lot of you also a Sinan? Why be you unable to fulfill the duties expected of mine limbs? The fallen blight dragon, the failed ambush corps, the swarms of undead still having trouble conquering the first wall. Each of them had failed to provide utility to Palladio, a cluster of fools who only continued to drag down on his leg. When he took a moment to think about it, Vincent, Prisca, and Lamia all had competent servants in their service. In other words, the difference between Palladio, Vincent, and the rest came down to whether they were blessed with servants or not. They had nothing to do with the strength of the person in question, and were not more than external decorations. Flaunting that, they were a shameless bunch unworthy of being a part of the imperial family, attempting to outrival Palladio. Palladio, the emperor of the Briar's solitary nature, is the unmistakable true desire of Wallachian emperor. I shall never stoop to the methods of you cowardly lot. Even in the past imperial selection ceremony, Vincent avoided the stratagem that Palladio had formulated, and he had outsmarted Palladio, snatching victory through such means. The same thing was happening again. Palladio could not overlook such an outrageous act. Palladio, anybody, offer up a suggestion. As of now, I shall enact anything. While burning with humiliation, Palladio loudly called out to the undead encampment. In truth, Palladio had wished to persist as a solitary emperor who asked not for the likes of others' opinions, but the opponent had taken advantage of Palladio's haughtiness, wielding a spear of malice. In that case, Palladio had no choice but to display the might of the emperor through severity. Palladio, is anyone there? Raise your voice, or else. Well then, with your permission. Turning his head, Palladio looked over the personnel of poor complexion, and a single person raised their voice. At a glance, that was a slender figure slowly walking through the crowd of undead. Witnessing the aura that was peculiarly different among the other undead, Palladio narrowed his 3 eyes. Their appearance clearly set them apart from mediocrity. The only thing remaining was whether their abilities would match that impression or not. Palladio, what are you capable of doing? That is right. First of all, how about I show you? Saying thus, the white-haired woman standing before Palladio smiled and held her hand up towards the sky. And then, Anna, when the three heads of the three-headed blight dragon, whose appearance was anticipated, were severed in the sky above the city, and its colossal black frame was reduced to dust as it crashed down from above, Anastasia felt a sense of relief in her heart. Although it had been anticipated, the fact that the opponent was a heavy hitter remained unchanged. Even with appropriate preparations, there lingered the ever-present possibility of the enemy surpassing or outflanking them. Having avoided such a scenario, she felt the relief of a powerful foe having been thwarted. However, the solace Anastasia felt was torn to pieces by the voice of Echidna at her neck. Anastasia. Having known each other for a decade, the spirit Echidna usually remained motionless, masquerading as Anastasia's scarf. Bouncing up on her shoulder, she stared with black eyes up at the sky above the great fortress. Tracing the gaze of Echidna, Anastasia's pale turquoise eyes widened. Anastasia. Is that a star? Her murmured words rang uncertain, a manifestation of her lack of confidence. At the very least, one could say that it was a sight Anastasia had never seen in her lifetime. A scenery she could have never even imagined, higher than the flock of undead flying dragons that crossed over Mount Gildray, higher than the three-headed blight dragon which had ascended even further beyond that. Light was cascading down upon the city from above. A star was falling next to Anastasia as she marveled at the extraordinary sight. As Otto and Berstets were left speechless, Serena, witnessing the same scene, contorted the sword scar on her face into a smile. Serena, the atmosphere has changed. Win or lose, the conclusion draws near. Palladio. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Yes, this is it. The sight I had coveted. Witnessing the sight unfolding in the sky of the battlefield, Palladio broke into ecstatic dance. The defenses of the fortified city, known for their solidity, would amount to naught once the cascading light reached the ground. The resistance of those puny imbeciles would equate to rubbish before the star's radiance. Palladio, you have done well to appear before me. I shall enlist you among mine vassals. By what name shall I address you? Joy shimmering in his three golden eyes, Palladio posed a question to the white-haired woman who had given rise to that sight. Once again, catching a frontward glimpse of the woman who had turned to face him following his query, Palladio caught his breath. Beautiful white hair and refined features capable of sending shivers down one's spine, but above all else, her face and eyes were bereft of the physical traits that could identify her as an undead. It was an appearance that could cause one to mistake her as a living being. But then, why would she contribute to his side? When Palladio questioned this, the woman deeply bent her hips and bowed. And then, she returned an answer to his question. An introduction as to just who exactly she was. What name would be correct to use is a bit of a complicated affair. So, for the time being, I suppose you can just call me the Witch of Greed. So, she declared. Chapter 62. The power of love. The entirety of her body burst into flames, reducing the witch to ash. The awe-inspiring power of the Yang sword that at last had finally been unsheathed from its veil, which had stolen her soul and whose fierce flames had reduced it to naught but cinders, exceeded even Subaru's expectations for his plan. Subaru. This must be the true power of the Yang sword. Not only was this witch cut down, but the crimson flames of the blaze spread to the two other bodies of the witch. Seeing the resultant effect, Subaru could only gasp. Up until now, there had been several situations in which Subaru had witnessed the Yang sword being wielded, but the owner of the Yang sword had always been Priscilla. However, in terms of Abel exceeding Priscilla as a wielder of the Yang sword, there would be no such simple answer. The opponents whom Priscilla had unleashed her Yang sword upon had always been formidable. This time, the witch, Sphinx, had been a similarly formidable enemy, and in order to defeat her, Abel had made an incredible gamble. In every battlefield, in every possible arrangement of the board, and in every crisis up until now, he had never once utilized the Yang sword. Thus for Sphinx, or rather, for everyone, it had been eliminated as a possibility. In order to bring such a thing to fruition, one could not imagine the nerve required. Vincent, you, what is with that incomprehensible expression? Subaru, I'm just surprised. We've been through so much together up until now, and I'm still easily discovering things about your personality to complain about. Vincent. And here I was wondering what you were going to say. Could it be that you are referring to this card that I had kept unturned? If that is so, are you not also the sort to hatch up plans of this ilk? Subaru, it's not a matter of character on my part. It's okay because it's the result of wit and bravery and cheating. Thinking back to the beginning with the lifeblood ritual, and that time we fought Zikr-san and the others at Geralt, then when Arakia made her entrance, then our dispute with Yorna-san at Chaos Flame and the game of tag with Olbart-san and the entire time we were on the coupled dragon carriages. You kept it hidden, Vincent. Yes, and... Subaru. Yes, and... With the treasured sword of crimson in hand, Abel's shameless affirmation amazed Subaru. But then, in an instant, the pain in his right arm that was broken by Sphinx as a warning came rushing back. As he held his broken arm with tears in his eyes, Beatrice rushed beside him with a Subaru and held her hand over it, using her healing magic. And so, as Beatrice attended to Subaru tenderly, Beatrice, no matter how many times you say it, it seems it will never have an effect on that man. In fact, perhaps his ability to feel guilt has probably died, I suppose. He's of the same breed as Roswell, in fact. Subaru, goo. Beatrice. There, that should make it feel a little better, I suppose. Heaping as much verbal abuse as she could upon Abel, Beatrice finished Subaru's medical treatment. The pain still lingered, but the broken bone felt like it had been healed. It could not be moved around too much, and it would take some time to be completely healed. But there existed other priorities. Vincent, shall you be able to save Jamal Arley? Beatrice, so long as he's still breathing, I'll do what I can, in fact. This is Betty's duty as Subaru's partner, I suppose. Leaving with these words, Beatrice trotted over to Jamal. After defeating the first Sphinx, 3 more Sphinxes had appeared, and it was Jamal who had provoked them, and in turn, received the most injury. The way he had done so by continuing to hurl abuse that was painful to listen to, had been rather crude, albeit that too was an act of showing his loyalty to the Emperor. Spica. Wow. Subaru. Oh, Spica, you did a great job. What about your body? It doesn't hurt anywhere? Spica. Ow. With a vigorous nod, Spica tried to stop his worrying as she smiled. Using his hand to wipe away the dirt from her cheek, he gave her head a pat as a reward for her hard work. Truly, without any doubt, this was a victory that had been gained by everyone here doing their utmost to fulfill their duty. That said, he could not help but acknowledge that Abel's trump card had contributed more than anything else. Subaru, still, I'm going to be holding a grudge against you for the rest of my life. Vincent, if I have made you say that much, then the one who suggested this must also be satisfied. No matter how reproachful the glare, Abel would ignore it nonchalantly. While his cold nature was infuriating, when it came to the matter of hiding the Yang sword and having the confidence to stick with it, Subaru could do nothing but speak his praise. The fact that Abel was capable of using the Yang sword, but hid that fact, was something that Subaru had only become aware of within the loop where the fight with Sphinx had already started. To put it plainly, it was a level of secrecy, of a dead weight. Originally, the only trump card which could have been hoped to stop the great disaster of the Valatian Empire was for Subaru to combine his power with Spica's star-eating. But if Abel's Yang sword could reach the foundation of the souls of the undead, then the story was different. The Yang sword and star-eating, the 2 leading actors in this siege on the undead territory, could be utilized as trump cards in order to defeat the great disaster. Subaru, you, having realized this earlier, decided to join us in this group, right? Spica, you... Subaru. You see, Spica, this sly emperor is able to use the Yang sword, and even knew that it might be one of the key items in defeating the zombies. Spica is the same, right? So, we had to proactively whittle down the eating. What happened then? Spica. AAAO. Zombies by using Star Subaru. That's right. The enemy's main forces came after us, and the method we used against that main force was Spica's star eating. After all, I didn't know what the odds were that there was another method. So, it would be just fine if Spica could deal with them. But in the event that you couldn't... Spica. Ow. After Subaru concluded his explanation, Spica's eyes widened and she pointed at Abel's yang sword. Subaru replied, "That's right," to Spica's sudden comprehension and patted her head. Alongside Spica, he looked at Abel as if he was human garbage. Subaru. Look. Spica, those are the eyes of someone with a completely twisted personality. Your personality has to be pitch black in order to be the Emperor of Wallachia? I knew it. Wouldn't it be better to destroy Wallachia after all, Vincent? Changing sides as soon as the enemy leader has been reduced to ash? You've chosen a terrible time to betray me. Beatrice, you don't beg us to help save the Empire just to immediately become the head of a rebellion, I suppose. Though they were here out of necessity, the Empire was bad for Spica's emotional education. Abel was a prime example of this. So outside of a situation such as this, he was the first person that should not be around her. Spica should be surrounded by more wholesome and refreshing companions she could imitate, such as Emilia and Rem, or Beatrice and Tanza. Subaru. In that case, we need to keep her away from Otto and Roswell as well. As for Nisima, I like her, but dealing with more than 2 people would be tough. Garfield could also be a good influence, but... Beatrice. Subaru. The healing over here is almost finished, in fact. Subaru. Oh, got it! Following Beatrice's voice, Subaru and the others went towards where Jamal had fallen. But Jamal did not raise his voice at the arrival of Subaru and the others, as he was still splayed out on the ground. Beatrice? For now, his life isn't in any danger, I suppose. But any further treatment will require time, and will also take up Betty's remaining strength, in fact. Subaru. Beiko's remaining strength. Like your remaining mana? Beatrice? Indeed, I suppose. There's an irregularity which makes it like a lavish banquet, but it would be reckless to rely on it, in fact. Subaru. Irregularity. Hearing Beatrice's answer, Subaru stared down at his hands, what she had called an irregularity. The remaining mana within Subaru's body. As Subaru's contracted spirit, the mana that was in Subaru became Beatrice's remaining MP, so in his current condition, the amount of mana being lent to her could indeed be considered an irregularity. Subaru had some ideas as to why this might be the case. One possibility was that the connection between everyone in the Pleiades battalion and Subaru had brought about a positive effect. Another possibility was that infantilization had led to some strange occurrence in Subaru's gait. But in the latter case it was not likely that Beatrice would be able to understand it, so he felt that the former option was more likely. Subaru. To become stronger because of my connections with everyone. I'm the kind of guy who gets passionate from stuff like that. Beatrice. Subaru. Don't worry, Beiko. No matter what, I agree that using as much magic as we please probably isn't a good thing. So we should try to conserve it as much as possible. But if we're backed into a corner, while respecting Beatrice's judgment, Subaru stared fixedly at the fallen Jamal. Naturally, they could not abandon him as he was instrumental to their victory. However, if Jamal did not regain consciousness, someone would inevitably have to carry him. Vincent. For the record, I will not be carrying him. Subaru. You beat me to it. You've been on a roll ever since you got that sword, huh? Even though you were a close match with me in that cat fight earlier, you were swooshing and bouncing around. Wouldn't it be trivial for you to carry Jamal? Vincent, even if I could do it, I shan't. Now that Jamal Orlai has fallen, I ought to be the most agile one present. We are in a position which requires vigilance, so I cannot be carrying baggage. Subaru, don't call him baggage. Fine, I get it. Spica. Ow. Angry at the unruly emperor who had given a sound argument, Subaru attempted to carry Jamal. However, Spica slipped right past him and took the initiative to pick up Jamal's body. The image of a petite girl easily lifting an adult man was painful to watch, even though Spica was not putting much strain on herself. Subaru. Well, That's what it would look like if anyone but you were doing it. What do you think, Vincent? It is a great service. Continue to endeavor as you are. Subaru. You're right, Biko. This guy has no sense of guilt, Beatrice. I already said that. I suppose, Spica. Don't push yourself too hard, in fact. Beatrice sighed at Abel's audacity and Spica exclaimed, "Ooh," with a smile in response to her consideration. In fact, it was a relief that Spica did not seem to find Jamal to be heavy. In any case, although the reality of having defeated the formidable Sphinx was gradually starting to sink in, they could not be completely happy about it. That was because, Vincent, it seems like there's already significance to me having kept my hands free. As Abel said this, he jerked his chin towards a succession of silhouettes approaching the street where Subaru and the others were, as if they had heard the battle with the Sphinxes earlier. Figures of the undead could be spotted. Subaru grit his teeth at what this meant, and the frustrating truth of Abel's words. Thus, the fact of the matter was the undead had appeared here where they were. Beatrice. Even after defeating Sphinx, the sacrament of the immortal king hasn't been severed, I suppose. Subaru, damn. The most direct logic that the magic would disappear if the caster were to be defeated seems to be wrong. Biko, this is Beatrice. Even though she was corrupted, she was created with the goal of becoming the Witch of Greed, I suppose. Perhaps he arranged the ritual so that the sacrament of the immortal king would function even in her absence, in fact. If we don't destroy the system itself, the stone's limitations are still the limits of this country, I suppose. Subaru. I guess that's probably the case. After absorbing what Beatrice had said, Subaru's gaze turned to the northernmost part of the imperial capital. He looked to the Crystal Palace. That was where Sphinx and her side were based up, so it was the most appropriate location for a symbolic object to be placed. Of course, it was possible that Sphinx, who did not appreciate such romance and drama, had placed its contrivance elsewhere. Vincent. No, there can be no mistaking that it is at the Crystal Palace. Whatever the witch's intentions, if she needed a connection to the stone, she would require contact with the core of the Crystal Palace, with Moguro Hagane. Subaru. Isn't Moguro one of the 9 divine generals? Vincent. Yes. They have currently been put to rest in the Crystal Palace. Or, to be precise, the Crystal Palace itself has been put to rest. Subaru. You. Absolutely. Better explain this to me. Later on. Saying this to Abel, who seemed to have many more secrets besides the Yang Sword, Subaru welcomed the decision that they definitely needed to go to the Crystal Palace. Subaru. To be honest, even though he knew that the core of the great disaster was in the Crystal Palace, he still wanted to confirm the safety of his comrades whom he had sent to the other battlefields. In particular, he wanted to check on the safety of Emilia and Tanza. Their placement was the only part that Subaru was not able to confirm. What was causing Subaru's anxiety and frustration was as, golly, y'all are looking like a mess. Even the Emperor San's forehead's covered in sweat and mud. He's a surprisingly hard worker, ain't he now? Suddenly, a black shadow descended and forcefully turned the situation upside down with a casual tone. The figure landed between Subaru and the incoming undead, walked over to them in a casual tone, and squatted down in front of Subaru and Beatrice. Then he laughed with a golden kaizuru in his mouth and extended his folded hands. For all y'all hard workers, here, gotcha some souvenirs. With that said, his folded hands were opened, and a number of strange crystals the size of coins were in his large palms. Subaru did not know what they were, but Beatrice, holding his hand, noticed. Beatrice, those are core bugs. Yep, peep. The one from those guys. Nodding calmly, the figure brought his palms together again and rubbed them together with a scrubbing motion. In the next instant, the undead across the street let out a cry of anguish and turned to dust. The cores that had been reproducing the undead were thwarted, and they could no longer sustain their bodies. It was a tall, carefree black wolfman who did it in a flash. Subaru. Halabel-san, Halabel. Ooh, that's such a warm welcome. I like energetic kids who can speak loudly. Halabel, who had been working separately, nodded at Subaru's surprised voice. He was asked to eliminate the most important opponent in the decisive battle for the imperial capital. An enemy that had to be eliminated in order for everyone to give their best performance. The fact that he was here like this meant, Halabel, don't you worry, My work is done taken care of. Got no intentions of letting Lil Anna's face be crushed after all. Subaru, that's a huge help. Thank you. Can I count on you to keep it up with something else? Halibel. You sure ain't a shy boy. Well, suppose it'd be dandy. Go on and say it. Subaru, I want you to go with me to the palace. I just want to leave you to cover the other girls on the way. I'll be working Abel to the point of death over on our side after all. Vincent. Disgraceful. Abel grumbled something about Subaru's suggestion, which he consciously ignored. At any rate, it was fortuitous that Halibel had accomplished his task. He was very anxious about Amelia and the others, but if Halibel were willing to go, it would make them even stronger and help Amelia bloom. Subaru, old Bart San should be in the palace. That's why I want you to go to Amelia and Tanza. Vincent. Hold on. Natsuki Subaru. Is that a strategic decision? If that is not the case. Subaru. If that'll make you agree, then yeah, it is. It's all part of my performance after all. Subaru retorted to Abel's interjections and glared at him. It was encouraging to have Beatrice holding Subaru's hand tightly, as if she were on his side. Halibel interrupted the exchange of stern glances with a hold on. Hold on. He put his bladed hand in between Subaru and Abel as if to cut the thread of the staring contest, and Halibel. Ain't no need to be so belligerent. And as for the fight around the palace, I think I ain't gonna be needed for it, okay? Subaru, huh? Subaru's eyes widened at Halibel's comment as he stroked the hair under his chin. The admirer turned his narrow, thread-like eyes in the direction of the gaze that sought the basis for his statement. Halibel. The power of love is mighty. I guess this is simply a case of that. And then, he laughed with a face that mixed equal parts amazement and admiration. An unthinkable scene was in the midst of unfolding. The woman, who had become unable to define whether she was Yorna Mishigur, or if she was Iris, all she could do was watch as she held back the tears on the verge of distorting her vision. Woman. Tanza. The name spun by those trembling lips. It belonged to the dear girl who housed a flame within a single eye, and with the hem of the kimono they once had chosen together fluttering, confronted the fierce advance of the undead swordsman. Far more agile and powerful than the Tanza she knew, it was a fight brimming with confidence. Tanza was once a girl without confidence in herself. She was incredibly intelligent and capable for her young age, and yet the child had evaluated herself as being completely lacking, an evaluation that was far too low of herself. Back when she was the same age as Tanza in the truest sense, she had not been nearly as capable as her. A foolish child she was, getting carried away thinking it was her duty to fulfill the work entrusted to her so that she would not be a burden to her parents and the people of her village, and yet failing to notice the thoughtfulness of those around her. Compared to her past self, Tanza was far more admirable. And now, after believing that death had bereaved her of Tanza, they had been reunited in this situation where her own foundation had become uncertain. Between Priska, the Empire, the Demon City, Tanza, and Ugard, her mind was in its greatest state of turmoil throughout all of her lifetimes, numbering greater than 10. The only comparable instances that could come to mind were when she had first learned that she had been reincarnated due to a curse, when she had discovered that Priska had survived, when she had been reunited with Ugard, and when Tanza, who had survived, had completely refused to listen to her. Woman. Of late, there have been far too many. She wanted to lament the relentless series of shocks of this current life, however the present moment was far too hectic. As these various mental burdens continued, in order to protect her as she could no longer recover the will to fight, brazenly utilizing the effects of the soul marriage technique in addition to something else entirely, Tanza's back looked to be quite large. How much? Just how much had she gone through after they had been separated at the Demon City? Ever since Tanza had arrived at Chaos Flame with her sister Zoe, she had intended on being the one to watch over Tanza's growth the most closely. But, had she remained by her side, would Tanza's current self ever have come to be? Someone apart from herself. They had gotten close to Tanza, pushed her, and made her stronger. She could feel it within Tanza's intense gaze, in her gait, and in the fist that she had slammed into the swordsman's face. "Tanza-chan, Tanza. Yes, Emilia-sama. Let us not give them any leeway," as her voice resounded in a manner resembling a silver bell. The silver-haired girl, Emilia, cooperated with Tanza. Her long hair fluttered as she swung her weapon constructed with ice to repel the undead swordsman, working in perfect sync with Tanza to support each other in both offense and defense. This was in spite of the fact that there should not have been much time for Tanza and Emilia to build such a relationship. Under the unexpected strength of Tanza and Emilia working together, the blue-haired swordsmen, the undead swordmasters, were smashed one after another, scattering fragments throughout their surroundings. However, Swordmaster, sad to say, but seems there's a limit for you living folk. You sure wield your power with great vigor, but how long do you think that power's gonna last? Emilia, geez, don't brag when you're cheating. His characteristic undead golden eyes shining. The undead swordmaster smiled provocatively, and Emilia fell for that provocation. She raised both hands and slammed them hard onto the ground, and in the next moment, while avoiding Emilia and Tanza, ice spread throughout the street in a manner akin to branches, entrapping the hands, legs, and torsos of the swordsman. That ice had an appearance just like that of a vine of thorns. Woman, Tanza, Yorna-sama. For a moment she crouched down, clutching her chest as she felt an ache within, having caught a glimpse of that foolish action of hers in the corner of her eye. Tanza cried out her name in a scream. Even if momentarily, the fact Tanza's awareness had left the battlefield meant that, Swordmaster, you gotta be greedy for victory. Simple as that. Tanza, HK. A fierce front kick was unleashed, sending Tanza's petite frame flying backwards. Tanza's sprung-up body flew, and at the end of its trajectory as it bounced, the figure of her own crouching self was present. She immediately raised her face and was about to call out Tanza's name. But what would that even achieve? It would have merely been another meaningless pull on Tanza's attention. Woman. Tanza. Tanza. Yes, Yorna-sama. Responding to the cry that ultimately could not be held back, the bouncing Tanza readied her posture mid-air. Just prior to colliding, Tanza had managed to stop herself. That small yet large back of hers was just before her eyes. Thereupon the undead swordmaster's merciless sword strike drew near, threatening to cleave the two of them in twain. Tanza, Emilia-sama. Emilia, yes. Without even a moment's hesitation, Emilia responded to the call, and Tanza swung her leg upwards. That upraised foot, freshly clad in a geta made of ice, caught the strike from the undead swordmaster's katana head-on. It was a pair of thick-soled geta, just like the ones usually worn by the flamboyant Yorna Mishigur. Tanza. Yeah. Tanza, having stopped the katana with the sole of the geta adorning her raised foot, had leapt upwards using the same raised foot as a starting point, and spun vertically in mid-air, slamming down the icy geta of the opposite foot onto the head of the opposite foot onto the head of the immobilized undead swordmaster. She drove him into the ground. Then, with the head of the undead felled to the ground as a center, a crater of nearly 5 meters was caved into the street, and as the powerful blow turned her opponent to dust, Tanza waved the hem of her kimono. Woman. At Tanza's gallant appearance, all she could do was stare speechlessly. Having noticed her gaze, Tanza turned around and, slightly lowering the corners of her eyes, she smiled. Those lips had been about to call out to her with Yorna. Emilia. HK no. That instant, Emilia, who was further away, thrust out both her hands, and with the screams of the freezing atmosphere, she sensed the presence of the two undead swordmasters being pierced by ice and turning into ice statues behind her. But she could speak no words of gratitude to Emilia. More importantly, Emilia needed to stop the barbaric act of another undead swordmaster who had appeared behind Tanza after she had turned around. No, she would not make it in time. Thus, there was no choice but to protect Tanza herself. Woman, I am. Numerous were the things she had overlooked, numerous were the things she lost, numerous were the people she had let down, and numerous were the lives she stood upon to be here now. Although until now she had been unable to repay even a single one of those among the numerous, for Tanza alone she could do so. Woman, Taking Tanza into a tight embrace with her outstretched hand, she resolutely leaned forward with her upper body to protect her from the blade. She had moved skillfully. For just this moment, she was glad that she had not been her trembling and immobile self. Now, at least with this body of hers, taller, and with limbs longer than the ones she had possessed before, she could protect this little darling, this dear child of the empire which that person had so carefully protected. To astonish myself thus, verily thou alone art able. That gentle voice, as sweet as if it had been whispered close to her ear, so calm that it was inconceivable for a battlefield raging with the gale of swords, resounded, melting her heart that had resolved itself for death but a moment ago in a manner that was difficult to believe. Woman. Before the blow from the undead swordmaster's katana could connect, it was halted by the treasured sword of crimson that had been thrust in its path. And then, witnessing the presence that had brought that about, she could not help but gasp. Their reunion had been unexpected and unintended. She did not know whether to rejoice or to grieve, and ever since that moment, she felt like her heart had been torn apart. Ultimately, that question had remained unanswered, and the present moment had arrived. Only now, at this very moment, could she say for sure, "Even when tensed, thy face is lovely, O star of mine." Woman, your excellency. H.K. Before the man who had stated so, while caressing her cheek with the hand opposite to the one that had blocked the enemy's attack, before Ugard Valachia, with skin of flesh and blood identical to what it had been during his lifetime, and with a clear will housed within his eyes, the feat of containing the overwhelming flood of love and emotion was something that neither Yorna nor Iris were capable of. Chapter 63. On these lips I savor this miracle the moment he basked in the upward slice of the blade. For the first time in his life, nay, for the first time in all his time, before and after death, Ugard Valachia resolved himself to taste defeat. It was the first time that somebody had crossed swords with him, contended with him as an equal, and to top it all off, secured a hard-fought victory against him. Although he admired that superb level of skill, the fact that he had been defeated in a decisive moment he ought not to have lost caused his chest, no longer containing a beating heart, to throb. That which he could have never possibly hoped to wish for was granted, but happening across Iris once again in this manner, he had yet to exchange many words with her. They had yet to touch each other. He had yet to fully convey his love. Even so, Ugard had been granted a reunion with Iris. In order for Ugard and Iris to be granted their desires, there were likely those who had been unable to exchange words, share touches, and convey their love to their beloved ones, even if they desired so. That same thing had happened to the alignment of the stars between Ugard and Iris. Indeed, exactly as he had expected. I'm still a complete amateur when it comes to wielding this katana, and even just a single swing drains so much energy out of me that I get a nasty sort of feeling from it. With thorns serving as proof of a curse dwelling in his chest, having delivered a blow with the fiend sword enshrouded in sinister energy, the jet-black wolfman, Halibel, spoke so. That countenance of his reminded Ugard of a wolfman with whom he was once acquainted despite them not resembling each other in the slightest, aside from being of the same race. Within his recollections, Ugard felt like he too would sometimes gaze upon him with such eyes. Halibel, though, it's a blade you can't hate since it does its job to the fullest with the energy it goes and takes. Ignoring Ugard's deep emotions in that moment, Halibel continued. It was apparent that he had just given his impressions regarding the katana in his hand, the fiend sword Murasame, but the way he had put it made it sound a bit different from the fact that the power concealed in the fiend sword simply proved useful in his victory. It was as if the fiend sword had granted Halibel something greater than just victory. Ugard, the deluded conviction of the undead, Ascertaining his body, which had basked in the slashing attack, Ugard put the sensation that he initially could not verbalize into words. Within Ugard, having been resurrected into the body of an undead, there was a certain kind of unreasonable obsession, an impulsive sense of hostility and violence appealing to his instincts, one directed towards the living of the Empire. In all likelihood, this was not limited to only Ugard. On top of that, Ugard had been keeping that intense impulse in check with his stronger feelings towards Iris. Even so, unable to go against the ringleader who had incited the resurrection, Ugard had no choice but to at least abide by their intentions, and had thus ended up crossing blades with the Hieneman and Hannibal here. That irresistible, overwhelming force of compulsion had vanished, as if it had been severed by the fiend's sword clad in a dark, sinister aura. It had vanished. Ugard. Therefore there is naught within mine self save thoughts of mine star. Placing a hand to her face, Ugard tenderly spoke to the woman who was both Iris and Yorna, and to this, Iris Yorna lost the ability to speak, utterly entranced. His skin was neither pale nor cold, and his pupils were not those sham golden irises that were laid upon a sea of void, instead having taken on their characteristic blue hue. His facial muscles, which did not move irrespective of his status as an undead, yielded a serious expression which she recalled well. Unmistakably, this was the man that Iris Yorna knew as Ugard Valachia. It's terrible to barge in here without any sort of permission. The reunion between these two was interrupted by a powerful, hoarse voice. Contrary to the contents of his words, raising his voice in a warm welcome to the sudden intruder, the undead swordsman, nay, the undead swordmaster, licked his lips with a glint in his eyes as he faced Ugard. Towards the undead swordmaster's gaze, Ugard's expression not wavering. Ugard, thou hast a most remarkable ability. Alas, thou hast also erred in thy timing. Mine self wishes for naught but to spend mine limited time with mine star. Undead swordmaster, come on. There's no need to say something so chilly. Ugard imparted to him his wish with indifference, to which the undead swordmaster promptly turned a deaf ear. No. He tried to respond with a deaf ear, but he could not finish his reply. Stay away from us. For with that sharp scream, the small body held in Iris Yorna's arms had spun, and the ice-geta-clad feet that flew furiously through the air had delivered a strong kick to the body of the undead swordmaster. Undead swordmaster. Whoa! The undead used his sheath to counter the girl's kick, avoiding a direct hit as he took a step back. The impact was not entirely erased, but the undead swordmaster retorted with more joy than anger as his face split into a malicious smile. Teya! That malicious smile was crushed by the powerful blow of an ice hammer. This swooping blow from behind crushed him from head to toe, causing the individual known as the undead swordmaster to crumble into pieces. However, this did not mean there would be any rest. If they could have killed him this easily, the undead swordmaster would have already been felled 50 times. But, as always, the undead could revive as many times as they pleased. However, before they could deal with the undead swordmaster, Ugard. A strike imbued with emotions which one would expect to be unfound in a child. For the shining potential that thou possessest, mine self shall pardon thine rudeness. Stay away from Yorna-sama. Yorna, Tensa, His Excellency. What are you doing to His Excellency? Within the field of view of the screaming Iris Yorna, the hilt of Ugard's yang sword collided with Tanza's geta composed of ice, creating a harsh, shrieking noise. In order to protect Iris Yorna, Tanza had kicked the undead swordmaster while in the air. But this undead had not been her only target. Rather, she also aimed for the unknown emperor who had suddenly intervened. As it was all so sudden, it was natural that Tanza could not distinguish Ugard as friend or foe. Yorna. Still, you cannot do something like that so suddenly. Your Excellency, please excuse my Tanza. That girl holds no ill will. Ugard, wear not such a sorrow-stricken visage. Mine self loves any face which thou might wearest, though thoughts rise of scorning mine very heart, which wishes to love thee even as thou entreatest mine self so earnestly. Yorna. He was this sort of person. Though Iris Yorna wholeheartedly apologized on behalf of Tanza, Ugard's reply did not touch upon the core of the matter. This sort of thing had once been a daily occurrence with Ugard. Yes, back during those times with Ugard, this had been a daily occurrence. Tanza. Yorna-sama. Squeezing arms tightening around her in a hug, Tanza called out to Iris Yorna to shake these arms away and once again jump towards Ugard. Tanza had not lost her composure and discernment that far. Whilst she did not understand their relationship, she understood that there was no animosity between Yorna, Iris, and Ugard. And besides that, hey, maybe it's a little too early for us to be taking our time to talk. Rushing over was Emilia, who had been fighting the undead swordmaster with Tanza. She mercilessly struck the undead from behind with her ice hammer, and while staring hard at Ugard, who stood close to Tanza and Iris Yorna with her amethyst eyes, "Emilia, are you on our side, Ugard?" "Verily, 'tis so." "Emilia, thank goodness, you look really strong. Let me count on you, Ugard. Understood. Leave everything to myself." Having received an immediate response from Ugard, Emilia patted her chest in relief. Iris Yorna's eyes twinkled at the way she had been able to discern friend from foe in an instant, but considering her circumstances as a half-elf, it would be presumptuous of her to speak about common sensibilities. "Anyhow, Yorna, Your Excellency, that form." Ugard, "Alas, these are but embers that are yet to burn out." Yorna. Even as he spoke that, Ugard did not take his eyes off of Iris Yorna, nor did his expression contort into one of sadness or loneliness. Iris Yorna also hoped that it would have been spoken thus, merciless it may be. And then, while looking directly at Iris Yorna, Ugard continued, "Ugard, however, for these few moments until it doth burn out, all of mine self is thine." Yorna, "Yes, Your Excellency." He did so only to ensure that there would be no reason for Iris Yorna to feel sad or lonely. This gentle king of thorns, who was feared by all, had always kept his heart pulsing with tranquility, so that his thorns would hurt none but himself. "Yorna, not at all. Not at all. It brings me such happiness." Although their time was limited, she could touch Ugard and speak to him. Ever since those days had come to an end, it was something Iris had been unable to accomplish, and because of that failure, innumerable sacrifices had been made. For the sake of atoning for those mistakes and regrets, Iris had joined the Empire as Yorna. "Swordmaster, that treasured sword in your hand, it's the Yang sword Valachia, ain't it?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice that seemed to be restraining its zeal was heard, at which Iris Yorna and the others looked up. At some distance from where the four had gathered, the figure of a singular undead slowly arose from the ground. In the same fashion, akin to insects emerging from underneath a large boulder, dominated by a repugnant obsession, the undead swordmasters began to appear one after the other. They were all alike, without individuality, and with perfectly synchronized movements and shining golden pupils. They smiled malevolently. "Swordmaster, a legendary sword famous throughout the world, a magical tool forged by an unreasonable man, on par with that dream sword and fiend sword the spoiled brats got. Though I've seen it, I've rarely been blessed with the opportunity to exchange blows with it." "Yorna, after going this far, has your warrior's spirit been stirred even further?" "Swordmaster, it's embarrassing, but you got it right." Those words had been glib, for he did not seem embarrassed in the slightest. That much was painfully obvious from the pairs of eyes that were glowing ever more radiant, and from the chilling heat of their malevolent smiles. Even when compared to the other undead, the undead swordmaster's fiendish aura and delusional state were clearly abnormal, which true strength put aside overwhelmed Iris Yorna as she clenched her fists in shame. Those tightly clenched fists were gently embraced by the hands of Tanza from within her arms. "Ugard, child, to grasp the hand of mine star thus, and to remain in her embrace, I shall permit it. Tanza, I shall continue to do so even if I do not receive your permission." At Tanza's indignant tone, Ugard's sharp countenance remained undisturbed. However, Iris Yorna could perceive that Ugard had accepted her reply positively. As Ugard continued to walk towards the seemingly endless stream of undead swordmasters that appeared to be increasing in number, 10 or 20 at a time, Emilia, with a tense expression on her face, attempted to join him. However, Ugard stopped Emilia with his gaze. "Ugard, thy will to aid is honorable. Nevertheless, entrust this unto mine self. Emilia. But you alone, Ugard. Ugard Volachia. That is my name. Emilia Volachia. That's." Emilia, surprised upon hearing Ugard's family name, looked towards Iris Yorna, responding to her look with a nod. Iris Yorna's eyes followed Ugard's back as he went forth. Ugard and the undead swordmaster, separated by a distance of about 10 meters, faced each other. Swordmaster. Ugard. Wallachia. Perhaps are you the Emperor of the Briar? Ugard, never have I addressed myself as such. But there are those who have yclept myself so. Verily, a fitting phrase that doth succinctly depict mine tenure upon the imperial throne. It shall prove facile for inscribing in the annals of the future. Swordmaster, ha 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 ha, ain't that a surprise? The strongest among all the emperors of the sacred Valatian Empire, and to think I'd be able to meet such a person. As expected, I most definitely have it. With a lilt to his voice, the pressure of the undead swordmaster's aura of malicious swordsmanship increased all the more. Even though he knew that his opponent was Ugard Wallachia, the Emperor of the Briar, the undead swordmaster was not horrified, but instead inspired by unusual logic. The golden eyes of the undead swordmasters gleamed at Ugard and his yang sword. Swordmaster. If I can win against His Excellency the Emperor, could I have the yang sword, Ugard? If the sword deems it appropriate, so be it. But I shall not surrender so easily. Swordmaster. Ho, Ugard, many of mine subjects hath staked their lives to make the dream of wielding this sword in mine hand true. Only Iris Yorna, who shared the joint rulership of Ugard's many subjects, could understand the passion of the gentle King of Thorns who was feared above all others. In front of Iris Yorna, who watched on, Ugard and the undead swordmasters moved simultaneously. Swordmaster. Ha! With a short exhalation and lightning steps, their distance from each other was extinguished. 20 identical people were divided into 4 groups, and a flash of sword steel approached Ugard like a whirlwind. The barbaric act of an ordinary person assembling together first-class swordsmanship in order to reach a superb class. Emilia and Tanza gasped at the sword attacks that could be called a sword storm that surpassed the sword style. However, Iris Yorna did not have a shred of doubt. 20 swords were coming at him, however. That exchange would end with one precise strike. The raging storm of swords from the undead swordmasters aimed at Ugard from all directions. But before those blades could reach the King of Thorns, the brilliantly shining yang sword flashed. It burned away all 20 blades that were approaching, and the crimson tip of the sword cleaved the neck of an undead swordmaster. Swordmaster. This power HK. His neck was gouged out, but even then, only the foremost one bore the fatal wound. The undead swordmaster grimaced as his remaining 19 selves, or rather, the flood of his other selves that reached him one by one, even though his blade had been severed. But if one mistakenly thought their strength was that they could try again after dying, then Yorna. It has ended. The next moment, the undead swordmaster, whose whole body was cut, burst into flames. This spread to the other 19 undead swordmasters, and they were all at once swallowed by flames. Swordmaster. WAA. In the hands of Ugard Wallachia, the yang sword ignited its true flame. The soul of the undead swordmaster who was hit by the slash was the spark from which the flame rose. Coincidentally, Vincent Wallachia's yang sword set the soul of the witch, Sphinx, the bearer of the great disaster, ablaze. It was the same conclusion. Swordmaster. Ka! Swordmaster. Ga, swordmaster. Ooh. Burned by the tremendous flames, the undead swordmasters were burned to ashes one after another. Every time a burning individual perished, a new one was revived and replenished. But it too was engulfed by the flames. More and more, over and over without exception, he left more than a dozen of himself as charcoal, and the undead swordmaster looked down at his hands, which continued to be burned by the unquenchable flames. And then, Swordmaster. God damn it. Is this really where I meet my end? An indistinct voice spilled from his throat, burned by the flames, and the undead swordmaster grimaced. For a moment, this made one imagine this as a last-ditch effort made by one who could not admit defeat. But that worry was denied by the end of the undead swordmaster, who burned up and turned to charcoal. With his battered, crumpled hands reaching towards the heavens, The undead swordmaster disappeared. In the end, Tanza. He didn't vanish? While witnessing the same thing, Tanza voiced her concern. As Iris Yorna took her hand in hers, she gave Tanza an answer to her fears by wrapping her small hand in her own free hand, assuring Tanza that it would be okay. Emilia. Those people, were they all burned? Ugard. It is somewhat difficult to find the right word for it, but yes, the Yang Sword's flame burns up whatever its owner desires. Souls are no exceptions. Emilia. I see. Thanks. That's really helpful. Even after expressing her gratitude, Emilia looked gloomily at the many remainders of the undead swordmasters that had burned up. Even though the opponent was undead, even though he was an opponent who used the characteristics of the undead in a sinister way. The fact that his life was lost shook Emilia's amethyst eyes. Iris Yorna once had the same feeling as Emilia. To think it was one of the things she had to let go of after living so many lives. However, there were some things she could not let go of. Ugard. O star of mine. Called so once more, Iris Yorna faced Ugard directly. Resurrected as an undead, Ugard had been liberated from that abominable yoke. Both his refined features, beautiful and elegant, and his voice, which resounded in her chest far too much when compared to its actual volume, were a continuation of those days. However, there were also things that could not be explained by that alone. Yorna. Your Excellency, the thorns are that which bound others, thrusting spikes into their hearts. The curse of thorns, isolating Ugard, and having served as the impetus of the special time that he and Iris shared together, it was something that still ensnared his soul even in death, a binding curse from which no refuge could be sought. At the current moment, it could not be felt. That went not only for Iris Yorna, but for Tanza and Emilia as well. That was to say, Ugard had been released from the curse of thorns. Yorna. The curse, has it been dispelled? Ugard. That is not so. The curse of thorns yet remaineth intact. The curse hath been transferred to another. No longer doth it persist within mine self. Yorna, transferred. Such a thing is possible? Ugard. That being made it possible. It be not something that could have ever been accomplished in the era of mine lifetime. Since then, the stream of time hath flowed, and many a wisdom hath come forth. A magnificent world it is. Ugard Valakia had been released from the curse of thorns. Within Ugard's answer, as he quietly drew his chin, there was loaded a deep sense of admiration for the one who had accomplished that. Yorna, Your Excellency, the curse is... On the other hand, Iris Yorna was left speechless by Ugard's reply. Although she understood that it was Ugard's nature to want to accurately represent that the curse of thorns ultimately had not disappeared, it was still fulfillment of Iris and Yorna's dearest wish, for even if that was after his death, Ugard's soul had parted ways with the curse of thorns. Tanza. Yorna-sama. This person is... Yorna. Tanza. This gentleman is His Excellency the Emperor Ugard Valakia. A difficult individual, one who I am in love with. At Iris' introduction, Tanza slightly widened her eyes. Then, she raised her face and exchanged glances with Ugard, and after a brief hesitation, Tanza. My name is Tanza. I serve as Yorna-sama's chamberlain. Ugard? Is that so, Tanza? In the time of mine absence, mine star hath been in thy care. It is a great service. After Tanza timidly spoke so, Ugard nodded. A distance at which they could see each other's faces. A distance at which they could hear each other's voices. A distance at which they could make physical contact should they reach out their hands. At that distance, Ugard and Tanza had an exchange of words, even though in the past there had been nobody other than Iris who had been able to do that with Ugard without grimacing in pain. Emilia? I am Emilia. Just Emilia. Ugard, will you continue to help us? As if riding off the deep emotion of Iris Yorna, Emilia began to speak to Ugard without any hesitation. At her words, Ugard reclined his chin with a "but, of course." And Ugard, the individual who hath released mine self from the thorns of prolonged torment. There is duty groovy Gumlet hath entrusted to mine self. I must act verily in his stead. Yorna, groovy. That personage released your excellency from the curse, you guard, O star of mine. Yorna, yes. Caught up on the name of Ugard's benefactor coming to light, she let out a voice akin to that of a village girl at the sudden call. That instant, the fact that the air given off by Ugard had become gentle seemed to be proof that he thought Iris Yorna's reaction to be lovely, but she would not touch upon that. Only, as Ugard captured Iris and Yorna in the gaze of his blue eyes, Ugard, for thee, I wish to devote mine entirety. There existeth no lie in those words. Henceforth, Yorna, it goes without saying, but we shall be together. I refuse for us to be separated for even a moment longer. Until the very moment in which I am bereaved of you, I wish to hold this miracle upon my lips. This was Yorna's answer, bereft of falsehood, straight from the bottom of Iris's heart. The scorching scent of his soul assailed his nostrils. There was no sensation of pain. With his whole body engulfed in flames, the heat of being hideously burned was also akin to a gentle breeze. However, unable to break away from that gentle breeze, it reduced his newly created body to ash and cinders, attempting to put an end to his existence. Even if doused in water, the flames shan't fade. Even were he to try to spread the fire elsewhere, the flames shan't spread. Even were the point of flame's genesis lopped off, the rest of his body would immediately be ignited by the inescapable flames of Terminus. Indeed, this was his Terminus. He had a feeling. He knew. This blaze shan't fade. Until he met his end, it shan't fade, Lordmaster. What the hell? Going so far as to descend to the body of an undead by his own blade, he had attempted to master the way of the sword. The flame of the Yang sword, which he had encountered upon his journey to reach the final destination of that path, burned the soul of Rowan Segmont, the man who had a burning desire for the heavenly sword, attempting to scorch his entirety to dot. Refusing to remain in that place, Rowan fled the battlefield and broke into a mad dash. His leg crumbled as he stepped forth. So if the next step would result in losing his entire lower half, he lopped off his own head as to not needlessly waste time, and thus the next step of his remains would be taken by his next self. Repeating this process, Rowan ran. He distanced himself from the Emperor of the Briar, in order to reach the place he was obliged to reach before he was burnt to a crisp. Rowan. What the hell? Just as expected, I have it. As embers emanated from all over his body, a vividly gruesome smile emerged on Rowan's face. Reduced to an undead, Rowan had become acutely aware of the state of his own soul, and had placed the tips of his toes upon the steps to reach the heavenly sword. In order to reliably take the next steps higher, this was his next trial, indeed. Rowan's soul would be scorched to oblivion in the not-so-distant future, but the flame of a candle would always burn brightest right before it went out. For Rowan Segmont, reaching the heavenly sword was his life's dearest wish. He had even proved that he would give up his life with no hesitation for that purpose. In truth, by experiencing death and gaining awareness of the shape of his soul, Rowan had steadily gotten closer to achieving his wish. Thus, as long as Rowan reached the heavenly sword, it mattered not if it was only for a single second. For a mere second before his soul was burnt to a crisp, even if it was for naught more than an instant. All that mattered was that he reached it. And what was needed to achieve that? Oya. I had thought somebody was furiously dashing here, but to think it would be a flaming entrance. Now if I do say so myself, isn't this quite the flashy production? An audible voice. The place he had wanted to reach before being burnt to Nile. Beholding the owner of that voice beyond his burning field of vision, Rowan thanked his karma. He had arrived at the place he had wanted to reach. All that remained was to reach it. Indeed, before Rowan, as he gave a burning grin, the boy, holding a brown-skinned girl in his arms, smiled. As irony would naturally have it, the boy gave a smile that resembled Rowan's own, and spoke. Boy. Just now. You made me think this for the first time, Dad. I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. So he declared. Chapter 64. Parent and Child of the Empire. The person known as Rowan Segmund was a man completely unfit to be a father. Though Cecilus Segmund thought that so-called common sensibilities were unnecessary for the leading actor, it was apparent that Rowan was a father far removed from the conventional family image. An ideal father was not someone who would slay his own child, because it didn't seem like they would grow up in the way he desired. A single-minded eccentricity divorced from all notions of paternal love. That was the entirety of the reason why Rowan had killed all of Cecilus's older brothers while they were still infants. A swordsman in whom a genuine madness resided, such that he had no qualms with trampling upon anything as long as it was for the sake of reaching the heavenly sword. Rowan Segmund was nothing more, and nothing less, than precisely that. In all likelihood, Rowan would be deemed the foremost failure of a father, even if one searched far and wide all throughout the world. Born into this world as the son of a father utterly lacking in such respect or familial love, Cecilus truly thought himself fortuitous from the bottom of his heart. The desire towards the heavenly sword harbored by Rowan was something that Cecilus also harbored himself. That was an endeavor that aimed to tread into the far distance, to a region above the clouds unseen by the eye. By no means could it be achieved by somebody who diverted their gaze or took detours. If he had been raised in a family that was respectable and distinguished throughout history, or in a household of honorable poverty that hesitated to steal for the sake of a meal, Cecilus would not have had any conclusive evidence that his wish to reach the heavenly sword was not contaminated with needless impurities. Therefore, it was Rowan Segmund, cutting down all blood relations that served as obstructive fetters, removing all hindrances without hesitation in his pursuit to master the way of the sword with undaunted resolve. He prepared trial after trial with his son's life as a secondary concern. That pure madness staked on the sword, free from any impurity, was unstintingly poured into Cecilus by Rowan. Hence, Cecilus thought. As expected, he, born into this world as the son of Rowan, most definitely had it. Drawn from a scabbard of dreams, the dream sword flashed as it ran through the sky of reality, cutting the explosion of light which seemed to invite the destruction of the world head-on. Its tip was delivered to the beautiful girl who housed a blue flame in a single one of her eyes, as she shed tears of blood. Basking in the supernatural stroke of the blade, the girl's Arakia's slender body had its very life severed in twain. Such a thing did not come to pass. The reason being, even the outcome from the slash of the enchanted sword, forged with reason not of this world, was something that did not adhere to common sense. The stone Muspel. As one enrolled among the four great, it was the Great Spirit that sustained the vast lands of the Valatian Empire. Even if he intuitively understood that what he had exercised with the dream sword Masayume was both Arakia and not Arakia, an extreme presence which had been painting over her very existence, Cecilus had no way of discerning its true identity. But then again, Cecilus's resolve or actions would not have changed regardless if he had known. Even if he understood that the vast lands of the Empire would crumble together with the Great Spirit if Muspel were to be destroyed, it was inevitable that Cecilus would draw the dream sword. To prioritize the presence of the heroine over the vast lands of the Empire was a natural decision for the leading actor. To begin with, when it came to the script, it was impossible that anything Cecilus carried out with conviction would result in a bad ending. Therefore, Arakia, unable to endure the power she had taken into herself, Arakia had been on the verge of bursting apart. Before Cecilus, having exercised the gargantuan power that threatened her life with the dream sword, the innumerable bands of light encircling Arakia, those diamond bands were reduced to dazzling particles, melting into the crimson-tinted imperial capital. As Arakia slowly fell in the midst of those dancing particles of light, Cecilus sheathed the dream sword into the scabbard, which had suddenly appeared on his waist like a dream itself, and reached out his hands. His body was covered in wounds, having sustained lacerations all over his figure. His blood-drenched kimono was torn and frayed. The design was far too beaten up to be called attire for a bout. However, contrary to that miserable appearance, The light in Cecilus's eyes as he caught Arakia had not clouded over in the slightest. Cecilus. Languidly, the unconscious girl had both her eyes closed and displayed a sleeping face that seemed as if she was dead. Since he knew that she was not actually dead from how she felt in his hands, he did not panic, only he quietly shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "Good grief, Cecilus. You really know how to cause a stir, Anya." Among his faint memories that had been resuscitated in the midst of battle, the majority were of his evening conversation with the friend who had shrunk before Cecilus into the form of after Cecilus. However, when excluding that majority, the one who had left the largest footprint on his memories was this girl. Cecilus had a reputation, both among himself and others, that he was unable to look after others. Since he had made it so difficult to follow himself until here, there was no greater handful than her. Perhaps it would have been no exaggeration to say that she was the biggest handful in the whole empire. I guess it's fine to assume you've wrapped things up? Behind Cecilus as he held Arakia, a voice with a slight sense of tension called out to him. Approaching with footsteps that emphasized his caution, and in a state of being equally as battered as Cecilus from the aftermath of the battle, was Al. Not only had he survived without being reduced to spent charcoal at the edge of the decisive battle of the Bastion, but his act of playing supporting role by throwing his weapon at the end for Cecilus's spotlight was also something that clearly served as his own spotlight. Cecilus. That was quite the masterfully controlled performance. Alsan. I think understanding my intentions back there and throwing your weapon truly merits quite the high amount of points. Al, what kind of points? Like favorability with you? In that case, I really don't give a shit. Drooping his shoulders in a fed-up manner, Al looked towards Arakia and said more importantly. His gaze through his iron helmet was filled with trepidation, giving off a nervous and fearful atmosphere. But, Al, Lil Miss Arakia is Cecilus, not dead. After all, in order to secure a conclusion where she wouldn't die, I went through the trouble of tearing through my limits a second, and then a third time. It would have been outrageous to stop her by killing her. It's the way of Cecilus Segmont to meet expectations and betray tasteless predictions. Al, if you're fine with not killing her, then I'm not gonna press you for that conclusion. Cecilus puffed out his chest as he responded so, to which Al heaved a sigh as he fiddled with the metal fixtures of his helmet. Of course, Cecilus understood Al's concerns. It was a matter of if the risk of letting Arakia live was worth the trade-off for the sense of security that would have come with killing her. However, Cecilus, if it's going to be that kind of complex and unexciting discussion, feel free to have it with some wise person with a frowny face in a place where I'm not around. My answer is just as you see it, Alsan. Al, I already knew from the start that any persuasion or arguing with you would be a three-hit combo of unreasonable, impossible, and thoughtless. You're gonna need to take responsibility for the Lil Miss. Cecilus. Apparently that was my intention from the beginning. Seems like since the very first time I defeated Anya, my intention was to shoulder that responsibility, with a light feeling as if he was speaking of somebody else's matters when they were in fact his own. Cecilus saw the face of Arakia from when she was younger overlaid upon her sleeping face, currently in his arms. Just like with the friend he had parted with amidst the evening sun, this was an illusion visible to him only because their acquaintance had been for so long. Perhaps he ought to put a bit more of his back into it and tackle the memories which he had been far too concerned about pulling out. Cecilus. But it seems like before I can delve into that episode there's a separate duty that I need to carry out. Al? Ah? As Cecilus suddenly muttered. Al raised his voice in surprise, but Cecilus did not respond with words, and instead left his answer to the act of directing his gaze in another direction. In the aftermath of his battle with Arakia, the buildings and streets had all melted, leaving the imperial capital in a hellish state, dyed red. Within that scene, the malevolent madness of an appropriate figure had arisen. Malevolent figure. With an inextinguishable flame flaring about his entire body, a blue-haired man stood. His skin was scorched black, hiding one of its characteristics, but the blazing radiance of his golden eyes would have made it apparent to everyone that this man was an undead nevertheless, and, to Silas, a fact greater than what would have been communicated to everyone else was made apparent. Cecilus. Oya, oya, oya. I had thought somebody was furiously dashing here. But to think it would be a flaming entrance. Now, if I do say so myself, isn't this quite the flashy production? He had not been running around haphazardly. Rather, he had been running with a clear objective in mind. The fact that his hurried strides had ceased at this place was because that objective resided here. Nay, that objective resided within none other than Cecilus Segmont, with sights set upon the heavenly sword, the swordsman who neglected all else, Rowan Segmont. Having finally cast away even his own life, his father had arrived here in a completely altered form, to which Cecilus nodded many times in acknowledgement, and smiled. Rowan was grinning in the midst of being engulfed in a blaze. Cecilus, too, smiled in his blood-drenched form, the parent and the child, for whom naught was possible save for living and dying by the sword, grinning and smiling. Cecilus, just now, you made me think this for the first time, Dad. I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. Saying that, and ironically forgetting about the after Cecilus, he celebrated that the chance to fulfill the promise exchanged by the owl before Cecilus had finally come about. Rowan Segmont longed for the heavenly sword. Why? For what reason? For what purpose? He was tired of hearing such tedious questions. That whole kit and caboodle was nonsense that had nothing to do with Rowan. Its impetus went beyond his earliest memories. Its genesis was consigned to the riverbed of oblivion. Since the very first occasion he had laid fingers upon steel in the form of a sword, there no longer remained any other path for Rowan Segmont but to master the art of swinging it. Even after being endowed with a commandment as a stargazer, and gaining a son to serve as a vessel to reach the heavenly sword, Rowan continued to do nothing but commit himself to diligent study, so that he himself could reach the heavenly sword. Even using the fact that his greatest enemy in reaching the heavenly sword had been brought forth into this world by his own hands, he committed himself to diligent study, with diligent study, of diligent study, for diligent study, for diligent study. He diligently studied. Rowan. Ah, the time for my grand moment has arrived at last. Soul aflame, life fading to ash, his very destiny was on the cusp of its terminus. All were engulfed in the blaze. And as Rowan's self was blurring into the realm after death, he entered into a domain untread by both living or undead, the interval between life and death, the point that ought to be called the beyond. That was tantamount to uncovering the very nature, the true essence of life and the soul. A few more seconds, real as they might be, the final significance of Rowan Segmont's existence would overflow. Rowan. Each time his undead body crumbled, he readied his beloved katana, continuously resurrected alongside himself, and faced forward, the small figure visible beyond the flickering flames, witnessing it take the exact same stance as himself. Rowan. Now, let us have ourselves, Cecilus. An honorable duel, challenging the heavenly sword. The ephemeral flash of Rowan Segmont blazed bright. Cecilus. I'm leaving Anya in your care. On the remains of the street that could no longer be called a road, answering the request of Rowan, who had appeared there in a blazing form, Cecilus forcibly foisted Arakia upon Al. Cecilus could hear Al's bewildered voice go "Oi." At the suddenness of it all, but he discarded that into the abyssal depths of his consciousness, and focused all of his nerves on a lone man. Once again, color, sound, and smell vanished from Cecilus's world, and it became governed solely by the palpitations of steel. Rowan. Now, let us have ourselves. Holding his hand over the katana at his waist, it was apparent that Rowan's lips had moved to spin such words as he readied himself. Even if he could not hear it in the form of sound, the sentiments between the parent and child who loved extravagant pretenses had allowed him to hear it within his soul. Hence, Cecilus likewise responded with grandeur. Cecilus. An honorable duel. In an instant, the distance separating the two disappeared. That was nothing out of the ordinary for a battle involving Cecilus, blue lightning as he was. But this moment was not created by just Cecilus alone, and it was evidence that Rowan had stepped past the confines of human capability. Cecilus. I'm surprised. This was honest admiration. A few hours prior, When he had parted with the yet living Rowan, as far as Cecilus's eyes could see, his father had not reached this domain. However, now that they had been reunited, with him having become an undead, Rowan's skill with the sword had rapidly developed, and his talents were finally beginning a posthumous bloom. That was neither something like his speed nor the proficiency of his skills, but it was a transformation brought about by a change in his consciousness. The effect that mentality could have on performance was nothing to make light of, but having said that, breaking out of one's mental shell would not dramatically improve their physical abilities. Hence, the transformation within Rowan was not one of extreme physical nature. Rowan had become capable of taking himself one step further. That which was not a physical step was difficult to describe on a level above that of pure feeling. Just as there was a great distance between amateurs and experts, there existed yet another gap between first and second-class experts. Thus, between first-class and super-first-class, and between them and the transcendent beings that were even further above, there existed more gaps. Invisible to the eye, inexplicable with words, Cecilus had deliberately expressed that here with the phrase, "one step," and had recognized that Rowan had tread over that boundary. To think that through the experience of death, he had overcome that difference of a single step which he had never been able to cross over in his life. People would likely speak of how foolish, how incredibly ironic such a thing was. But none other than Cecilus alone would. "Cecilus, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it." An unyielding flame upon his body, as his life itself was being scorched. Rowan, plunged into the realm of death as he was, unleashed a stroke of his sword. As the blade flashed across a world bereft of color and light, Cecilus watched in adoration. Within the glint of the blade there dwelled assiduous training, diligent study in which no corners had been cut. Witnessing this, his eyes flickered. As a father, Rowan would likely be evaluated as the worst of the worst. And though Cecilus would not deny that, he dearly loved Rowan's mentality of constantly pouring his entire soul into the role he played. Rowan. Igniting the little life he had left as fuel, Rowan unleashed his greatest stroke of the sword in all of his time during both his life and after his death. That brandish, honed to a razor's edge, was pregnant with an aura of swordsmanship that caused even Cecilus to envision death. That nightmarish ending, born out of a single-minded concentration, was something that the dream sword Masayumi would not allow. The fiend sword Murasame was an enchanted sword that could sever the concept of anything's point. In contrast, using dreams as its scabbard, the true value of the dream sword Masayuma's. Cecilus, dreams are devoured, and dreams are granted. In exchange for the motivation one possessed for a wish they desired to be granted, the enchanted sword would harbor the power to grant that wish. Hence, the dream sword had been granted the name of a dream come true, which made dreams become reality. Even if it might have become a useless, dull blade depending on the wielder, it had continued to be extolled as an enchanted sword capable of severing the very world in twain. The blade spent many months and years being transferred from person to person, since as compensation for their wish being fulfilled, they would forget even the reason why they had yearned for it in the first place, as its owner had changed many times. Now, the dream sword had settled into Cecilus's hand. For both Cecilus and the dream sword, this was a miraculous happenstance. That was because, Cecilus, there's no way that my dreams are ever going to run out. Motivation that was the reason why Cecilus Segmont was the master of the dream sword. An extraordinary yearning towards the dreams one harbored would allow the potential of the dream sword Masayume to be displayed to the maximum degree. That instant, the unleashed brandish blurred the boundary between dream and reality as it sliced. Cecilus. Compared to the decisive battle of the bastion between Cecilus and Arakia a moment prior, this bout was far too quiet. The impact bestowed upon the imperial capital, the empire, and the world was insignificant. Something like a one-on-one against an undead that would have disappeared either way could not be anything but a trivial matter. However, for the parent and child duo that was Rowan Segmont and Cecilus Segmont, there was significance. Rowan. Good grief. What an unfilial son I've got. Passing by each other the moment their blades had crossed, The parent and child had their backs turned to each other. His undead father, whose face he would never be able to see again, unpleasantly spat that out in a long exhale. And then, "Rowan, if this is how it ends, I should have cut you down right away back when you were soaking in your first bath." Ceaseless. Yes, that's right. That's the only time you would have been able to win, Dad. At the sore loser who acted truly dishonorably, Cecilus roared in a great burst of laughter. Hearing Cecilus's unreserved laughter, Rowan looked up at the sky. Having lost its form, his katana was reduced to dust, and as his existence began to fray from his burning fingertips, he narrowed his golden eyes. And then, "Rowan, next time, next. I ain't the kind of person who'd give up on account of dying." Until the very end of the end, without leaving behind even a single word befitting a father, his body, his soul, was reduced to ash, constantly aiming for the heavenly sword, and not relinquishing that desire even in death. Those were the final moments of the malevolent swordsman known as Rowan Segmont. Ah, how unpleasant, Rowan thought as he faded away. Throughout his lifetime he had continued to walk without halting his step, and ultimately he had been unable to reach the heavenly sword. The final blaze of his scorched, burning soul had not illuminated the unseen path towards the pinnacle of the sword. How so very tantalizing. At this rate, Cecilus would probably end up being the one to reach the heavenly sword. To think it would be his son instead of himself. What truly malicious discretion of the sword god. Pain and despair, dejection and lament. If he were to start speaking, he would never be able to clear away the inexhaustible negative thoughts. Be that as it may, Rowan, well, guess it's better than some other person reaching it. In that final duel, if Rowan had surpassed Cecilus, would he have reached the heavenly sword? He had not surpassed him. In the end, it was meaningless to think about hypotheticals that had not come to pass. Rowan would not think about meaningless things, especially when he was on the verge of fading away. He ought not do what should not be done. So when trying to think of other things, he came to a realization. Ever since he had been aware of his surroundings, he had aimed for the heavenly sword. In every waking moment, in every sleeping moment, he dreamed of nothing but reaching the heavenly sword. That was how the existence known as himself had persisted then, until this day. Once Rowan concluded that he would not reach the heavenly sword, there no longer remained anything for him to think about. Rowan. For the first time since he began longing for the heavenly sword, he relinquished it. That sensation made Rowan feel a sense of loss, rather than a sense of freedom, as well as a certain kind of discomfort. Amidst the sensation of his soul feeling ill at ease, Rowan thought this for the very first time in his life. Was the blaze of my soul that I had spent my whole life to reach at least able to become a flame for a candle that will illuminate my son's path? So he thought. Leaving behind naught but ash and dust, the figure of Rowan Segmont faded away. Within his soul, Cecilus Segmont understood that this undoubtedly signified the death of his father. Having already met his end as a mortal, Rowan had still continued to aim for the heavenly sword after being reduced to an undead, and as his life was on the cusp of burning out, Cecilus had certainly severed it in twain. Cecilus. Alsan. Sorry for so suddenly entrusting you with Anya. It must not be easy to carry someone with only one arm, so I'll take her back now. Returning Masayume to its sheath after it had completed its duty, Cecilus turned around and called out to Al. However, Al gave no response to that call. On one knee and supporting Arakia's body with one arm, as he shook his head side to side in a feeble manner, Al, how are you so calm, Cecilus? And by that you mean? Al, you know what I mean. Just now, that was your own father, wasn't it? He was still alive when you last saw each other, and yet he died and became a pawn of the enemy. That's Cecilus. Wait, stop right there, Alsan. You're a little mistaken, so please allow me to correct you. My dad certainly became a dead person, but he hadn't been made into a pawn. The reason why my dad attacked me wasn't because he'd lost his sanity. Al. Wah. Cecilus. Ah, by the way, I said sanity with the widely accepted meaning of the word, so perhaps my dad was already quite divorced from that regular type of sanity. On that front, make no mistake, but... Waving his hand, Silas added that bit regarding Rowan's mentality. Either way, Silas wanted to clear up Al's misunderstanding that this was an act of returning the favor for Rowan having attacked Cecilis, which happened because his mind had been destroyed after being turned into an undead. Cecilis. Stuff like a child killing their parent was also a major development in the play Magrize's Guillotine. But then again, things between me and my dad turning out like this was something that was appointed by fate quite a long time ago. Al. Appointed by fate. Cecilis. So, it's simply a matter of that time finally having come around. This was a conclusion that both Silas and Rowan knew would eventually come. Thus, when Rowan had returned as a dead person, despite having parted when he was still alive, Silas was not very surprised. For Rowan, everything outside of reaching the heavenly sword was trifle, so it was understandable that if necessary, he would sacrifice his own life as if it was the natural thing to do. Nobody was capable of understanding Rowan. Nobody, except Cecilis. His father, who was exceedingly the best at being a bad example, was not an incomprehensible monster. That was sufficient proof that the Segmonts had a healthy parent-child relationship, even if it was atypical. Cecilis. Most people would probably disapprove of the relationship between me and my dad, but, unlike Rowan, Cecilis did not view all things in the world as trifle. So long as one could properly distinguish between the cheers and the other interference, the world was filled with blessings as far as the eye could see. The light of the sun, the cool breeze, the trickle of raindrops, the fragrance of grass, and Rowan's Segmont, all were blessings that had been granted to Cecilis. Cecilis. My dad called me an unfilial son, but I don't think there's any son as filial as I am. After all, just by being my father, he has achieved the exceedingly meritorious achievement of having brought me into this world. Of course, that would not serve as consolation to Rowan, who had failed to realize the wish he had pursued throughout his life. Being called an unfilial son for such a reason, Cecilis had no room for excuse, though from the outset he had no intention whatsoever of leading a life in need of excuses. Al. Walking right up to the speechless Al. Silas folded his arms and tilted his head. After this there was the worry of what should be done with Arakia. Even if he tried to bring her somewhere safe, was there anywhere in the current imperial capital that actually was safe? Were there any safe zones aside from Silas's direct vicinity? Silas, having said that it'd be a bit strange to carry Anya around the whole time as I run about. If we don't head back soon, then Groovy San's sure to loudly yell at us. He went off to go hold back the caster of that curse. And speaking of which, do you think Groovy San will be okay with us coming back with the Dream Sword instead of the Fiend Sword? From the start, the encounter with Arakia was an unexpected combat. The reason that Cecilis and Al had come here was to search for the Fiend Sword Murasame, capable of cutting curses, and unfortunately they had not fulfilled that objective. By now, Groovy should have been doing battle with the caster of the troublesome Curse of Thorns. Cecilis, for the time being, how about it? Al-San, while you do your best to carry Anya here, I'll clear the way ahead. By cooperating like that, Nah, I can't agree to that. Cecilis, Al-San. At Silas's proposition, Al shook his head side and declined. Standing up from his kneeling position, he foisted Arakia back upon Silas. Cecilis reflexively took Arakia into his arms. And then... I've said it before. I've got something that I gotta do. Little Miss Arakia was an unthinkable detour. Feel bad for Groovy, though. Lowering the tone of his voice, Al's gaze through his steel helmet was directed towards the dream sword on Silas's waist. Al, even I can tell that the katana on your waist is an insanely powerful weapon. It may be different from the one Groovy wanted, but do your best with it. Cecilis. So then, Al-San is going off on his own. It may not be my place to say this, but will Al-San be alright walking around by himself unarmed? Wouldn't dying in vain be the most you could do? Al, I won't die in vain. That's the one thing I'll never do. Cecilis. Indeed, seems like it. I kinda understand somehow or another. As Al spoke with conviction, Cecilus nodded in assent. Having acted together until here, Cecilus thought that Al possessed a special trait of the same kind as Schwartz's true sight. With that true sight, capable of seeing excessively ahead, Al surely would not die in vain. Cecilus. But that's not the only reason why Al San is trying to part ways with me, right? Al. Cecilus. It seems like you really weren't pleased in the slightest with how me and my dad settled things. Perhaps Al San also has some reservations regarding parent-child relationships? Al. That's got nothing to do with this. Even if it had nothing to do with this, Al's tone made it clear that a nerve had been struck, so Cecilus slightly shrugged his shoulders and adjusted his hold on Arakia. Personally, Cecilus reluctant to part with Al and leave him alone. Part of that was because he judged that it would not be ideal to have his hands full with Arakia, but more so because of his debt to Al. In order to finish things without letting Arakia die, it was a fact that Cecilus had borrowed Al's power. Long story short, Cecilus had to repay his debt to Al. If Al had someone he wanted to save, then it made sense for Cecilus to assist him in that rescue. Worst case scenario, he could knock out Al and carry him back to Groovy, and then after mowing down the problem entirely with a swing of the dream sword, everyone would go to meet Al's princess. It happened at the same moment he had thought that. It was unexpected that you did not take her life. Reconsideration required. Suddenly, the voice of a third party interrupted Cecilus and Al's conversation. Those who heard the voice faced towards it, and Cecilus slightly narrowed his eyes. The owner of the voice was in the air, not in the midst of a jump, but in a state of simply floating there. For a moment, upon hearing the familiar manner of speech, Cecilus recalled the existence of the witch whom he had once killed. But present, there was not the same witch in question. Cecilus. No, you're the same person. You look different on the outside, but you're the same on the inside. Perhaps you're a little different on the inside too. Is such a thing even possible? Which? If the form and nature of a soul changes, the exterior follows suit. The converse is also true, but by what sort of principle were you able to perceive that with merely a single glance? Answer required. Cecilus. Ha ha ha. Now that you mention it, I too wonder how I figured that out. Without any intentions to provoke her with teasing, and truly just not knowing why. Cecilus smiled. Only for some reason he harbored confidence that such was the case at a single glance, that the woman floating in the air overhead, her white hair fluttering, was the same existence as that witch. Cecilus. But why are you here? Did you not learn your lesson when you were killed by me the first time, and came to get revenge? I find the appeal of such unyielding, tough opponents to be desirable, but which, to put it plainly, it is to carry out my objective. I have fulfilled one of my two overarching objectives. Once I achieve the one that remains, I hypothesize that I will be able to become fully absorbed in my original purpose of creation. Cecilus, ho ho, I see I don't get it. Which? I thought I had explained it succinctly, though. Explanation required. Cecilus. Well then, how about I also give an answer that's simple, unusually short and succinct in terms of myself. If you came to where I was to fulfill your objective, then you probably won't be able to fulfill it. It was plain and simple, exceedingly obvious. A clear answer unmatched in terms of being easy to understand. Hearing that response, the white-haired witch narrowed her eyes, framed by long lashes, and nodded. And then, witch? Ah, is that so? In that case, my answer is simple. You cannot kill me. Cecilus. Which, I have grasped that which is capable of killing me within this empire. By no means shall I draw near any of them. Henceforth, nobody can kill me. The witch spoke in an indifferent manner, and raised both her hands to the sky. That instant, Cecilus felt a strange sensation that seemed to distort the air and space surrounding the witch. Next to Cecilus, Al took a step forward. Since the witch had made her entrance, Al had not spoken a single word. He looked up at the witch, who continued to produce a strange air of oppression, and suddenly extended his single arm straight out to the side. The next moment, the melted ground surged upwards, creating an unshapely stone dao, and Al gripped it in his outstretched hand. Raising the stone dao overhead, Al's throat quaked towards the witch, Witch. I the witch of greed, Al Ekidina, with a voice of pure rage, akin to coughing up blood. He seemed to lose himself as he slashed towards her. L. Chapter 65. Starfall upon the imperial capital. Through transformation of the soul, the vessel was reconstructed into the Witch of Greed. That was the ultimate goal of the witch. Sphinx. In bringing about this massive catastrophe, the great disaster of the Wallachian Empire, it was the purpose for which she had been created, one that had remained unaccomplished for the over 300 years since her birth into this world. The obstacle that had continued to persist at the core of Sphinx, regardless of how far she had come. Following the rationale of the stargazers, considered to only appear within the Wallachian Empire, it could be called a commandment bestowed upon Sphinx by birth. In order to fulfill that commandment, be it the kingdom or the empire, she would hold no qualms about bringing them to ruin. As a matter of fact, by flooding the empire with the dead, was that your objective? Bound by chains in the jail with both arms above her head, Priscilla narrowed her crimson eyes. Those astute eyes held not a shade of astonishment concerning what was taking place before her, but only a scintillating flame that burned with placid understanding as its fuel. With her lips twisting into a smile at the sight of that crimson gaze, Sphinx, who had now become the Witch of Greed, nodded. Sphinx. By nature, the soul and the vessel are inseparable. This I had understood immediately after I was created. The long years of my quest, it could be said that they were a journey to rectify that inconsistency. Her purpose was supposed to be to replicate the Witch of Greed. However, the soul had been inserted into a vessel differing to that of the Witch of Greed. Hence, Sphinx could not help but be born as an incomplete version of the Witch of Greed. Although she had not considered the over 300 years of trial and error, fraught with failure, as suffering, even Sphinx was no exception to feeling a sense of accomplishment upon finally having reached the horizon. And as Priscilla had posited, this was, without a doubt, a path brought to fruition by having caused the great disaster within the empire. As mentioned previously, by nature, the vessel and the soul were inseparable characteristics of life. Even intangible entities like spirits were no exception to this. The presence or absence of a tangible body was not what mattered, but rather the vessel that formed the receptacle within which the soul would reside. To say that they were incongruous would also imply that such a life would be in an unnatural state. Hence, within the inseparable soul and vessel, there would be a force at work that would attempt to correct this unnatural incongruity. Certainly, no matter what corrective forces were at work, cases where a vessel would mutate to match its soul were rare. Things like the techniques employed by the shinobi that altered the soul and changed the form of the vessel to match, and binding curses of reincarnation that required multiple lives as a sacrifice, were rare examples of this. Required talent in the technique of molding the soul and the vessel into the appropriate form, while the latter required a strong connection between the caster and the numerous sacrifices. Both of these were conditions that Sphinx could not meet. Thus she was forced to abandon them as possibilities after considering their feasibility in order to achieve her desire. Hence, Sphinx had taken advantage of it. Of the great disaster. Priscilla, in the process of resurrecting the dead across the empire with evil magic, you are able to make innumerable observations concerning invisible and intangible souls. It was perfect for conducting investigations pertaining to your objective, was it not? Sphinx. The fact that the great disaster would occur was foreseen. The sole consideration that remained was whether my plan would be deemed worthy for that. The results are as you can see, Priscilla. For someone so triumphant, was it not quite the tightrope you had to walk upon? Sphinx, I shall not deny it. Challenge was required. Priscilla's remark was correct. It was indeed an endeavor fraught with myriad uncertainties. Whether the sacrament of the immortal king could be modified to establish a connection with the stone, the great spirit of Wallachia, enabling the actualization of an undead army, whether the artificially created Sphinx would be recognized as a singular soul and be included as a target for resurrection as an undead, and whether something capable of inducing a transformation of the soul that Sphinx had been unable to achieve on her own would emerge. All of these had been uncertain. Sphinx, however, The revival of the undead through the recreation of the sacrament of the immortal king was successful, and Sphinx's plan to resurrect herself as an undead also went smoothly. Furthermore, those who had received an alteration to their souls, such as Lamia Godwin and the giant Eye, Ismail, had also appeared, henceforth laying the foundation that Sphinx had required. And then, Sphinx. To think that the final push needed was the flame of the Yang sword, how very ironic. Priscilla, Sphinx. If things had continued as they were, I would undoubtedly have been annihilated. That predicament, however, became the impetus for me to conduct countless analyses in the end. Priscilla, no, that is incorrect. Sphinx, incorrect. At the denial of the fact that she had narrowly escaped the crisis of her soul being incinerated, Sphinx tilted her head. In contrast to when she had been the incomplete vessel of the Witch of Greed, the height from which she gazed upon her differed. Her face, neck, and exposed skin were no longer the pallid hue bereft of complexion, and no longer were her eyes the gold upon black of the undead, but rather black irises had been reproduced. Nevertheless, it was certain that Sphinx was still an undead. The successful reproduction of a soul in a state of being exceedingly indistinguishable from the living had a significant impact upon its outward appearance. The very fact that she had actualized that served as proof of the validity of Sphinx's theory. Sphinx. About what am I mistaken then? Explanation. Required, Priscilla. Do not use lifeless words such as countless analyses to describe what you have brought about. Your life was on the brink of burning to naught, so with disgraceful earnesty, you strove to survive. Sphinx. No, I am dead though. Priscilla. Do you think the dead have no right to strive for survival? Those countless tightropes you had to cross, none of them could have been traversed with naught but a leisurely attitude. Sphinx. Priscilla. You strove to survive and drew forth the outcome you desired, regardless of how displeasing or inconvenient it may be for mine self. You must correctly recognize that fact. And, if you would dare to be mine enemy, to Sphinx, whose lips remained sealed, the imprisoned Priscilla declared thus with boldness. At Priscilla's words as she gazed at her, Sphinx displayed a slight frown. Priscilla's tongue, with its characteristic sharpness, seemed to be praising the challenge Sphinx had undertaken. It was as if it was an acknowledgement of the fact that Sphinx's trial and error had borne fruit. Sphinx. Within Sphinx's chest, a slight unease was birthed, unbefitting of the Witch of Greed. A sentiment that should have never been was birthed. Sphinx. It seems that I should avoid engaging with your explanations. Self-defense. Required. Priscilla. Oh my. As if being chained this way was not enough, you would now turn a deaf ear to mine words as well. If that is the case, there would be no point for your continued presence here, or in keeping mine self alive. In spite of that, why do you continue to do so? Sphinx. As stated, I shall not engage. Priscilla. Very well. Then, I shall lay everything bare. Curving her crimson lips, Priscilla ignored Sphinx's statement of her intention to not engage. Her words and tone of voice held great power. Once she would begin to speak, no matter how much one might desire to close their ears to her utterance, her words possessed the power to force one to heed her. Priscilla. The execution of this plan within the Empire, and your continued presence before me even now that you have succeeded in your objective to transform yourself into the vessel for this so-called witch, the reasons for both are glaringly obvious. Hence to Sphinx, who had failed to silence her, Priscilla continued to speak. And then, Priscilla, you are attempting to flaunt the demise of the Empire while keeping mine self alive. For what reason might that be? It is to show mine self the ruin of mine homeland, so as to crush mine heart, at the root of which is your inexhaustible hatred towards mine self. She had correctly surmised the two ultimate goals of the witch, Sphinx, to recreate the Witch of Greed through transformation of the soul, and to enact her revenge upon Priscilla Burial. For Aldebaran, this was a fateful encounter that should never have happened. Ehina. His voice trembling with wrath, Al grabbed the rapidly emerging stone dowel from the ground and hurled it at the Witch of Greed, her white hair fluttering as she floated in midair. The dowel distorted the space like a mirage and approached furiously, spinning vertically toward the witch, who was preparing to launch some kind of attack. Al's ability to jump was not enough to reach the Witch of Greed, but his sword went straight for her. Witch, I am surprised that someone would address me by that name. Explanation required. Having said so nonchalantly, the Witch of Greed easily avoided the dowel with minimal movement. The blade, which had missed its target, sailed in vain past the Witch of Greed without even grazing her. And that was exactly as intended. Al, eat this! Immediately after Al shouted in a deep voice, the dowel that had missed its target glowed and exploded. To begin with, he was not so naive as to think that the sword he threw would hit his opponent. In fact, Al was well aware that his attacks would not be effective against most opponents. That was why Al's fighting style would not have been worth considering if he had not laid out all of his moves in advance. Which, the stone dowel that had exploded turned into flying debris, mercilessly striking the slender frame of the Witch of Greed. It was a small explosive projectile, and although the damage would be far from fatal if it hit its target, the way it splintered was designed to cause damage that could not be ignored. Even with a small amount of mana, he had purposely sculpted the dowel in such a way that the shards would be sharp. He was skilled at making the most out of what was at his disposal to produce the maximum effect. Al, you see, I used to be in an environment where I would have died if I couldn't do things like this. Above Al's head as he barked, the flying debris pierced the Witch of Greed with a painful sound. However, things did not turn out as expected. Which, The Witch of Greed squinted slightly at the approaching debris and did nothing. There was no need to do anything. The flying debris deflected off of the floating Witch of Greed, as if avoiding her by itself. Al's attack could not even break through the lingering winds that the Witch of Greed wore to fly. But, for Al, even that sadly was to be expected. Which, HK. If the Witch of Greed's attention could be diverted, even for a moment or a minute, that would suffice. Using that gap, Al cast a spell beneath his running feet, and the rising earth became a springboard, propelling Al's body high up into the sky. Then, Al jumped upward and transformed a stone that he had grasped into a second dowel. Compared to producing fire or water from nothing, using a pebble as a catalyst to transform it into a large sword consumed less mana and was orders of magnitude faster in terms of transmutation speed. Al, employing all of his body upon the springboard, he delivered a swinging blow to the Witch of Greed. Unlike the flying debris, this was not something that could be auto-guarded by the wind. Al's full force was put into that face with those all too well-defined wicked features. Al-Ga. Which, compensating for your lack of skill by utilizing your ingenuity is commendable, but skill required. The slender arms of the Witch of Greed smoothly parried the dowel, and her long legs struck the torso of the astonished Al. As Al instinctively folded his body over in midair, the Witch of Greed rotated her hips and kicked him straight to the ground. Al-Ga. He quickly curled his body up, preventing his neck from being broken by the impact of the fall. However, the strong impact inflicted indescribable damage upon Al's entire body, and it was not only the physical impact that had injured Al. Just now, that move was, which, I certainly cannot say that it was not unexpected. This is the result of using previous defeats to compensate for and sharpen the skills which are lacking. Lowering the leg she had used to kick, the Witch of Greed's words penetrated Al's brain, rendering him awestruck. It was strange. It was not possible. As far as Al knew, she had a propensity to try her hand at everything without restraint, but her athletic skills were atrocious. No matter how much she theorized, she was never able to apply it to her own body. She could never learn to perform such feats, even if she were to stand up on her head. In fact, she could not even perform a headstand. In other words, Al, you're not, teacher. You're not, Echidna. Which, your surprise is intriguing. Normally this would be impossible, but you seem to know my creator. How? When asked, Al looked back at the Witch of Greed in the air, at the one who resembled Echidna in appearance, and was at a loss for words. In both appearance and voice, She was just like Echidna herself. But this was not Echidna. In this witch of greed's, no, in this witch's black eyes, it wasn't present. The malignant and abnormal, insatiable curiosity that the real witch of greed possessed. Al. As Al shut his mouth at this certainty, the non-Echidna, being that took the form of Echidna, narrowed her eyes, framed by white lashes, and in slight disapproval, which, refusing to answer, I see. I would like to know more information about yourself beyond simply being a squire of Priscilla Bariel. In that case, I'm terribly sorry, but that'll no longer be possible. It was a flash of lightning, an instantaneous event. Just as the witch was about to point a finger at the barely upright Al, Cecilus appeared behind her with Arakia in his arms. Supporting Arakia with just his left hand, he pulled out the dream sword with his right hand, and with one flash of his right hand without hesitation, the witch's head was sent flying off. Witch. Cecilus. You said I couldn't kill you, didn't you? To be honest, the way you said that was a little bit off-putting, so I hope I can redeem myself with this. Without even granting her a chance to react, the blade easily parted the witch's head from her torso. Above the speechless Al's head, Cecilus stuck his tongue out, as his swordsmanship easily killed even the witch. At least that in itself was understandable to Al, who was confused by the appearance of a familiar-faced witch, and the fact that it was apparently not the witch herself. However, witch analysis required. Understanding what happened next was impossible the first time around. Witch. The beautiful face upon the spinning head only slightly loosened its lips, sneering as her white hair was scattered from her, having been decapitated. Immediately after, the space around the falling witch was violently distorted into white. Witch. Refusing to answer, I see. I would like to know more information about yourself beyond simply being a squire of Priscilla Bariel. Cecilus. In that case I'm terribly sorry, but that'll no longer be. Wah. The witch narrowed her eyes, framed by white lashes, and murmured disapprovingly. Cecilus, aiming at her slender neck from behind, was startled by the earthen wall that suddenly appeared before him, and immediately kicked away into the air, spun around and landed, then turned his furious and reproachful eyes toward Al. Cecilus. Hey, hail, son. What are you doing getting in my way all of a sudden? That was supposed to be the stylish scene where I show off my abilities after being underestimated at the beginning. Even the audience is booing me. Al. Sorry to steal your spotlight, but I can't let you do that. After all, if I let you do that, everyone, or at least, I'd be wiped out. Which, Cecilus stomped his feet on the ground in protest, to which Al replied, causing the witch to let out a sigh. From that single comment, the witch seemed to have realized that Al had seen through her trap, a technique that distorted space, blowing away an entire area as it recoiled. As soon as Cecilus would cut off the witch's head, causing the power maintaining the twisted space to cease, a dead man's switch would be triggered. Rather than detonating upon the press of a button, it was a trap with the same mechanism as a bomb that would be triggered by the release of a button. It was a power that Al could not withstand, regardless of how many walls of earth he erected, or how much armor of stone he wore. In reality, Cecilus might have been able to flee even while carrying Arakia, but for Al it was a passageway to death with no means of escape. Therefore he could not let the witch be killed recklessly. This was a fact that Al had been able to ascertain through 53 attempts of trial and error. Moreover, there was another thing of which he had been convinced. Al, you bastard. You aren't Echidna. Just who the hell are you and where did you come from, witch? I have already answered that question. I am the witch of greed. Al, like I'm saying, that's Echidna's. Cecilus. Wait, Alsan. Don't you understand? Or maybe Alsan has never come across her. Within the gap during which Al was about to argue further with the witch, Cecilus physically intervened, kicking the ground nimbly and standing to block their line of sight as he picked up Arakia again. Cecilus. That person is currently the ringleader of this big disaster happening in the Empire. And so she's the one who's resurrecting the dead. She looks different now than when I previously met her, but I think she looks more beautiful and villainous now. So she has the perfect airs for the person who masterminds everything from behind the curtains. Disaster. Which, there is no need for me to hide it, so I shall affirm it. I am your enemy. Without any deception in her words, the witch matter-of-factly stated her position. This allowed Al to finally escape the humiliating position of falling behind Cecilis in understanding the situation. However, the issue of the witch's appearance still remained unresolved. Al, that figure of yours, it's no use. I can't think of any other possibility aside from teacher having gone too far. Witch, concerning that which you know about my creator, I believe there is confirmation. Required. Cecilis, by the way, I'm still here. To the sight of the distressed Al fiddling with his metal helmet, the witch cast a gaze of great interest. But, once again, Cecilis intercepted her gaze, standing in the way of her being able to satiate her curiosity. However, Cecilis's presence here was not completely positive. As aforementioned, the witch's dead man switch was still functional. Without some sort of breakthrough, it would be impossible to defeat the witch of greed carelessly. Al, no, this isn't the witch of greed. Having said this, Al denied the idea that had begun to take shape in his mind. Though the witch's appearance was certainly identical to Echidna, the title of the Witch of Greed was not something that could be bestowed upon someone who merely resembled her. This was not limited to just the Witch of Greed. The title of witch was not something to be bestowed so lightly. There's no way that someone could become a witch that easily. Witch. I have no desire to ostentatiously flaunt my achievements, but I find it quite annoying to be told that it was easy for me to reach this point. Al, shut up. The hundreds and hundreds of times, and then you can talk. Apparently the witch was feeling displeased, but this was no less true for Al. As soon as possible he wanted to rush to Priscilla, who was in the Crystal Palace. So being held up by an irritated-looking witch was no joke. Al, reinitiate thought experiment, territory redefinition. Left with his raging fighting spirit, Al updated his matrix as he glared at the witch. Even with Cecilis around, he could not be too careful. This was because, along with the fact that one could not carelessly kill the witch, Al had become convinced of another fact. That was... Al. Cecilis, hold on to Lil Miss Arakia tightly. Cecilis. Of course I don't intend to throw her away carelessly, but... doesn't that way of putting it make it sound like I should treat her as if she was as important as a princess? Al. That's right. Since the aim of that woman is Lil Miss Arakia's life. The witch, the bearer of the great disaster, had brought herself here, all due to the fact that Arakia's life slumbered within the arms of Cecilis. Priscilla. Had things progressed ordinarily, Arakia would not have been able to suppress the stone which she had devoured, thus bursting asunder and losing her life. However, your calculations were off. Sphinx, Priscilla. Mind-soul marriage technique and the Blue Lightning's Masayum were factors beyond the realm of your expectation. Nobody can say what would have happened if it were just one or the other, but both had been assembled for Arakia. But then again, if Arakia had not been able to withstand it until they assembled, your calculations would have come to fruition. After asserting so, Priscilla gained confidence in her own assessment from Sphinx's silent demeanor. Despite getting struck on the mark, there was no sign of anguish upon Sphinx's face. Having said that, she did not resort to deceit by manipulating words, an impressive display of nerve in the face of an irregular situation. Arakia's survival should have been an unexpected outcome that deviated from Sphinx's plans. Originally, if things had followed Sphinx's estimations, Arakia should have destroyed herself due to the fact that she had taken in a power that was beyond her stature in order to save Priscilla. Making a display of Arakia's tragic demise must have been one of Sphinx's schemes prepared to torment Priscilla, much like the downfall of the Valatian Empire. Sphinx's act of deliberately making Arakia eat the stone was likewise for that purpose. But it had backfired. Because Archaea had continued to endure without perishing, it had allowed the intervention of Priscilla and Cecilus to successfully prolong her life. As a result, the Spirit Eater, Archaea, had not only thwarted Sphinx's schemes, but she also rose to a significant position capable of greatly derailing her plans. That was to say, Priscilla. The stone residing within Archaea was exorcised by Cecilus Segmont with the Dream Sword. Hence, her life is now synonymous with the stone. Sphinx. Yes, that is correct. I too have no objections to your assessment. That was Priscilla's assertion, to which Sphinx also nodded in agreement. It was an affirmation of a dramatic, fateful change in circumstances, proof of acknowledgement that Archaea had become deeply and inseparably connected to the stone, Muspel, which she had taken in. Archaea's original intention was likely to have been to absorb a portion of Muspel, thereby teaching the Great Spirit the fear of death, by having Cecilus kill it through this connection, and thus putting an end to the situation in which Sphinx used the stone for the large-scale application of the sacrament of the immortal king. However, looking at the results alone, that plan had failed. In essence, for both the living and the dead caught in the grip of the stone, this turned out to be an irregular situation beyond expectations of all involved. Sphinx. However, you are still the one who is cornered. If General First Class Archaea were to lose her life, then the stone, Muspel, would likewise meet its demise. The Valatian Empire shall not escape destruction. Priscilla, do you presume that mine eyes shall cloud over if my once discarded homeland falls? You have underestimated me. Sphinx, in that case, sit back and watch. Whether or not this is all bravado shall become clear. Crimson and jet black, the eyes of Priscilla and Sphinx glared at each other squarely. Despite the heat and sharpness of Priscilla's gaze, Sphinx's firm resolve remained unshaken. In response to being openly told that the cogs of her plan had gone out of order, that was a displeased display of intimidation. At the root of that, rivaling her long-standing, centuries-spanning fixation that had allowed Sphinx to fulfill her purpose of becoming the Witch of Greed, was her hatred towards Priscilla. Priscilla, to detest mineself to such a degree. Nay, perhaps you are thinking of them, O witch. Sphinx, there exists no name for the splinter that resides within the depths of my chest. Or perhaps, do you know just what it is that dwells within myself? Answer, required. Priscilla, the boorish act of a party uninvolved committing it to words. I shall not be made to do so. To the unnamed emotion of the person directly concerned, Priscilla had no intention to try and place a name to it. Even were its name unknown, a blooming flower would still be a flower. In this parable, even if it was a flower that only grew petals atop piles of corpses, there was no sin in its beauty. Sphinx. Silenced by Priscilla's answer, Sphinx instead snapped her fingers. At that moment, the image of the distant view that had been reflected in the magic crystal fitted into the end of her staff before the witch's appearance had changed, was projected onto the surface of a water mirror that was created in the air. The sight of a being with the same appearance as the witch before her, sending down a star from the yet bright sky, in order to put an end to the land of the sword wolves. Cecilus. Clouds gather over the moon, and wind scatters the flowers, so to speak. Allowing the elegant, picturesque poem to flow off of his tongue, Cecilus plunged himself into the tempest of stones. The upheaved maelstrom of debris before him was bound to be a fatal hail of bullets through a forest of blades. But pulling Archaea tightly into his arms, Cecilus successfully evaded it with the minimal amount of movement. No, Cecilus, how wonderful. It's a difficulty level that only I'm capable of dealing with. Licking the blood that trickled down his grazed cheek, Cecilus trained his gaze on the witch who was blowing a raging storm. Though it was troublesome, he could not tear down the advantageous position the witch was maintaining from a high altitude. Archaea had essentially flattened all the surrounding buildings that could have been used as footholds, and there were no stage props on this battlefield that could buy him the range to reach her with a jump. Having said that, even if he wanted to lead the enemy to some other battlefield, which, Algoa, brought about by the short incantation, was a gargantuan mass of flames that plummeted down on an unbelievable scale. If it were to make impact with the ground, the entirety of the surrounding area would be engulfed in the tongues of flame, and it would likely amount to a hellscape on par with that of his battle against Archaea. And unlike Archaea, the witch had no need to concern herself with limiting the area that comprised her theater of war. Cecilis. It's simply troublesome. Scatter! That instant, the brandish of the dream sword, unsheathed at lightning speed, unleashed a stroke of cloud, cutting, bisecting the fireball in the sky above. The bundle of flames basked in the glint of the slash, and released a firepower capable of turning the surface into a sea of flame out into the sky, coating it once more in the destructive hue of red after it had temporarily returned to its usual color. Moi. It was quite splendid that the sight was exceedingly flashy. However, he would not be able to quietly sit and enjoy that view. That was because the mass of flames raining down did not end with just that one attack. Which, Goa, Algoa, Ulgoa, Algoa. At the successive incantations, ruinous fire of immense volume began to fall like a scene out of a nightmare. At the rain of fire that did not emit even a single shot, Cecilis's eyes brilliantly lit up. Throwing Archaea directly to his side, he gripped the handle of the dream sword. Cecilis. Don 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 do do don don. While slicing in a staccato rhythm, the shimmering dream sword cleared away the downpour of flame. As the sound of thunder, the sound of explosions, the sound of the world ending were all strummed, the perilous radiance of the sky increased all the more. His cheeks contorted into a smile. However, Cecilis would not welcome a war of attrition. Cecilis was capable of disregarding the risk that came in exchange for the dream sword's power to the maximum degree, but forcibly avoiding the payment of resources that were supposed to be limited was a mutual occurrence between the two parties. That was to say, in the current state, the battle between Cecilis and the witch was at a standstill. If what Al had said was true, if they carelessly lopped the head off of the witch, the whole area would be blown away. When he strained his eyes, he could see that the atmosphere surrounding the witch was distorting, so there was quite a high amount of credibility to that. Even if the space was about to be blown away, Cecilis could probably outrun it and get away. But the moment that Al, who was deep with doubt and capable of using true sight just like Schwartz, did not make any indication of that being the case, Cecilis could somewhat presume that it would be a disadvantageous gamble. Therefore, this was a standstill, and if the only way to move the situation forward was Cecilis, it would be a one-way ticket to their demise. Cecilis, that's why this is your time to shine. Al-San. Al. I know, got it. Also, don't be throwing Lil Miss Archaea away without any reservations like that. Cecilis. How vexing that you call it throwing her away. It was a feat only made possible due to the mutual trust between myself and Al-San, as Cecilis caused countless blazing flowers of brilliant crimson to bloom in the sky. Al shouted at him while carrying Archaea, who had been thrown over to himself with his one arm. Of course, he had thrown Archaea believing that Al was in a good position to catch her, but from Al's point of view, it would have looked like he had cast her aside. Even so, Al had not failed to catch something even once, and above all, witch. Are you able to evade this, too? With a short mutter from the witch, a white ray of heat was fired from her finger. That was not something aimed at Cecilis, but rather, it was aimed directly at Al. No, it was aimed at Archaea, who was being carried in his arms, but the attack that was attempting to stop her heart would not reach. Right in the nick of time, Al evaded by a margin that could only be described as a hair's breadth. That evasion was terribly clumsy, with a form that paid no heed to how he looked while doing so. Cecilis, if it's a good outcome and it's in Char, then that's fine. However, just as Al-San said, Anya is being completely targeted. Al, at any rate, it seems like if Lil Miss Archaea dies, the base of the Empire will collapse. Cecilis. I see I don't get it in the slightest, being told something that sounded like a joke in a manner that did not seem to be joking. Though Cecilis smiled, he did not laugh. Snatching Arakia from Al's hand as they passed each other, he accelerated. Cecilis. Well then, how about this now? If you want to tag along, then pursue me with your eyes, pursue me with your heart, and pursue me with your very soul. Oh! Kicking off the ground, Cecilis approached lightning speed with Arakia in his arms. Yielded in the air as if to surround the range of Cecilis's sprint were many beautiful mirrors fabricated with water. The surfaces of those mirrors reflected the white rays of heat fired by the witch, and a boisterous dance of light commenced. From all directions, lethal luminescence was chaotically fired, targeting Cecilis. Cecilis. I da 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 10. Amidst the berserk tempest of light, Cecilis ran through it as if he were dancing. He inclined his body, leaned forward, stretched out his legs, lowered his posture, and occasionally stepped over the light with long strides. And for the angles he could not evade, he would utilize the blade of the dream sword, and would cleave the water mirrors reflecting the light in twain. With the splashing sound of a flat stone skipping across the surface of water, he basked in the scattered droplets of the broken water mirrors, and cut his way through the storm. Which, behold the sensation of the world turning against you. That instant, the declaration of the witch, along with the sound of the atmosphere tensing, struck Cecilis's eardrums. The pain he felt running through his whole body in that moment was proof that the splash of the broken water mirrors had instantly frozen over, stealing heat from Cecilis's body and robbing him of his freedom. Even the water mirrors were carefully planned out with second and third stage preparations. How truly cunning, the sensation of the world turning against you. This was yet another famous piece of elegant composition. Certainly, in the Wallachian Empire, where there were nearly no magicians in the traditional sense, the opportunities to encounter a master such as this never came about. Cecilis. But it seems like you aren't aware. The world is always awaiting my activities. Contrary to his falling body temperature, his motivation surged with an increased radiance. That instant, the mana circulating within Cecilis's body began to rampage with an inexplicable vigor, as if a lightning bolt had ignited it. The glaciation that had attempted to rob him of his body heat and freedom evaporated instantaneously, and he resumed his sprint. Having escaped the restraints of ice with that vigor, Cecilis looked up to the sky, and a broad smile emerged on his face. It was not a smile he gave while exchanging glances with the airborne witch. Beyond that witch, falling down from much, much higher up in the sky, he had laid eyes upon the radiance of a star. Which? Al-Shario? The meaning behind the incantation indicated that the radiance of that star was something brought about by the witch's hand. Before the sensational truth that an incredible magician was capable of making a star fall, the dream sword resting upon Cecilis's waist pulsated in excitement. It was responding, yearning to devour the dreams surging within its owner. Masayame was doing so. Cecilis. How truly enthralling. The downpour of light spoke thus. Slay the star. The beloved blade mounted on his waist spoke thus. Slay the star. The many members of the audience standing in unison spoke thus. Slay the star. The soul of Cecilis segment spoke thus. Slay the star. Cecilis. Averting a mere sliver of his consciousness away from the star for a moment, Cecilis licked his lips. Currently, aside from the dream invigorating his soul with a supreme challenge, everything would become notions of the past. In order to actualize that, Cecilis laid the girl in his arms down upon the ground and stood in front of her. He had chosen the most even surface he could find. Even having taken off his hourie and laying it out, he had handled her with the utmost amount of thoughtfulness. From here, though he felt sorry about it, even her presence would be excluded from his field of consciousness. Cecilis. Ha! A beat after the hoarse exhale, Cecilis silently unsheathed the dream sword from his waist. The drawn blade made contact with the atmosphere, and as it started to vibrate as if siphoning Silas's ardor as he clasped its hilt, luster began to dwell within it. The enchanted sword would devour its owner's dreams, and turn their pipe dreams into dreams come true. Concentrating his focus upon the starlight, Cecilis forgot to blink, to breathe, even to make his heart beat, and poured all of his energy into becoming one and the same with the enchanted sword. While he was doing so, the witch seemed to be doing something to disrupt Cecilis's focus. But, Cecilis. Aha! Cecilus's consciousness was singularly honed in on the radiance of the star. Thus, he would exclude absolutely anything and everything unnecessary for accomplishing that. Color and sound and smell and taste, the approaching earth, wind, fire, and water, all were unconsciously excluded, but merely removing those was not enough. If it was necessary, then, Cecilus, the starlight hurtling down towards the ground, even if the destructive power enshrouding it did not make direct contact with the land, the pressure alone would make the surface split apart, burn the atmosphere, and convert light into pain. Looking up to the sky in hopes of delivering a counterattack, Cecilus Segmont was thankful for this moment. With that gratitude in his heart, he celebrated all. Cecilus, the escape of his exhale, just who would notice that the way it resounded had changed? That which was required of Cecilus in this moment, that which was coveted in order to wield the dream sword to the fullest extent without any misgivings. That answer had been brought about by emotions that reeked of blood, ones that were awfully transient in nature. The clash of blades that had been exchanged in his father's final moments had informed Cecilus Segmont. It had informed him about the whereabouts of the soul. The blade of Rowan Segmont, the sword of the man who had desecrated life and death alike, had done so. Therefore, Cecilus, swordsman, Cecilus Segmont, indeed, giving an austere statement, the Blue Lightning, Cecilus Segmont, the most powerful being within the Wallachian Empire, swung the dream sword with limbs of length most befitting the leading actor. Lightning had cut through starlight. There was no other appropriate expression to describe what had happened, only the moment in which he bore witness to the events unfolding before him. The only question he had to ponder was whether or not he could believe that what he had seen was actually real. However, no matter how fucking absurd it may be, Cecilus Segmont had slayed the star. In the likeness of the Witch of Greed, the one behind the curtain who had employed a forbidden magic that was a specialty of that same witch, was now wide-eyed at the same reality Al had witnessed. It was no easy feat to make a star fall. Even the real Witch of Greed had said that she would not want to make more than one fall in the span of a day. In other words, she could not fire more in succession. In a world where the light of the sundered star painted the sky white, and where even all semblance of sound had vanished, Al raised his voice to rouse his own spirits, making his approach towards the midst of the sky using stone pillars that he was creating as footholds. A star had fallen. That star was slain. And thus, approaching the witch who had ceased her movement in surprise. Which, it is true that I was surprised. However, the stone dowel which Al had thrusted forth as he lunged was crushed in the palm of the witch. The wind enshrouding that palm had vibrated immensely, a combination of magic and martial arts capable of shattering its target. If a direct hit had been made, the magical technique would have shredded flesh, bone, and everything else into pieces. With it still within her grasp, the witch attempted to smash Al's head along with his helmet. The witch had updated her threat assessment concerning Cecilus, who had unleashed a stroke of sword that was far too extraordinary, and she corrected her perception of Al as an obstacle to killing Arakia, regarding him as a pebble that ought to be eliminated quickly. But she was not aware. Even a pebble could sometimes kill the one who stumbled over it. Which innovation was Requie. A moment later, the witch's head was struck by Al's left arm, and an improvised prosthetic arm constructed of rock and stone. Al, your stars were bad. Witch? As Al slightly altered the connotation of his habitual words, the witch's eyes trembled. It was the instant she was maneuvering to attempt some manner of counterattack or countermeasure. Before Al, who had already completed all his preparations, that instant felt like it was as distant as an eternity. Al, ol Shamak. In response to the incantation spun by Al's lips from within his iron helmet, the world transformed, basking in the unthinkable attack. The witch, who had become unable to think for an instant, had her whole body entangled, preventing her from moving her body and halting the activity of the gate within her body. This was an anti-witch trump card that Al had acquired. Witch? The witch fell to the ground with a weak exhale, having lost her freedom, constrained by a power that ought to be called by the contradictory expression of black light, Her form resembled the chrysalis of an insect. As a matter of fact, the degree to which her movements had hardened was also to that extent, just as had been done unto the most terrifying witch in the world, Al. But, with this blurg. Al landed beside the fallen witch and attempted to look up, but he was struck by a sense of lethargy as he fell to his knees and vomited on the spot. His improvised left arm had already collapsed. He quickly lifted the chin of his helmet with his right hand, and his whole body creaked from the enormous exhaustion as he vomited yellow gastric juice from his exposed mouth. A pounding, intense pain shot through his head and his vision completely blacked out. From this sensation he knew his eyesight would not return for a while, though there was solace now that he had already finished restraining the witch. Which, correction, required. Ah? Ah. Gasping for breath, with the edges of his mouth stained by gastric drool, Al looked up. Even when turned upward, his vision remained dark. However, he turned his head toward the sound of the voice and exhibited doubt. What did the witch just say? Her gate having been forcibly closed, the witch ought to have been unable to need her magic. So, just what? Al. What? Al, whose vision was occluded, was unable to tell. The entirety of the Crystal Palace, located in the northernmost part of the imperial capital, renowned as the most beautiful castle in the world, began to glow faintly. The Crystal Palace flickered, and the ultimate weapon of the imperial capital of Lipugana, the magic crystal cannon, was fired. It had been unleashed once during the imperial civil war, when the living were contending for the throne, just before the great disaster had posed a threat to the entire empire, even capable of causing the maps to be redrawn. It was a weapon that transcended human capability, that the target was themselves. No, it was aimed at the witch who had transformed into a black mass on the ground, a fact that was, as expected, immediately noticed by Cecilia's segment. It was a suicide bomb tactic designed to lock onto the witch herself, ensuring that the target would be eliminated. The person who came up with it would be a genius at harassment, and this was surely the work of an evil and cunning villain, Cecilius Masayume. Confirming the sensation of the enchanted sword in his hand, Cecilius, immediately after slaying the star, attempted to push himself even further. Al, who had achieved a surprising victory such that giving him any more spotlight would have been excessive. The sleeping heroine behind him, who, if left unprotected, would cause things to no longer make rational sense in storytelling and leading actor terms, and vaguely fueled by his father's death. The revival of perfect Cecilius, needless to say, he was spurred on by it all. The star and the subsequent firing of the imperial treasure, facing off against it. He himself was the blue lightning. And it was at that moment, Cecilius. With one foot raised as he was about to step forth, Cecilius's blue eyes widened. Then, with an abrupt sigh, he lowered his raised foot to the ground, lowering it and shaking his head as if to say, "Good grief." Au Shamak, mere moments before the light of the magic crystal cannon would have arrived. A loud voice reverberated across the skies of the imperial capital. Immediately after, the color of the sky, which had been dyed in red and white as it pleased, was engulfed in black, and a bottomless void that could swallow even light had been opened in the heavenly skies. It was a supremely thrilling and flashy interruption that had completely wrecked the witch's plan to snatch victory by sacrificing herself at this juncture, and the ones who had brought it about were, Cecilius, about time you showed up, or you'd have lost your chance to shine, boss. The great void in the sky had swallowed up the light, and catching sight of the tiny figures that had created it, Cecilius smiled at the black-haired boy and the girl in the dress who were holding hands. Seemingly not having heard the voice of the smiling Cecilius, the boy shouted, "Boy, like I'd ever let you. Bring it on, oh, inevitable fate." Chapter 66. The Magic Crystal Cannon. Rewinding time to before Cecilius Segmund slayed the star. That's why there's people who are more motivated than me flying around. So long as they ain't stronger than me, I guess there ain't no problem. People stronger than Halabel San. Halabel. The only one who's absolutely stronger than me is the kingdom's sword saint. Other than that, it depends on compatibility in the circumstances. Halabel's softly worded response gave Subaru a sense of both relief and trepidation. Cecilus being included as an ally, having a strong person take pride in their strength, was nothing short of reassuring. That was especially true if they were among the strongest in the world. Precisely because of that, he could not help but be astounded by how out of the ordinary Reinhard was, who had his strength absolutely guaranteed by some of the world's strongest. The two of you sure have plenty of time to talk, no? Abel's sullen voice interrupted the conversation between Subaru and Halibel. Drawing a line of flame with his treasured sword of crimson, he led the group with the Yang sword in hand, cutting down the undead in their way and igniting their very existence. The power of the Yang sword was incredible, allowing Abel, who was originally only capable of catfighting with the child Subaru, to move as well as a first-rate martial artist. Frankly, the sight of Abel kicking the ground with such agility and dancing with the sword was enough to bug his brain. Vincent, you disrespectful lot do not make the Emperor do all of the fighting for you. Subaru, shut up. This is your punishment for hiding your trump card. Besides, I'm not making you do all of the work, was what Subaru was about to say before he was interrupted by a tremor. Subaru. What had caused the ground to shake was two undead who had dropped from the sky. A giant and a tall figure landed as if to obstruct their path, readying their weapons behind the sullen-faced Abel and Subaru, who glared at him. It was as if the two were trying to make them pay for foolishly arguing on the battlefield. Vincent, the monster arm Rondando. Abel's calm black eyes reflected the undead behind Subaru while calling out that name. He stabbed his Yang sword into the other undead that had appeared behind him, burning its existence. Accepting the offered name, Subaru looked back at the man standing behind him, who had only an oddly developed right arm, and saw Halibel caught the surprise attack with one raised finger. In their contest of strength, the giant did not overwhelm his opponent. Halibel, don't you be disappointed, you're real powerful. I just gave you some ground. Halibel stood with his heels in the air, the streets rippling like the surface of water beneath his feet before dissipating. That highlighted the difference in status between the still Herculean might of the monster arm and Halibel. Whether that was a relief or not was unknown, but in any case, it was helpful. Subaru. Rondando. Oh. Onto the body of the monster arm, who had been stopped from moving. Speka's palm was placed as she held Subaru's hand. The next moment, the role of the undead was stripped away, and their opponent, clouded by hostility, Rondando blinked his eyes. Turning to dust from his fingertips, Rondando was released from the mission that had been imposed upon him. That their face looked relieved as they disappeared was most likely because Subaru wanted to believe it so. That's a more peaceful way to go than having your soul burned away, I suppose. Beatrice, who held Subaru's hand opposite from Speka, understood his sentiments. To the kind judgment from his partner, Subaru said, "Yeah?" and squeezed her tiny hand back, and then he looked up at the wolfman beside him. Subaru. That was helpful, Halibel-san. Thank you, Halibel. No worries, no worries. It's just as the Emperor-san said. I shouldn't be just looking around all the time. I at least gotta make up for the sleeping kid. Halibel laughed appreciatively, and bobbed his Kiziru up and down between his teeth. The wolfman was holding the unconscious Jamal in his arms, but contrary to boasting about his overwhelming strength, he was probably being overly modest about his performance. Jamal was in a bad state, but this reinforcement more than filled the gap that he had left behind. Beatrice, it would be troublesome if you were satisfied with simply working as a replacement for Jamal, I suppose. An outlier like you must work even harder. In fact, Subaru, I didn't say that. Halibel, well, ain't you a fierce lil pup, but it's more invigorating when someone expects that much from you. Though if I get too enthusiastic and die, the wolfmen might end up getting wiped out. Subaru, let me just say this. I feel like if it's a situation where Halibel-san would die, I have a suspicion that the entire world would be destroyed, not just the wolfmen. This was not an exaggeration. It bore repeating that this was a battle. On that sort of scale, as was always the case, Subaru was frantically fighting against the obstacles that stood in his way, fervently trying to deal with them, and persevering to somehow overcome these obstacles with all of his friends. Subaru. Could lower-level people like me please not have to fight against the enemies of the world? What's with those eyes, Speka? Speka. Ow. Beatrice. The day that you became Betty's partner and Amelia's knight, it was already too late, is what Spica is trying to say, in fact. Subaru. There's no way Spica would have such a detailed overview of the state of the world. He objected to Beatrice's arbitrary interpretation. Nevertheless, Spica's reaction seemed to indicate that it was generally correct. He tried to stare at his hands, but could not do so because both of them were being held by the little girls. How unfortunate. Halibel watched the scene with thread-thin eyes in a good humor. Vincent, enough of this frolicking. Again, Abel spoke in a cold voice that seemed to split the air. However, no one, including Subaru, could complain about his latest request, because they had finally arrived before their destination. Subaru. The Crystal Palace. Even from a distance, the towering majesty of the palace was overwhelming. But looking upon it up close like this, that impression was not diminished, but only intensified. It was not for nothing that it was praised as the most beautiful palace in the world. Beatrice. Such an outrageous palace, I suppose. Beatrice muttered as she tightened her grip on Subaru's hand. What was contained in that murmur was not an admiration of the beauty of the palace, but a quiet fear. When Subaru gave her a sidelong glance to inquire about her true intentions, her eyes, with their distinctive patterns, flickered. Beatrice. To amass such a large amount of rare and highly pure magic crystals is something extraordinary, in fact. Even if we were to overturn the Empire, we would never be able to build something like this, I suppose. Subaru. That being said, it's actually here, right? Beatrice. So, this means that they crafted the magic crystals they lacked, in fact. It's no wonder that the number of spirits willing to lend a helping hand to others is extremely low in the Empire, I suppose. Subaru, that's... Subaru was taken aback by Beatrice's grim face and her words. In short, a magic stone was a mass of condensed mana, and their purest form was called a magic crystal. The fact was that Beatrice, after seeing the Crystal Palace, which had been made lavishly from it, looked extremely displeased and said what she had just said. Vincent. Magic crystals can be artificially created by preparing a large amount of colorless mana and condensing it. There is no denying that such a process was involved in the completion of the Crystal Palace. Beatrice, not just Subaru. But Betty is telling you too, in fact. This empire is detestable, I suppose. Abel's words and Beatrice's reaction gave away the fact that many spirits had their lives sacrificed to build this castle. This was something Subaru, a spiritual arts user, certainly had some feelings about. Subaru. Bio. I know how you feel. But that and this fight are... Halibel. Now, there's no need for you to say nothing. The kid gets it just right. You see, Wallachhia's history's bloody and unequaled, but the shinobi are just as bad in retrospect. Beatrice, don't compare two bads and talk about which is better than the other, in fact. With her cheeks puffed out, Beatrice responded to Subaru and Halibel. Then, noticing the gaze of Spica peering at her through Subaru, Beatrice. It's all right, Spica, I suppose. My conclusion is the same as Subaru's, in fact. Despite hating the Empire, there are people living here who have helped us. And there are even those whom Betty doesn't dislike. That's why Betty will fight earnestly, I suppose. Spica. Ayo. Beatrice. Just now, Betty felt like you called her Biko, in fact. Only Subaru is allowed to call her that. Not you, I suppose. Saying this with even more dissatisfaction than when she had seen the Crystal Palace, Beatrice then smiled. At that smile, Spica let out a yoo-yoo of relief, which came along with a deep sigh from Subaru. On the other hand, Abel, who had lived in this castle, which was the root of all evil, remained indifferent to the emotional compromise of Subaru and the others as he gazed upon the castle. Subaru, it's not just about you. It's about the deeds of your ancestors. Show some remorse. Vincent. The Emperor does not easily bow his head. If you truly wish to pursue those responsible from that period, you should take a walk. Those who were involved in the construction of the castle might be around. Subaru. You? Abel's inability to stop talking was met with a glare by Subaru. But the argument came to an impasse as the castle appeared within sight. In the front of the Crystal Palace, figures began to sprang up. Halibel, these fellas must be elite, here to stop us from going in. Seems like they're real strong, so it's gonna be tough. Subaru. If the castle is well defended, it must mean that something important is hidden there. Abel! Where should we aim for in the castle, Vincent? Since the stone is being utilized for the forbidden magic, the treasury where the core of Moguro Hagane, the nucleus of the Crystal Palace, is kept. Or perhaps the underground cathedral where sacrifices are offered to anchor the stone. There is also the dungeon next to the cathedral. No, disregard that. Subaru. In the face of successive obstacles, the group's readiness to rush in was heightened. In the midst of this, Abel's retracted words made Subaru squint one of his eyes. Abel's brief mention of the Crystal Palace's underground dungeon. Thinking of who might be chained there, Subaru sighed. Remaining in the imperial capital, it was Priscilla whose whereabouts were unknown. Her survival had been confirmed thanks to Schult, who could feel their connection, but even with Subaru's repeated challenges, her presence had not been sighted in the imperial capital. And Sphinx, whom they had just defeated, had attempted to get Abel to return to the castle in order to meet Priscilla. Subaru, I already know about your relationship with Priscilla, but even if you are worried about your sister, there's no need to insist on it. Vincent, do you plan to seize the Empire's weakness? Subaru. Shut up, you siskin. Your sister might have the worst personality, but she's also on my list of people I won't let die. So I'm just saying we should save her while we're at it. From the beginning, their encounters had never contained pleasant memories, as he had always been manipulated by Priscilla. However, her follower, Al, hailed from the same homeland as Subaru, and he himself had been helped by Priscilla on several occasions. Also, sometimes he wanted to save Priscilla from a dire situation, just to see the look on her face when she would have to say words of gratitude. Beatrice. Knowing her, she'll probably just say that you're late or that you've done a great deed, in fact. Subaru. I can already imagine it, but I want to confirm that for myself. Abel, that's my policy, Vincent. Do as you please. Somehow, thinking that the reply was somewhat like a rehearsal for Priscilla, who never thanked him, Subaru and all the others except Abel looked at each other and nodded. For a moment, he was inclined to wait for Emilia and the others to catch up to them along with the former emperor of Wallachia, whom Halibel had seen off. Subaru, there's no missing the turning point while being so eager. Let's go. Beatrice, I suppose. Spica. How? Halibel. Guessin'. We'll go with that. Vincent, do not fall behind. Subaru, come on. For Viva the Dissector, this resurrected state of life was akin to a dream. Individuals who had been revived as undead were abiding by the will of the caster for various reasons. Many were reluctant to fight with the goal of destroying their homeland, and thus had been mostly stripped of their sense of self, accepting the instructions to direct their instinctive violent impulses towards the living. On the other hand, there were also a certain number of individuals who, for the most part, were not under the influence of that mental manipulation. For example, individuals who were likely to experience an extreme decline in ability under the influence of mental manipulation would only receive minimal instructions, so as not to disobey the caster's will. Viva, too, was one of the individuals who was only subject to minimal influence on his mind. However, that was not because the caster wished to avoid a decline in Viva's abilities. Viva had not even a sliver of a reason to disobey the caster's will. The bearer of the great disaster who sought to bring ruin to the Wallachian Empire. Did Viva's lack of defiance against that perhaps mean that he harbored a hatred towards the Wallachian Empire? Unfortunately, such a question could only be answered with a resounding no. The aspect in which the intentions of Viva and the bearer of the great disaster coincided was not concerning the survival of the Wallachian Empire. It was the investigation of the soul and of its true nature. The reason why Viva came to be known as the Dissector was because he did battle with many enemies as a warrior of the Wallachian Empire, and dismembered the bodies of his opponents into thousands, tens of thousands of pieces. Only the reason why Viva would dissect his opponents' bodies to such an extreme extent, regardless of their survival, was not because he harbored any perverted interests. The pursuit of knowledge. That was his reason. At the extremity of dissection, what Viva had truly wished to ascertain was not flesh and blood, but the soul. The discrepancies between individual lives, the differences between strong and weak, the distinctions between male and female, just what exactly it was that individualized individuals. Thirsting to know, Viva had dissected many a life. Despite having done all that, Viva had failed to perceive the soul during his lifetime, not even achieving the result of laying his fingertips upon it. He had died in the midst of chagrin. That had been the life of Viva. But, having been resurrected from death, Viva laid eyes upon what lay beyond his hopes, which ought to have already come to an end, when he himself was revived by the power of the witch, who was abusing the usage of souls. He gained a fragment of understanding of the soul, which he had failed to touch even a portion of during his lifetime. The witch had given him the opportunity to turn that fragment of understanding into an even greater fragment. Ergo, for Viva, this era was a miraculous one indeed. Viva. There are still many things I wish to assess. Got it? The witch who had revived Viva had also affirmed his insatiable curiosity. In order to thoroughly investigate souls to his heart's content, Viva had been granted the right to toy with lives in the palace, and was provided with an environment where he could delight with more test subjects than he could have ever hoped for. When he was alive, undoubtedly allowing him to fully enjoy this time of splendor. If it was for the sake of this curiosity, he did not care how many lives were lost. Rather, the more people died, the more variety of resources he would have to use over and over to the fullest extent. Thus, the more people he killed, the more Viva's desires would be fulfilled. For that purpose, there were still many a life he needed to take. Viva the dissector. Viva the dissector. Viva, both in life and in death, your deeds are unbearable to witness. Therefore, though I may know your name, I shan't bestow upon you any choice save being scorched. A sword flashed red, and before he knew it, his field of vision was spinning through the air. The moment Viva had realized that it was the result of his own head having been lopped off, was when he had caught sight of his own headless body within his revolving vision, and bore witness to it bursting up in flame. It was not just his body that had been set alight. The same went for his lopped-off cranium. It was a sense of being overwhelmed that was reminiscent of the young boy who had once killed him. But what was decisively different about this was that the flame brought about by the treasured sword of crimson also reached beyond the bounds of death. Tasting the sensation of his soul being scorched, Viva experienced the greatest joy he had felt since having been resurrected. Viva. Ah, I see it. I got it. The whereabouts of the soul. As his flesh, his life, and his very soul were aflame, Viva was satisfied by this conclusion, realizing that despite killing many, dissecting their bodies, and continuing to repeatedly toy with lives, the quickest way had always been to just experience it himself, and thus he had taken quite the detour. He laughed to himself. For the group that was to infiltrate the Crystal Palace, the battle was extremely fierce. The dead stood blocking the path in a vast horde, refusing to allow entry to the living, and the bizarre forms of the inexhaustibly rising dead were so repulsive, the living would hesitate to take a step further. They had previously crossed paths with an undead called the Giant Eye Ismail, which had been wandering the imperial capital in a state that was far removed from its original form, and the taste of this situation was close to that. If there was a difference, it would be that, unlike Ismail, whose body had been transformed chaotically under the sole influence of an impulse to destroy, there was a concept behind the deformities of these dead. More aggressive, more radical, and more unorthodox, they were like clay kneaded as one's curiosity commanded. However, rather than mere clay, one had kneaded life itself. Furthermore, one had the knowledge and sense required to manifest their curiosity to its fullest extent. And for that, Viva the dissector. When Abel called out a name, it was a sign that the preparations for Spica's star-eating were in order. Thus, those who could be defeated by star-eating should be defeated by star-eating. This was the unspoken agreement, as Subaru was well aware. Viva. Despite this, Abel had skillfully cut off the head of the person he had named with the Yang sword. Naturally, the merciless power of the Yang sword would set the soul of his opponent ablaze. To what extent they would suffer was something that Subaru did not know, having never experienced his soul being burned. However, the fact that he used the Yang sword to cut down an opponent who could have been defeated without causing them to suffer was a clear indication of Abel's anger towards the other person. Scary. But I can relate to what Emperor San's feeling. Commenting on Abel's sword strike, which could have been described as an execution, Halibel opened his thin thread-like eyes slightly as he slid through the enemies, his golden pupils seemingly gliding in the air. Standing in the way of the slickly moving Halibel were the deformed undead, whose bodies seemed to have been modeled after creatures with long arms and legs, but they proved to be no match for Kararagi's strongest. Their elongated arms and legs were mercilessly broken, and all 10 or so bodies were buried up to their waists in the ground that had become soft, as if it had melted, rendering them unable to move. It seemed like something similar to the Earth Release Jutsu, and how it differed from magic was not clear. Furthermore, Halibel, don't push yourself too hard. Halibel, they've changed to looking nothing like they used to. I doubt their names are still recognizable. Halibel, even if that ain't the case, I don't like making kids do the fighting anyway. And then the number of Halibels had simultaneously increased by 3 more, each with the same capabilities as the original, in what was an outstanding feat. Although it was known that he could use the clone jutsu, being performed up close only further emphasized how broken of a skill it was. The clone jutsu by itself was already plenty powerful, but that one amongst the strongest in existence was able to do so was terrifying. Beatrice. Truly thankful we are on the same side, in fact. Beatrice, having stopped an approaching undead with a purple arrow that had been shot from her outstretched hand, had the same thoughts as Subaru regarding Halibel. As Halibel had stated, against such undead opponents distorted to the extent of becoming far removed from their original form, Spica had been unable to land an effective blow. Spica. Ooh! Subaru. It's frustrating, I know, but don't hurry, don't haste, and don't panic. I'd rather reduce their numbers here than be surrounded after entering that cramped castle. While trying to calm the groaning Spica, Subaru kept his eyes focused on the undead considered to have been deformed. As Beatrice and Halibel held the enemy back, those Abel could name were defeated with star-eating, and the remaining were defeated with the Yang sword. Such was the battle being waged to reduce their number. It could be said that, although their appearance had been distorted, the fact that they were not being spawned incessantly one after the other in a systematic manner was something fortunate. On the other hand, it would mean that, after being resurrected as undead, they had by some means been manually altered into that form, a proposition that did not change the heaviness within his chest by much. Subaru. But still, the fact that we can release them from that state by defeating them just once is a... That moment Subaru had been about to say, relief. Beatrice. Subaru. HK. Beatrice's altered expression and tone of voice caused Subaru to stiffen. Beatrice's round eyes were wide open, and the reason for her reaction had also become known to Subaru. For the anomaly taking place, it was just that obvious. Spica. Well, Spica, who had also noticed that anomaly, the very cause of their astonishment, exclaimed as she pointed at the crystal palace that had begun to glow, slowly painting the entire landscape in a pale white radiance. The castle was clothed in a brilliant luminance. However, the situation was not one where its beauty could be admired. The fact that the crystal palace was glowing meant that Vincent, the magic crystal cannon, has been activated. While cleaving through the bodies of 2 undead, one before him and the other behind, with a swift spin, Abel, upon sighting the radiance of the crystal palace, had loudly proclaimed thus, "The magic crystal cannon." As mentioned previously, it was a weapon with an anti-army level of power that could be unleashed utilizing the energy stored within the magic crystals embedded throughout the crystal palace. Upon seeing the light that foretold its discharge, Subaru gasped. Subaru, are we the target? Vincent, no. Mowing down the ground beneath the castle with the magic crystal cannon would be an act far too careless, even if they are undead who can be revived endlessly. Subaru. Hearing Abel's cry, Subaru's thoughts began to heat up and accelerate. Abel's conjecture that the target was not themselves was not a relief, but rather it was unfavorable. If the target had been Subaru and those with him, even if they were wiped out, the situation would have been easier to deal with. What was irreversible for Subaru was the deaths of his allies somewhere beyond his reach. He had not yet experienced a case where the magic crystal cannon had been fired, and now that they had come to a point where Sphinx had been defeated, to have it fired prior to reuniting with his allies could not be allowed. The magic crystal cannon needed to be stopped. However, it was already too late. The light was undoubtedly the pre-fire charge, yet none of the prerequisites for putting a stop to it had been cleared. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good, not good. Letting it fire would be Beatrice. Stopping it from firing is impossible, I suppose. Subaru. Beatrice said so to Subaru, whose thoughts were spinning fiercely, blinking his eyes. Subaru looked at Beatrice. Then Beatrice, who had just said that it would be impossible, looked back at Subaru with eyes that, contrary to what had been said, had not lost even a sliver of their vigor. For his partner, the most adorable and reliable partner in the world, Subaru forced his cheeks into a smile. Subaru. Biako? Want to do something reckless? Beatrice? Good grief. Subaru can't do anything without Betty, in fact. Subaru. Yeah, that's true. Saying this, he tightened his grip to make sure that her hand, presently almost the same size as his own, was still in place. Swinging, the treasured sword of crimson traced the ground, and the square in front of the crystal palace burst into flames. Raging like beasts, the scarlet flames blocked the path of those who had transcended the boundary between life and death, preventing them from advancing further and allowing none of them to interfere. Vincent. To leave the Emperor by himself at the front line. You blasphemers. Abandoning such curses behind, a shadow fiercely retreated from the crystal palace as it grew more radiant. What had appeared from a distance to be nothing more than a black shadow passing by was the earnest sprint of a jet-black furred wolfman, renowned as one of the strongest in the world. And, once the running wolfman had gained sufficient acceleration through his sprinting, then let all your strength out. As the straight and fiercely running Halibel kicked off the ground, another Halibel awaited up ahead, and using his folded hands as a foothold, he forcefully flung his body into the air. Like an arrow, akin to a bullet, Halibel had leapt upward, but that was not the end. Subsequently, two Halibels, having jumped from the buildings on either side, had caught up to him, each aligning one of their feet with the soles of the first Halibel, who had been tracing a parabolic path. Halibel. And more still, Halibel. If I don't go all out, I'd get a scolding from Lil Anna. The kicks from the second and third Halibels propelled the first Halibel even higher into the skies. Drastically and rapidly, Halibel soared, diagonally, and just as the momentum reached its highest point, he adjusted his posture mid-air. Halibel. I can only earn till this point. You thinking you can manage? Subaru. Yeah, that helped a lot. Halibel, who had been carrying Subaru and the other two with him, cleared his throat at that reply. Then, having arched his back as far as he could, he flung Subaru and the others from that position. Utilizing the clone jutsu, the cooperative play of the four Halibels had gained both distance and altitude all at once, and Subaru, with Beatrice and Spica in the firm embrace of both his hands, had been sent flying. Having gained sufficient altitude in that manner, Subaru, despite his whole body being buffeted by fierce winds, still opened his eyelids to look at the Crystal Palace, which was now far off in the distance. He closely observed the Crystal Palace, which was increasing its white light to the utmost limit, to determine the direction towards which the magic crystal cannon had been aimed. Subaru. Spica! Spica! Wow! He tilted his head in the direction the magic crystal cannon was aimed, and in the next moment, Spica's teleport was activated. With that, Spica teleported with Subaru and Beatrice, repeatedly over and over again, swiftly closing the distance to the trajectory of the magic crystal cannon. Spica. Yo! Beatrice. Jeez. Betty said no more, in fact. Murak. In response to the strain evident in Spica's voice, Beatrice activated yin magic that lightened Subaru and the others. With Subaru and Beatrice now lightened to the utmost, Spica twisted her body in midair, and gave them a kick with all of her might as a final push. Out of the corner of his eye, Subaru held Beatrice's hand tightly. As Spica spun around and away from him, Subaru. Abel Halibel-san. Spica. Having called out the names of his companions who had worked together to bring Subaru and Beatrice this far, Subaru clenched his teeth and opened his eyes wide. In the next moment, as the light of the Crystal Palace flashed with exceptional strength, Subaru. Bieko. I love you, Beatrice. That goes without saying, I suppose. Holding each other tightly, Subaru and Beatrice turned to face the light. And then, Beatrice. Al-Shamak. The light from the magic crystal cannon was swallowed by a massively large void that had appeared in the sky. Chapter 67. The cards in one's hand, taking in the stone, Muspel, Arakia had ended up placing her life or death on the same scales as the survival of the Valatian Empire. As Priscilla had said, the combination of the soul marriage technique and the dream sword Masayum had brought about a situation quite capable of greatly derailing Sphinx's plan. Sphinx's two objectives in becoming the bearer of the great disaster and flooding the Valatian Empire with the dead. One of them, that of reproducing the soul of the Witch of Greed, had succeeded. The rest was only a matter of time until this soul became acclimated to the vessel, and the existence of Sphinx herself was painted over by her creator. Thus, before that was fulfilled and Sphinx fully disappeared, her remaining objective, let it be deliberately asserted, as revenge. She would enact her revenge on Priscilla Bariel. For that purpose, she intended to make the best use of the cards remaining in her hand. However, Sphinx. The magic crystal cannon has been stopped, Witnessing the series of continuously occurring miscalculations, Sphinx silently muttered to herself. Reflected on the surface of the floating water mirrors were those who were taking action in various places throughout the imperial capital of Lupugana, individuals capable of holding back the ruination of the Valatian Empire. What drew the attention of Sphinx, who had transformed into a form identical to that of the Witch of Greed, above all else, were the boy and the spirit who had prevented the attack from the magic crystal cannon, the trump card of the Crystal Palace. That spirit, taking the form of a girl, had also successfully countered the magic crystal cannon with the same method before Sphinx had commanded the dead in the form of the Great Disaster, and began conducting a full-scale offensive against the Empire. But, by Sphinx's judgment, that was supposed to be a sacrificial technique that threatened the disappearance of the spirit herself. To carry out that same thing in merely 2 or 3 days and survive unscathed did not make rational sense. The factor that had defied reason was the boy who was likely contracted with the spirit in his embrace. Sphinx. So it is you again? The inexplicable boy who, while allying himself with the Valatian Emperor, had thwarted the stratagems of the incomplete witch. Sphinx, before she had replicated the Witch of Greed. In truth, if she had been unable to grasp the final fragment to recreate her soul in the 11th hour, Sphinx's days of hard work exceeding 300 years would have been put to an end by them. And that threat persisted even now, with her having reached the Witch of Greed. Sphinx. The Yang Sword Valakia, and the authority of gluttony. Even if she had succeeded in her long-cherished desire to recreate the Witch of Greed, for Sphinx, who was, as of yet, still dead, the fact that those two were her fatal weak points remained unchanged. Therefore, while producing several beings sharing the same soul as herself, Sphinx would take care to not draw near to the owner of the Yang Sword, or that spiritual arts user boy. On top of that, Sphinx. With all of the cards in my hand, I shall emerge victorious. Priscilla. At Sphinx's mutter, Priscilla's expression across the water mirror changed. A slight smile had emerged on her face. In that smile, there was no displeasure or discomfort. In order to distort it with at least a fragment of sorrow, Sphinx would throw everything she had at it. A void had appeared in the distant sky and swallowed the flame that would have spelled the destruction of the Valatian Empire. Cutting into the trajectory of the magic crystal cannon, Natsuki Subaru had achieved his goal. That meant that the admirer, Halibel, Spica, and Beatrice had each also carried out their respective roles. It is a great service, however. While acknowledging their achievement, The forefront of Emperor Vincent's thoughts harbored a sense of unease. The neutralizing of the magic crystal cannon, the Empire's decisive weapon, over and over again in this manner, was problematic. In any nation, a force of deterrence that would dissuade other countries from invading was a constant requirement. Whether it be the military that could rival its neighbors, the exceptionally strong whom no one could compare to, or the powerful weapon capable of overturning any predicament. If any of these factors had been missing, the present prosperity of the Empire would not have come to be. The weight of that undeniable history was being eroded to naught, but a trace by the great disaster that stemmed from the insurrection. Vincent, in that sense, you all have already destroyed the law of iron and blood that protected the order of the Empire. While clenching his teeth to bite back his shame, Vincent brandished the Yang sword. Before Vincent's eyes, leaping over the flame of the treasured sword that had been drawn in a horizontal line, undead of a kind that differed from those, until this point, could be seen rushing towards him. Just what was different about them? That was simple. Vincent could not recognize them. Vincent. That detestable witch. Had she managed to learn of it prior to her demise? In the garden before the Crystal Palace, which had turned into a battlefield, appearing one after the other before Vincent as he held the front line, were all undead who had likely carved their names into the history of the Valatian Empire in Empire. Ancient times. Vincent could match the faces and names of all the imperial soldiers of his time. However, he was unable to determine the identities of the undead resurrected from the past, with whom he had no direct acquaintance. Based on his intuition, thus far, among the dead called forth by the great disaster, the proportion of those from recent times had been overwhelmingly high. In the most extreme cases, those that perished while fighting the undead had been instantly resurrected as an undead. This would be speculation, but perhaps those souls also possessed an aspect of freshness. Or it could simply be that the further back in time one went, the more difficult it became to resurrect the dead, or a greater cost was required. Therefore, the majority of the resurrected corpses were from recent times, and thus, Subaru and his companion's star eating in combination with Vincent's memories was highly effective, but Vincent, to these ones that might not be applicable, even if there were other conditions imposed on resurrection, be they large or small. The best way to prevent star eating was to prepare undead who did not correspond to Vincent's memories. It seemed the witch had come to understand this before her soul was consumed by the flames. In other words, there remained no means to defeat the unknown ancient warriors that stood in the way, except Vincent's Yang sword. No, if it were just the Yang sword, then there was another besides Vincent's own. Vincent's Priscilla. Yes, calling the name of his younger sister, whose whereabouts remained unknown after the evacuation, Vincent resumed his battle with the attacking undead. His foolish younger sister, formerly named Prisca Benedict, presently went by the name of Priscilla Bariel. Upon confirming the fact that, after leaving the Empire, she had changed her name and become one of the royal selection candidates for the Kingdom of Lugunica, Vincent had nearly fainted, but it was bearable. Her reason for rushing to the aid of her homeland was not something endearing like being concerned for Vincent or the Empire. Rather, it was to silence the one who owned the blades of the assassins that had been sent to her. But then, the presumed reckless soul had already gone ahead and lost his life. Vincent. Chisha. The one who, deceiving even Vincent, had resolved to defy the world's fate of the great disaster, was among the few who knew that Prisca had survived as Priscilla. Chisha, who knew of her fierce temperament from her time as Prisca, intending for her to be alongside Vincent, who must ward off the great disaster, was likely to take drastic measures to bring her over. Beneath that white, expressionless visage, he may even have thought about how the matters of the imperial crown needed be handled post-war. Chisha. The fact that it was necessary to go to such lengths, I am forced to revise my opinion of your Excellency. At the echo of Chisha, the embodiment of disrespect and disloyalty to the Emperor, he clicked his tongue. Setting aside his annoyance at these all-too-surreal visions of him, Vincent kept Chisha's parting gift, the conclusion regarding how Priscilla should be dealt with, as his own responsibility. Presently, Priscilla's life was safe, as confirmed by Sphinx's attempt to bring Vincent to her. That much was good enough for now. As for the need to increase in numbers the Yang sword, It would be fulfilled when Vincent became more accustomed to being the apex of the land of the sword wolf. The moment this thought crossed his mind, "Thy valiant striving is magnificent. As thy predecessor, I doth swell with pride." A deep, sonorous voice struck Vincent's eardrums amidst the clash of swords. Simultaneously, his field of vision was diagonally bisected by a sword flash so transcendent that Vincent, who had witnessed the swordsmanship of many a warrior, would deem it preeminent. That flash, it swept across the warriors of old who had dared to wound Vincent's noble presence, and being unable to evade, their bodies, no, their souls were ignited. In other words, it had been a strike from the Yang sword. Vincent. A moment ago he had concluded that he could not desire for a reinforcement who wielded the crimson treasured sword. Hence, Vincent's eyes widened slightly at the arrival of this unlikely aid, and upon stealing a glance at the profile of the person standing back to back with him, his breath was caught. It was a familiar visage. That appearance he had seen in paintings of old. Vincent, the Emperor of the Briar? The crown of the Emperor hath been duly bequeathed unto the succeeding generation, and now it doth rest upon thee. For mineself to lay claim to the title Emperor of the Briar would be folly. I am Ugard Wallachia, Vincent. Ugard, thou appearest both sagacious and well-favored. In retrospect, never have I beheld the faces of mine children and descendants in proximity. Were it feasible, mineself would liketh to exchange many words, and fain to gaze upon thy face for long. While the person continued to speak, the undead who had called himself Ugard Wallachia, Vincent remained silent. That tranquil aura he exuded, with eyes that held the light of reason and skin that had the color of life, distinguished him from the countless undead encountered thus far. Why was there not the hostility towards the living that characterized the undead, or the signs of being deprived of free will? Ugard. Mine love for mine star is why. Vincent. What? Ugard, didst thou not seeketh an answer to wherefore mine self acts thus, or was I mistaken? For a moment, Vincent attempted to discern the true meaning behind those words, but he quickly gave up. He had to reconsider. For if Ugard Wallachia was indeed the same personage as described in the old tale of Iris and the King of Thorns, then to doubt his words, although incomprehensible, would be foolish. Therefore, Vincent, the reigning Wallachian Emperor, Vincent Wallachia. Ugard. Understood. Then, let us march. O, child of mine own children. Thus was Ugard's response to Vincent's introduction, and the two emperors stood side by side, an impossibility due to the law of iron and blood of the Wallachian Empire, where the right of succession to the imperial throne, the imperial selection ceremony, took place upon death. These were two fellow sword wolves mounting a united front. The fierce battle to decide the fate of the world continued within the imperial capital of Lupugana. The battle at each bastion between the transcendent beings came to a close one by one, both the living and the dead performing to their utmost, some failing, while others proceeded forth. As if to mock the efforts of all involved, two disasters attempted to bring it all to naught. The starlight, crashing through the sky, that was struck down by a swordsman who would not relinquish his dream, and the flare of destruction, created by sacrificing the lives of countless spirits, that was stopped by a boy who resisted fate along with his friends who supported him. The prevention of both disasters had been the result of each person using all of the power that they possessed. However, it was not the starlight being severed, or the fire of destruction being extinguished, that contributed the most to the war situation for the living. It was a man who alone arrived to prevent the next step of the great disaster that no one else could have realized or reached. For even if they had, good grief, y'all are making old people work too much. The vicious old man, Olbart Dunkelken, leapt with his small frame as he complained grumpily. The low-leaping, ground-crawling movements of the shinobi chieftain, the monstrous old man, aimed for the undead sorcerer guarding the blood-red magic circle that was painted at the end of the passage. The sorcerer turned their palm toward Olbart, and then black filth flowing from the walls and floor around him, formed chains that roared out to bind the limbs of the approaching monstrous old man. "Olbart, I have been doing this for 90 years, you know?" Faster than the chains could reach him, Olbart swiftly swung his right arm, the arm missing from below the elbow, and threw a kunai from within its supposedly empty sleeve. It pierced between the eyebrows of the sorcerer, who was wary of his approach, at lightning speed, and slammed them into the magic circle on the wall. Immediately after, Olbart struck with his left palm and pierced through the sorcerer and the magic circle. His martial arts, which had been honed for as long as he could remember, shattered the sorcerer and the magic circle to pieces. He was under strict orders to not kill any more undead than necessary, but this soul-tampered abnormality and opponents like the sorcerer he had just seen were exceptions to that command. The sorcerers that guarded the magic circle which distorted the space within the castle, he had taken care of about 10 of them. Olbart. "So, it's finally done," Olbart muttered sensing the change in the air on his dry, old skin. Glaring at the inside the crystal palace with both his eyes, obscured by abundant eyebrows, a strange atmosphere pervaded within the place. He could see that the anomaly that had transformed the familiar structure of the castle into a strange, magical place had been lifted. Doors that should have been connected were not, and the window through which he had entered did not allow him to reach the desired location. It was unclear whether it was an illusionary technique or a magic that twisted space itself. But in any case, Olbart, for now, my work here is, oi, this is bad, isn't it? Finding himself in a problem right after solving another, Olbart hushed his voice at this sudden change of events. As soon as the distortion in space had been fixed, the next anomaly that occurred in the Crystal Palace was easy to understand. The entire castle was being charged with intense mana waves. The magic crystal cannon had been activated. "Olbart, drat, Moguro, hang in there a little bit longer." At the vibrations of the magic crystal cannon activating, Olbart complained to the core of the Crystal Palace, Moguro Hagane, the steelman, known as the Crystal Palace meteor itself. Until now, the commendable Moguro had been obeying Vincent's instructions, attempting to prevent the great disaster from using the magic crystal cannon, but it appeared that they had broken through. It was dreadful that the magic crystal cannon had been seized as the opponent's weapon. "Olbart, if their target in Garkla were going to be deep in shit." The fortified city, which had attracted hordes of the dead and was supposed to be a siege for the survival of the Empire, needed to keep its strong defensive walls preserved for the battle. If the magic crystal cannon were to blow it down, the situation would shift dramatically, and the city would be destroyed. And that would be the same as the Valatian Empire suffering irreversible damage. Even if Olbart and the others were able to destroy the mastermind behind the great disaster, the loss of the personnel currently within the fortified city would make the rebuild impossible, and that would spell the end of the Valatian Empire. Olbart Dunkelken had an ambition. As the chieftain of the shinobi, who were expected to operate in the shadows of history, he intended to leave his grand mark on the history of the Empire and to destroy the very foundation of the way of being a shinobi, to which he had devoted his shinobi life. For that reason, the allure of flashy outbursts, such as a quick rebellion against the emperor or his assassination, had often been tempting. However, the great disaster had made those plans null, and with the feeling that he missed the opportunity window for betrayal undeniably present, here that chance made itself clear again. If the magic crystal cannon were to be used in a manner that would determine the victory of the great disaster, then Olbart would fulfill his ambitions not as an imperial general, but rather as a shinobi. Whatever great disaster had in store, he would stately rush to Vincent's side, snatch victory from him, and fulfill his own personal ambitions. Therefore, Olbart, even though this was supposed to be my final betrayal. The distortion of space having been resolved, Olbart ran up the castle and arrived at the turret of the magic crystal cannon. There, he watched as the glare of destruction was engulfed by a large void in the sky, his white eyebrows fluttering in the aftermath of the magic crystal cannon, which had been fired by the narrowest of margins. If the magic crystal cannon had determined the destruction of the Empire, Olbart could have betrayed the Empire without any regrets, but that did not happen. Olbart! Kaka. That lil brat not only did it in the Demon City, he's gone and done it here too. I swear, young people these days don't have a shred of respect for us old folks. Olbart laughed heartily at the sight of the two distant figures in the sky, the black-haired boy and the little spirit girl. This was the second time, Chaos Flame included, that Olbart's calculations were undone by the boy, but he did not feel any anger or hatred for what he had done to him. As one would age, it would become easier to give up on many things. But this was not the reason. Olbart was not one who gave up easily, so he was not giving up. He was just admitting defeat. Olbart, if they're able to outperform me, then that's that. Having lived for nearly 100 years, there had been countless dreams that Olbart had not been able to achieve. Of course, there were many that had come true by force. That was the way of things. Thus, Olbart was able to let go of his long-cherished desire to leave his name in history by assassinating the Emperor in a fit of desperation. As far as the Empire is concerned, an act of violence comparable to that of the Wolfman who had killed Thea. Tied to Iris and the King of Thorns. Then, having let go of his long-cherished desire, and having prepared his barren left hand for a karate chop, Olbart, then, you'll come along with me in my dream of being the next hero to save the country, won't ya? A white-haired woman stood right next to the turret, before the slightly smiling Olbart. At the top of the Crystal Palace, on the turret of the magic crystal cannon that had just finished discharging the fire of destruction, a sweltering torrent of mana blew around, stirring one's senses as it did so. At the center of it was the keystone of the Crystal Palace with its magic crystals of various sizes, the base on which the magic core, the heart of the magic crystal cannon, was installed. The woman in white smiled at him as she placed her hand upon the pedestal. And then, it is undesirable for you to be here. Elimination required. It is futile, Olbart. Your opponent, which... A black wind began to swirl around the smiling woman. The witch and the magic core itself spoke in Moguro's voice as if to alert him to it. Olbart, chuckling at the obvious warning from the steelmen. Olbart. I know that without being told. Even at my age, I'm not senile. Kicking the floor, the vicious old man ended his dream, and delayed the demise of the Empire that would have occurred in that moment. Subaru. Like I'd ever let you. Bring it on, oh inevitable fate. While embracing and being embraced, Beatrice's al-Shamak sent away one of the magic crystal cannon's shots. Tightly, Subaru felt the power to do so being drawn out of him, but he had an unfounded confidence that he could sustain Beatrice's recklessness. No, now that he had succeeded, he could reiterate it as a well-founded conviction. Subaru, maybe, it's the power of the bond. Subaru's core Leonis, which could take on and distribute burdens, had remained connected to all of the members of the Pleiades battalion, who were located far away from him. It not only enhanced the strength of everyone as a unit, but it also lent a shoulder to anyone who might have been falling behind, pushing them along and distributing the vitality needed to run together. This power represented the realization of one for all for one. It was quite probable, perhaps even likely, that a massive burden had been suddenly placed upon everyone fighting in the fortified city at this very moment, but he wanted to believe it would be all right. Either way, Beatrice, it was very important that we prevented that from happening, I suppose. Subaru. I thought for sure they were going after Garkla. Subaru watched the void in the sky close and responded to Beatrice, who raised her voice. Subaru and the others, determined to stop the magic crystal cannon, rushed into its line of fire, but they had thought that the cannon was aimed at the fortified city. The biggest fear was that the fortified city, where the battle of the century was currently being fought, would have received an irrevocable shot rather than the imperial capital receiving a blow at a single location. However, when they had actually prevented it, the magic crystal cannon had been aimed at the south side of the imperial capital. Subaru, there's no way they'd carry out a meaningless attack. They definitely had a plan. Beatrice, that troublesome one to the south. They went after Garfield, didn't they, in fact? Subaru. Sure. Our Garfield is like a little brother who isn't embarrassed to go anywhere, but at the first bastion, the southernmost point of the imperial capital. The cloud dragon Mezerea was stationed to protect the widest area, and Garfiel alone was entrusted with defeating it. Frankly speaking, rather than just reckless, it was more so unreasonable, absurd and thoughtless. Yet it was a big role that could not have been entrusted to anyone other than Garfiel. Considering its importance, it was not impossible that the other party was targeting Garfiel. Subaru, who fired the shot in the first place. Now that we've taken down Sphinx, who's the next one in charge? Beatrice. It's doubtful that it's a reanimated emperor of Wallachia or someone of the like, I suppose. Subaru. Please don't give me any more reasons for not wanting to help the Empire at this point. Just when it seemed that Sphinx, the leader of the great disaster, had been defeated, he did not want the previous emperors of Wallachia to rise up to become the final boss, disappointed by the failures of the modern empire. First, if that pattern would be allowed to continue, it would be impossible to know just how many emperors would need to be defeated. Beatrice. But it seemed like they had a clear aim in the way they were assembling that attack just now, in fact. That's why... Subaru. Byaku. Beatrice's twin drills flapped in the wind of free fall, and her soft cheeks were cupped between his hands, forcing her to turn around and squeal. Nia! In Subaru and Beatrice's field of vision, there was a fierce, majestic figure cutting through the sky. The three-headed blight dragon that they had encountered in the coupled dragon carriage and that had once been felled by Hannibal. The 3 heads of blight dragon, the 6 pairs of golden eyes that caught Subaru and Beatrice, bellowed. Blight dragon. Kruowa. Subaru. Crap! This is bad. We can't move. Beatrice. It's coming closer, in fact. Subaru and Beatrice braced themselves against the clear hostility. While the blight dragon freely tore through the sky, Subaru and Beatrice embraced each other in free fall, while Spica, Hannibal, and Abel were separated from them, up in the air. Subaru. HK. Subaru frantically flipped through the cards in his head as his thoughts became white-hot and the world slowed down. There was very little that could be done. The next checkpoint for return by death had not been confirmed. There are no companions that could be called upon. Only one move could be made, either magic or his authority. A momentary thought, he hugged Beatrice and was about to speak. Unlike me, you guys can't fly freely, can you? I hope you're not going to make me nervous. A moment later, a voice with a smile filled with exasperation snatched Subaru and Beatrice away. Exactly 1 second later, the blight dragon's breath cleaved the sky, but Subaru and Beatrice were able to avoid it just in time. And his eyes lit up at the sensation of the thin arm of the person who had made it happen. Subaru. Nice timing, Roswell. Beatrice. This is humiliating, I suppose. Holding Betty like this is unacceptable, in fact. Roswell. Well, Wheel. That's quite an extreme difference in reactions from both sides. Indeed, it was Roswell who smirked at Subaru and Beatrice's reactions, whom he held under his arms on either side of him. Like with Garfiel and Hannibal, he had been entrusted with the task of conquering a bastion in the imperial capital, and with his magic he was able to fly freely through the air, taunting and distracting the 3-headed Valgren. As they engaged in this very literal aerial battle, Roswell looked over at Subaru and Beatrice, and Roswell, well done for stopping the magic crystal cannon. What's the situation? Subaru. Sphinx has been crushed. The cause of the zombies is in the Crystal Palace. We don't know what the magic crystal cannon was aiming at just now. Roswell. Clear and concise. I see you defeated Sphinx. That's both a blessing and a disappointment, but... Beatrice. Is that a concern or a complaint, I suppose? Upon hearing the report from Subaru, Roswell's expression turned grim, and his words became muddled. Beatrice was unsparing when it came to Roswell's words and actions, but this time her eyes were not as piercing as they had been. Subaru was also concerned by his pensive expression. In response to Subaru and Beatrice's gaze, Roswell responded, No, Roswell, that thing had been destroyed once before. I hate to admit it, but its tenacity and thoroughness in accomplishing its goals are probably above even mine. I'm still not convinced. Beatrice. There's someone who makes Betty and Roswell feel unpleasant by mentioning their name. In fact, Roswell. Of course, I'm not saying they couldn't have been defeated, but if it were an enemy that makes a plan that will end in failure if they merely died, it wouldn't have been an enemy of the world for more than 300 years. Subaru could not dismiss Roswell's conjecture as pessimistic. He was right, because if the witch, Sphinx, had been a trivial enemy, the Valatian Empire would never have come so close to destruction. In fact, the magic crystal cannon that Subaru and Beatrice stopped was not fired until after Sphinx was destroyed. There remained the fear that the witch was still working on a way to destroy the Empire. Roswell, then we'll just destroy all of them. In the meantime, Beatrice, that big dragon is 3 times more troublesome than a normal one, yet it will leave the stage in a snap, I suppose. Fly now, Roswell, in fact. At Beatrice's encouragement, Roswell smiled wryly, and the aerial battle with the Blight Dragon began. Vincent and Ugard, 2 emperors of Wallachia who normally would not be able to entrust their backs to each other, were performing sword dances, and the crimson swords flashed with flames that raged like a storm. Tanza, amazing. Tanza muttered in amazement at the sight, which was like an illusion that burned her eyes. Ugard, having sensed the signs of battle from the direction of the Crystal Palace, went ahead, and by the time Tanza, holding hands with Yorna, caught up with him, the 2 emperors were already fighting together. The undead whose souls were being set ablaze by the brilliance of the Yang sword were all very skilled, and there had not been much difference between them and the undead Rowan, but the howling winds of the crimson swords kept them at bay, as they were overwhelmed by the coordinated efforts of Ugard and Vincent, who exchanged neither words nor glances. Yorna, this is the first time I've ever seen His Excellency wielding a sword with someone that way. Suddenly Yorna, who was staring at the same scene as Tanza, remarked. Tanza could not comprehend the complexity of the emotions contained therein. The shaking eyes and trembling voice, all of which were created by years of not being able to do more than lean on Tanza. Obviously, she did not know the details of the situation. However, Yorna was in love with Ugard, who came back from a long time ago, and she knew that there was more to it than simple longevity. Tanza's unfamiliarity with these bonds gave space to a sense of relational hierarchy between she and Ugard in her mind. Yorna, I love both you, Tanza, and His Excellency. Both of you are very dear to me, and I love you both in my heart, just in different ways. Tanza, the anxiety that creeped into Tanza's heart was seen through by Yorna, which made her want to bury her face. But Tanza relied on the feeling of the hand in her hand, and with the reason why she was standing here in her heart, she ceased wailing in self-pity. She had to keep her face up. That was what Tanza had in common with all the amazing people she had ever met. Tanza, HK. Gritting her teeth, Tanza's nerves were on edge. She was entrusted with protecting Yorna, who was not in good shape, or perhaps emotionally traumatized from the battle with the dreadful Rowan. She could not rely on Ugard, who was fighting, or even on Amelia, who had separated from her on her way here. So, as long as Tanza was not able to join Ugard and Vincent in their battle, all she could do was to be the first to notice anything unusual in their surroundings. Tanza, Yorna-sama, look! Her vigilance paid off. Tanza's round eyes widened, and she pointed to the Crystal Palace's top level with the hand not held by Yorna's. Looking at the same thing as Tanza, Yorna stared up with her almond-shaped eyes. Their gazes fell on the half-spherical tower near the top of the Crystal Palace. Tanza did not know, but it was the tower where the magic crystal cannon, the trump card of the Crystal Palace, was located. The tower glowed from within, and then, in a violent explosion, the walls were blown away. Tanza blinked as the tower was destroyed, scattering pieces of the castle in a spectacular manner. Then, a small shadow appeared out of the thick plume of smoke. Yorna, old man Olbart? Yorna's voice, somewhat taken aback, was evidence of her surprise at what she saw. Slowly, Olbart emerged from the broken wall, but rather than his usual aloof and detached self, blood stained his tattered garb. Just then, Olbart noticed Tanza and the other living people below him. Olbart, Your Excellency, things ain't looking good at this rate. The witch's tricks ain't over yet. And as such, his voice, tainted by desperation, screamed as if to push an impression very much not like himself. And so, at the same time that Olbart shouted in his blood-stained garb, Amelia stood, reflecting on the fact that she had taken an unplanned action with her intuition as the basis. It was a big decision to go against the wishes of Subaru and Abel, both of whom had worked very hard to think through the best course of action, and to act separately from Tanza, Yorna, and the others. Emilia. If my uneasiness turned out to be just a misunderstanding, I thought I'd hurry back to Tanza-chan and the others, but following a slight unease and a change in the air, a misapprehension that seemed to wash over her, Emilia ran not to the Crystal Palace, but further north, and there she found someone she was not supposed to have met. If someone were to merely be somewhere, then no matter who they were, assuming that they were committing wrongdoings would usually be unacceptable. But this other person was a bit of an exception. After all, Emilia, you really surprised me. Why are you here, Echidna? At Emilia's prompt, the white-haired witch turned to look. She spoke with only the slightest hint of surprise at her well-formed appearance. Witch, I believe I am the one who ought to be surprised. Witch of Envy. So she declared. Chapter 68. The man I fell for, upon being called the Witch of Envy. Emilia widened her eyes in surprise. The cause of her surprise had been twofold. One reason was how long it had been since she was treated like the Witch of Envy. The other was that being called the Witch of Envy had not hurt her. It had been more than a year since the royal selection began, and in the kingdom of Lugunica, those unaware that one of the candidates was a silver-haired half-elf with amethyst eyes were few. To put it Subaru style, Emilia, as Emilia, had become a household name. As a result, even occasions when Emilia needed to wear her usual cognitive disruption robe had become sparse, and the reason she had donned it so diligently in the Empire for the first time in a long while was to prevent people from recognizing her as Emilia. For that reason, it had been a while since she had been called the Witch of Envy, and even when called so, she had remained unperturbed. For she had the conviction to confidently say, "You're mistaken." The conviction that there was a person who acknowledged Emilia as Emilia and had said, "I love you, Emilia. I'm Emilia. Just Emilia." Not the Witch of Envy. Supported by that conviction, Emilia was able to respond with her back unbent. After replying so, Emilia gazed intently at the familiar white-haired woman before her. Emilia, although you look really similar, you don't seem to be Echidna. Perhaps you're Echidna's twin, like Ram and Rem, Echidna's older sister, younger sister. It seems you possess a vivid imagination. However, I am a creation of my creator, and not a blood relative. Correction. Required. Emilia, Krishon, created. Emilia frowned upon hearing the not-so-familiar words, but could understand that the other party had denied being Echidna's sister. Thinking about it calmly, given that Echidna was from 400 years ago, meeting the person herself or her sister here would be very strange. Of course, since it was a situation where those who had died were rising up again, there was a chance the same could have happened with Echidna and her sister, Emilia. But you seem hale and hearty, and not like you've died. She who looked like Echidna did not have a sickly complexion like the undead, and her eyes were also normal. But when compared to Echidna, her expressions might be slightly stiffer. The Echidna Emilia knew usually had a mean look on her face. The crying face she had shown at the end still remained strongly within Emilia's heart. Emilia, I understand that you're not Echidna, so may I ask your name? Yes, I too am uncomfortable with being called by the name of my creator. By all means, please call me the Witch of Greed. Emilia, do you perhaps have a name that's easier to call you with? Respondents. Required. If not that, then Sphinx. Emilia, yes. Wait, Sphinx. As soon as she finally heard what sounded like a name, Emilia realized it was the same as the name of the central figure that had brought about the great disaster. As far as Emilia was aware, Sphinx should have looked exactly like Ryuzu. Emilia, aren't Ryuzu-san and Echidna both people closely associated with the sanctuary? Then, I wonder if you'll turn into Garfield or Frederica next. Sphinx, are you also aware of the sanctuary? It seems you and I have a deeper connection than I had presumed. By Emilia, do you refer to the royal selection candidate Like Priscilla Bariel? Amelia? Hey, yes, that's right. We need to quickly find Priscilla as well, and take her back home, or... Sphinx. Elimination. Required. At that moment, towards the woman who had slightly tilted her head, a white light shot from Sphinx's finger, and with Anna, Amelia deflected it obliquely using a mirror of ice she conjured on reflex. If Amelia's specialty had been the earth attribute instead of the fire attribute, the earthen or a stone wall would have been pierced through in a single shot, and possibly resulted in a fatal injury. It was an attack, brimming with murderous intent, to the extent that it would make one shudder. Nevertheless, Amelia, geez, what a really abrupt start. The white light had not been released as a singular shot. Rather, chasing after Amelia as her silver hair danced was a hot beam of light that sliced through the world, and with it the battle had begun. Her opponent looked exactly like Echidna, and also like Echidna, seemed to be good at magic. But the same was true of Amelia. Amelia, if that's what you want to do, then I'm going to give it my all too. After making sure you can't move, I'm taking you to Subaru and the others. Sphinx. I do not wish to meet them ever again. Hence, I shall take your life here, and ascertain the type of expression Priscilla Bariel would have. Amelia, do you know where Priscilla is? As she sliced away the attacks of light released from all directions with a sword of ice that shone like a mirror, Amelia's amethyst eyes sparkled in response to Sphinx's words. She had a feeling that Priscilla would have wanted to head for the Crystal Palace for some reason, and would thus be found there, but getting Sphinx to reveal her exact location would be the best. All the more, Amelia was determined not to lose. Sphinx, who had the same face as Echidna, narrowed her eyes at Amelia's enthusiasm, and with slight irritation, Sphinx, it would be problematic if I failed to secure this area. Repulsion required. That was what she had quietly muttered. The battery of the magic crystal cannon installed on the highest floor of the Crystal Palace, within the spire where it was operated. A battle had broken out. The space was far too wide when considering its intended purpose, but since there were walls and ceilings, the enclosed environment was an advantageous battleground for the shinobi, Olbart. The strength of the techniques employed by the shinobi lay in their variety and applicability. Although developed to enable the fulfillment of the mission in any environment, all the various techniques had the ultimate goal of reaping the life of the opponent. As a battleground, where that could be achieved, this space was ideal. Olbart. When it comes to cramped spaces, don't magicians tend to buckle under the constraints? A battle, in essence, was about imposing one's strengths upon the weaknesses of the other. This was the basis of Olbart's fighting style as a shinobi. Rather, in order to respond to the weaknesses of all sorts of opponents, he had purposely avoided forming his own specialty. Prior to Olbart becoming the head honcho, the shinobi were generally encouraged to specialize in a singular technique. However, the idealized conception of single-skill specialization was only for the privileged few like Cecilus and Arakia, who possessed a single technique that could be effective against anyone, while those with ordinary abilities must be adaptable, or they would simply die. Although Olbart did not particularly care how many people died other than himself, he did feel pity for the shinobi who were dying merely because they had been taught wrong. Thus, when Olbart became the head honcho, he immediately abandoned the doctrine of single technique specialization. Rather than blindly honing one's own special skill, thoroughly training in strategies to thwart the strong points of the opponent, and learning techniques of guiding the battle so as to bring about that situation. But then again, this change did not readily bear fruit. Those who had been properly shaped by it were few, with the last being a genius girl who had appeared in the village 4 or 5 years ago. It seemed like that genius girl had also died. So the cultivation of talented individuals was nothing more than a lost cause. Truly, his life was filled with nothing but regret. Olbart, that's why at least give me a reason to have lived in my dotage. Having kicked off the floor, he sent off shards of broken stone to smash into the witch's head, simultaneously swinging his right arm that lacked a hand and his left arm that had a hand back and forth. Olbart threw spinning kunai that would reach the target with a time delay. Then he exploded off the ground with his legs, be it evading the flying debris, avoiding the chop from Olbart's hand, or shooting down the kunai approaching from both sides. All of these actions were chipping away at the witch's ability to take the initiative, and gnawing at her life. At that assault from the shinobi, which perspective shift required. The white-haired witch, who had slightly narrowed her eyes, received it in its entirety without any show of resistance. Olbart. The flying debris had split her forehead, kunai had been thrust into her neck and femur, and her chest had been pierced through the middle by Olbart's hand. Even then, the witch had not moved an inch. The witch had been unable to react to Olbart's movements. No, the witch's gaze had been following his movements. She was not as sluggish as her appearance seemed to suggest. That was what Olbart concluded. In other words, the witch could have done something but had gotten hit without doing anything. No. She would do so from now. The next moment, surrounding Olbart and the witch, now in close proximity to each other, countless fist-sized orbs of light had begun to float in the air. Olbart! Moguro, who had realized the same thing, shouted, and Olbart, with a single long eyebrow raised, looked at the witch. The witch, her beautiful countenance not having wavered in the slightest, had been observing Olbart for his subsequent decision. That gaze, which felt like it was peering into the 90 years of his life, made him feel nauseous. Based on that, Olbart had gotten his priorities in order. Rather than aiming for the witch's life, he would thwart her objectives. Bearing fatal injuries all over her body, even after being pierced through her chest, her hand remained on the pedestal. He would aim to sever the flow of mana that the witch had been pouring into the magic core of the Crystal Palace. Olbart. You know they say harassment's what we shinobi are made of. That instant, the witch's wrist making contact with the pedestal was blown away by the toes that had shot up, and the countless orbs of light surged forward to annihilate the small-statured Olbart, together with the entirety of the witch who had cast Instant. Yona Mishigur. Upon sensing that something was off, Vincent took a step back from the battlefield and shouted out down towards Yorna. Overhead, the voice of Olbart, that had come down from the half-destroyed battery of the magic crystal cannon, was one of urgency, one that did not maintain the usual easygoing attitude of the vicious old man. Sharply turning his gaze to the side, Vincent swung his yang sword adjacent to himself and locked eyes with Ugard, who was restraining the undead in the vicinity. Ugard, thou must proceed. Entrusting this location to Ugard, who had guessed his intentions with a brief comment, Vincent hastened to Yorna. Receiving Vincent's gaze, and after displaying a face of befuddlement for but a moment, Yorna tensed her lips and let go of the hand of the dear girl next to her. Of Tanza, Yorna. Tanza, please support His Excellency Vincent. Tanza. Yes. Understood. Drawing her chin in assent at Yorna's call, Tanza made a cup with her hands and slightly bent down. Surmising the intention behind Tanza's movements, Vincent made an agile hop, landing with his feet in the small hands of the girl. The next moment, with a vigorous upheaval of those slender arms, Tanza launched Vincent towards the sky, straight upwards, aiming for the uppermost floor of the Crystal Palace. Vincent. HK. The vigor was lacking, so kicking off of the wall of the palace in order to make up for the unreached distance, Vincent arrived at the uppermost floor that was over 5 meters above him. The thought that he was doing something similar to Socialus, who would sidestep staircases when going up and down, grazed his mind. But such ideas immediately vanished. After all, this was the first time Vincent had seen Olbart in such a state. Olbart, kakaka, did you think I was dead when you saw me? Ain't that hilarious? Alongside the half-destroyed wall of the battery, Olbart sat with a knee up as he laughed in a low voice. However, the monstrous old man was drenched in blood, and his characteristically overly long eyebrows were sagging. Among all his wounds, the gravest by far was that of his left arm having been blown off in the wake of his right one. For Olbart to have engaged in such a close bout of combat, just how powerful an individual had been present here. No. What mattered now was, Vincent, before you die, speak. What was the witch plotting? Olbart. Kaka, this really is some harsh treatment of the elderly. If you look at Moguro, you'll be able to tell. Vincent, Moguro Hagane. As Olbart quite literally coughed up blood while speaking, Vincent turned around at his words and looked at the pedestal installed within the ruinous battery, and the green orb slotted therein, the magic core. The crystal palace, constructed with an unsparing amount of magic crystals, was an unfathomable condensation of mana, and thus was tantamount to a tremendously enormous bomb. The reason why that was enshrined in the imperial capital, the center of the empire, was due to the existence of the magic core governing over it. The magic core was that which served as the very heart of the crystal palace. The green glimmer of that heart, the magic core, could see the rising abnormality in Vincent's sable eyes. That meant, Vincent, overloading the magic core, they intend to blow up the crystal palace along with the entire imperial capital. Magic core. Olbart impeded it. Stopped. The witch midway through. The witch's gambit, which Olbart had spoken of as Vincent shuddered upon surmising its true intent. The magic core, Moguro Hagane's voice substantiated it. As mentioned previously, it was the distinguished achievement of the magic core that miraculously kept the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace steady. By pouring a vast amount of mana into the magic core, the witch had placed a large burden on its processing power. By doing that, she had plotted to have the magic core lose its function of control, destroying the equilibrium of the magic crystals, and blowing away the city. Having comprehended that much, a momentary unease was birthed in Vincent's mind. Vincent. The witch was present here before she went up in flames, Moguro. Incorrect. The witch was not burning. Olbart and myself fought her together. Vincent, from the way Moguro had put it, Vincent's misgivings were not cleared up. The one known as the witch on this battlefield, Sphinx, was supposed to have perished with her soul scorched to naught, ensnared by the stratagems of Chisha and Natsuki Subaru. In that case, did that mean there were two witches? Or perhaps, Vincent, the matter at hand is what ought to take priority. Discontinuing the thought that had veered off course, Vincent looked down at the magic core. By way of Olbart's hard-fought battle, the annihilation of the imperial capital, by means of the magic core's loss of control, had been averted. No, it had merely been delayed. Looking at the state of the magic core, it was apparent that its equilibrium had already been lost. The fuse of the magic core had already been set off. No longer could a detonation be avoided. Vincent, Moguro Hagane, you have done a great service until now. When he gained conviction of that reality, Vincent called out to Moguro as such. As the steelman Moguro Hagane, the meteor that was this crystal palace itself had served the Valatian Emperor Vincent well. To put it clearly, among the 9 divine generals, who had experienced nothing but problems in matters outside of pure strength, Moguro and Groovy had been unfathomably useful. In order to repay Moguro, who had been such a loyal retainer, Vincent had but one method. Vincent, in accordance with your wishes, I shall ensure the tranquility of the Valatian Empire, no matter what. Moguro, Your Excellency. Thank you. Your Excellency tells no lie. Vincent. Fool. I do not hesitate to dupe others if necessary. People, you deceive me. You do not. At Moguro's words of stout belief, Vincent gave a slight exhale and loosened his lips. This meteor was supposed to be a stone puppet in whom no blood flowed, and yet in the world of the Empire, fervent with tricks and plots, they were a valuable existence that seemed almost too good to be true. Olbart. So what do I intend on doing, Your Excellency? Vincent. Even were the magic core to be removed from the pedestal, we have no means of removing it from the premises. In that case, the ruination of the magic core and of the Crystal Palace itself. There is no option save burning both to naught. Yang Sword Wallachia? Questioned by Olbart, Vincent displayed the Yang Sword within his grip. If he called for Ugard to come here, then with 2 Yang Swords, there would be no meaning in doing such a thing. What would be required in the current predicament was not a matter of manpower, but of output. To scorch the magic core, and the power concealed within, to ash by the flame of the Yang Sword. before the power overflowing from the magic core could engulf the Crystal Palace and Imperial Capital and blow them away. In all likelihood, everything would end up being settled in a mere moment. Vincent, or perhaps, do you have any other ideas? Olbart, I ain't got a plan. I ain't even got 2 arms to raise if I wanted to surrender. If your excellency can't think of anything, and nobody else in the whole world, let alone the Empire, would be able to think of anything either, right, Vincent? As the monstrous old man shrugged his armless shoulders, Vincent slightly snorted his nose. The notion that nobody in the world other than Vincent would be able to come up with a countermeasure was an overestimation. If it were not Vincent present here, but instead Subaru, Chisha, or Priscilla, Vincent, think not of such fruitless things, O foolish Vincent Valakia. Indeed, deriding his own self as foolish, Vincent readied the Yang sword with a 2-handed grip, stood before the growing radiance of the magic core upon the pedestal, before the radiance of the Yang sword, before the treasured sword of crimson that served as the greatest treasure of the Valachian Empire. The Valachian Empire of the present day implored the display of its power. The next instant, the area surrounding Vincent, nay, the area surrounding the Yang sword began to harbor heat in its air, distorting the world akin to a wavering mirage, setting rubbish alight, roasting the atmosphere, forcibly painting over the mana in the air with the fire attribute. The scintillation of the Yang sword was emboldened. The heat radiated by the brilliant red blade began to gleam white at the signs of the rising flame. Old Bart, geez, now this sure is something. Present in the same vicinity, Olbart received the full influence of the heat brought about by the Yang sword, and he was silently surprised at the swell of the treasured sword's power. To begin with, the Yang sword was something that was sparsely drawn. Even for Olbart, who had lived through 3 generations of emperors, this was the first time he had witnessed this much of the Yang sword's power on display. For Vincent himself, this was his first time unleashing this much of the Yang sword's power. However, Vincent, it is insufficient. While feeling the unprecedented upsurge of power, Vincent ascertained that the output was lacking. Calculating the ratio of the ever-increasing pressure of the magic core and the magic crystals used in the construction of the Crystal Palace, the current output of the Yang sword would not be able to burn away the might of the explosion. It was not a matter of reducing it as much as possible. What was required was a complete eradication, and with Vincent's incomplete Yang sword, that would be impossible. The Yang sword of Vincent Valachia was not capable of displaying its true value. The reason was plain and simple. Vincent had allowed his biological sister, Prisca Benedict, to live, and thus the imperial selection ceremony had yet to come to an end in its truest form. Deceiving all citizens of the empire, he was a transient emperor who had ascended the imperial throne without having gained the right to do so. Ergo, Vincent could not draw out the true power of the Yang sword Valachia. In regards to the true value of the Yang sword, the same went for Ugard, one of the historic emperors. After all, although the Yang sword lent its power to the undead Ugard by way of his imperial lineage, its true power would dwell in naught but the true emperor of the current generation. Was his only option to make the attempt with the incomplete Yang sword? Or perhaps, Vincent, in exchange for my own life, offering something of equal value, he would seek to invoke the true flame of the Yang sword. It was a choice that was quite likely to reduce the promise he had just exchanged with Moguro to Drek. But if that was what it took, Vincent would enact it. All things were the results of the path Vincent had chosen to walk. Atop the extremity of all the results of choices he had piled up, currently, Vincent was standing. Therefore, Vincent, the duty I must fulfill. I don't think so, Abelchin. Imploring the Yang sword in his grip, Vincent was about to draw out value equivalent to setting his own life aflame. That hand of Vincent's was held down by the white hand of the one who stood next to him. Lost in concentration, the tall woman had gotten close to him through the opening in his undelivered attention. At the blue eyes staring into his side profile, Vincent widened his eyes. Vincent, medium, O'Connell. Medium. I'm here. Vincent. As Medium smiled with her answer, Vincent was at a loss for words. This place where the heat of the Yang sword only continued to swell was no longer suitable for ordinary individuals to breathe. She had suddenly appeared in such a place. However, she was smiling, with a smile on her face and her hand holding down Vincent's medium. I know that Abel Chin is carrying a huge responsibility, but you can't let yourself die. After all, that's the kind of thing I hate the most. Vincent, think about the magnitude of the matter at hand. To begin with, you have no qualifications to divulge your opinion to me. Me? Yes I do. I'm becoming Abel Chin's wife, aren't I, Vincent? That is... Medium. You said that it was okay. Vincent, medium, you said so. Held down by her vigorousness, Vincent was overwhelmed by Medium's fierce spirit. That was different from the pressure of someone aiming for Vincent's life, or that of a potential political opponent. It was the kind of thing for which Vincent had not made preparations to combat. Vincent, take a look at reality. No matter how much you value the seat of Empress Consort, the most vital thing is that the Empire. It was at the moment he had attempted to brush her aside, a sudden impact having struck his cheek. Vincent stared in shock that his face had been flicked. Turning around with that stare, he looked at Medium. Medium, who had struck the Emperor's cheek. Medium, never speak about my reason for worrying about Abel Chin like that again. Vincent, you... Tensing her cheeks, Medium's declaration made Vincent unconsciously blink his eyes, and, witnessing that, Medium spoke. In surprise, Medium. Abel Chin closing both his eyes. This is the first time I'm seeing it. As she gave a broad smile and spoke, Vincent did not utter a word. His eyes ought to be kept open. If he closed both his eyes at the same time, the Emperor's life would be in danger. That was an ironclad rule of Wallachia, one that Vincent abided by even in his sleep. That had been violated, not to deprive him of his life, but by a woman who was worried about Vincent, flicking his cheek. Old Bart. Kakaka. Oyoi. Even though this isn't the time for that, isn't it just a masterpiece? Perceiving the turmoil within Vincent, the elderly man on the verge of death loudly butted in. Regaining his ability to think and make decisions, Vincent gritted his teeth. Even if it were true that he was taken aback for a second, nothing about the situation had changed. All the same, the imperial capital, the Empire, and the world were heading to meet their demise. That... Medium. It'll be okay, Abel Chin. It'll be okay. As Vincent bit down on his molars, Medium still continued to smile at him. It was a baseless, emotional argument that merely spoke of hope. In a place of discussion, that was something Vincent loathed from the bottom of his heart, for it harbored the least potential. Such loathed arguments of emotion. Since he had been ousted from the throne, just how many times had he been tormented by them, and rescued by them? How about that, Your Excellency? Ain't my lil sis quite the big deal? It was at that instant, the reason for Vincent's silence, the one speaking as if it were his own personal matter, as if perceiving that he had also gone through the same thing, was, ultimately, no matter what he did, Balaroy Temaglyph had always been half-hearted. He derided himself so. When he was alive, he had served the Empire, and then opposed the Empire. Then after he died, he opposed the Empire yet again, and in the end, Balaroy. Serving the Empire, though I ain't really built for it. As Balaroy grumbled this, the hole in his chest, having been pierced and opened up by the magical bullet of the most horrible magician, was proof of the decision that had caused his defeat. The battle on which Balaroy's wish had been staked had ended with his utter defeat against the enemy who had been willing to use all means at his disposal. The magician in question had said something along the lines of it was a paper-thin difference, so it wouldn't have been particularly odd for either one of us to come out victorious. But that was nothing more than a lie designed to soothe his ears. In all likelihood, if you were to fight against that man 100 times, Balaroy would lose all 100 times. It was that sort of affinity. For the sake of a single objective, just how ruthless could that man become? At the end of the day, by the point in time in which he could not carry out the things he had left undone, and his lingering regrets, which had been the reason for his resurrection, Balaroy was no match for the opponent whose blood ran colder than colder than that of the undead. With Medium having been cast away, there was no way he could have overlooked it, knowing that doing so would have resulted in the death of his little sister. That was Balaroy's weakness, and the entire reason for his defeat. Medium. That's wrong. It's 'cause Balabro is kind. Balaroy had accepted that as the reason for his defeat. However, Medium would not accept that. Evaluating his weakness and naivete as kindness, Medium's upright personality and beaming smile had not withered in the slightest, despite having grown taller. She was his prized little sister. Indeed, she was his little sister. Balaroy was truly blessed to have met her. Serena, Flop, Medium, Madeline, and everyone else. He was truly blessed to have met them all. His partner Caroline went without saying, but that also held true for the many Imperial soldiers who had stood alongside Balaroy as he climbed the ranks as general, and it also held true for the 9 divine generals. However, although he was grateful for all of those meetings, he had not relinquished it. That was Medium. Even so, Balabro couldn't stop himself, right? Tears in her eyes, yet still smiling nonetheless, Medium's appearance took him aback. He had thought she had not changed at all since the time they had first met. Yet she had verily grown up. Having gone from girl to woman, she had become capable of smiling in this different manner. He alone had gone without changing, merely taking steps while stuck in place. Balaroy. Seems like the people who get resurrected by the witch are limited to just the people who died in the Empire. The only way to get rid of that restriction is by destroying the Empire and expanding the range further beyond to the kingdom and the city-states. If we do that, then, finally, by doing that, I'll finally be able to, Medium, meet Big Bro Miles again. Balaroy, Medium. I understand. After all, I've been watching Balabro all this time. At Medium's words, Balaroy keenly gained 2 emotions. The first was self-scorn regarding the fact that his inner feelings had been exposed, and the other was a slight jealousy. This smile that he was seeing Medium display for the first time, he knew the meaning behind it. Balaroy. Medi, is there a man you've fallen for? Medium. Huh? No, maybe. Balaroy. Close your eyes, and it's gotta be the first face that comes to mind with a smile. Medium. That kind of thing can only be Big Bro. Besides, it's not like Abel Chin ever smiles. Placing her hand over her mouth, a red hue ascended into Medium's cheeks. Seeing such a reaction from his little sister for the first time, Balaroy chuckled. Smiling, he slowly raised himself up. Truly, Balaroy was half-hearted to the bitter end. If, in hating that, he started to break things down like the magician who had defeated him, then perhaps he would no longer be himself. Balaroy. That sort of cold-bloodedness, I think I'll pass. He could never become like that. He would never become like that. He, who had been half-hearted since the time he was alive, was half-hearted all the same even in death. Since he was a person of hazy wishes and regrets in both life and death, he could also say this. Balaroy. Well then, how about we go save the man whom Medi fell for? Medium. I said I'm still not sure. Her complexion bright red, with a face different to that of her early life and days as a young girl. Her words had no persuasive power whatsoever despite asserting them in such a manner. If someone could make Medium have such an expression, yet still end up causing her sorrow, then Balaroy would kill that person with his very hands. Belittling himself, he thought so. Caroline. Kiriarara. At Balaroy's selfish brotherly feelings, Caroline, with whom he shared in heart and soul, neighed in high spirits. At that moment, all those present in the imperial capital, be they living or dead, gazed up at the sky. For what reason that had been, none could easily explain. If the question was regarding the reason why they had individually looked up at the sky, there were likely many who could explain themselves. Those with keen senses may have perceived a strong undulation of mana, and those with good hearing would have heard the loud neigh of a flying dragon. Likewise were those with a focus on the origin of the magic crystal cannon, having been fired a moment prior, and those moving with the palace as their destination. But, even if they could all provide explanations for themselves, they could not explain the reason for everybody having done so. If it could be done, then it was only by the leading actor who decided the logic of the world within himself. And if he were to be asked, then his answer would be plain and simple. Cecilus, of course. It's because it's somebody's climax. He likely would have declared so in a grandiose manner, with a loud voice and a bright smile. And there existed not a single soul in this Valachi empire who would have been able to deny him. The reason for that lay in pure strength, and since the sole person capable of objecting to the leading actor regardless of pure strength was currently seeing off their own reason for gazing at the sky right before their eyes. By leaps and bounds, a dazzlingly radiant streak of green light drew a line towards the sky, directly above the Crystal Palace. Pulling inwards, before anyone could realize it, all the clouds present in the sky above the imperial capital had been congregated into an enormous sea of clouds, and plunging right into the midst of it, that instant, as if the sky itself was aglow, a flicker of light suddenly illuminated the world in dazzling scintillation. Chapter 69. I forgive you as gauntlets of silver rang out. The torso and cranium of the undead standing in the way were pulverized. Inside the body of every undead there existed a core bug, and without piercing it, causing a fatal wound would be impossible, even if their head and heart were to be blown away. In that case, the best choice was to punch in a way so that the impact would spread throughout the whole body. How about this? Until now, he had been giving priority to swinging his fists with all of his strength and having them hit their targets, and he had not given much thought to the result that would be brought forth after they had landed. But he revised that way of thinking. The shock wave born from the impact of his fist, he imagined it propagating throughout the body of his opponent. By doing so, a change could be yielded in the way his fist was unleashed, and in the result it brought about. HK. With a shivering response from its back, the body of the struck undead was smashed to dust, lagging a moment behind the area that had been directly punched. It was proof that the impact had been transmitted throughout the entire body, and that the core bug had been killed. As to not relinquish that, after having grasped it once, he engaged the swarm of countless undead with his fists. 1, 2, 3. The number of the shattered undead was rapidly increasing. Oi, brat, that's enough. There'll be no end to this. A gruff voice called out to the back of the one holding his ground as he swung his fists at the undead. With a sword of fine craftsmanship in hand, dealing with the undead that had broken off towards himself, Heinkel persisted with earnest resistance as his face and hair were getting worn out. At that quavering voice of complaint, Garfield contorted the corners of his mouth into a smile. A person who would have been better off running away if he so desired was sincerely holding his ground here. He had insisted that he would be safer remaining here with Garfield rather than running away on his own, but it was difficult to believe that such a claim was still valid in a situation with this much pressure. After all, this place was the grand gate that served as the entrance to the imperial capital, a crucial position that held the key to capturing the imperial capital by holding back the large army of undead that was attempting to march in. Garfield, I ain't gonna move 1 inch. If I don't hold down this position, it'll get in the way of Captain's tactics. Hence, it was Garfield's duty to defend this place to the end by any means necessary. Striking his fists together before his chest, Garfield gave a reply brimming with motivation, to which Heinkel clicked his tongue. With a grim, unpleasant look on his face, in an angered voice he went, "But, Heinkel, if it's just to fulfill your duty, wouldn't it be easier to carry out if you fell back a bit? There's no reason for you to hold your ground here. Just leave that dragon on its own." Having cut down an undead, what Heinkel pointed to with the raised tip of his sword was the cloud dragon Mesariah, which had engaged in a battle to the death against Garfield, and was now lying on the ground. Mesariah was supposed to be on the side of the undead given its position, but the undead were unrelentingly directing their hostility towards the collapsed cloud dragon, and if neglected, the dragon's scales would likely be stained with blood. Garfield, can't do that, Heinkel. Why? Isn't it an enemy? It'd be best to let them harm each other, Garfield. I don't want Captain to be disappointed in me. At Garfield's childish answer, Heinkel's expression stiffened as he found himself at a loss for words. But those were his true feelings. Without any exaggeration, even in this battle, Subaru desired to reduce casualties and bring them as close to zero as possible. Garfield, too, wished to assist in that. Besides, he still had yet to exchange any meaningful words with the cloud dragon Mesariah. That was why, Garfield, my amazing self ain't moving. Bring it the fuck on, you zombie bastards. Fiercely roaring in a loud voice, the sound of Garfield's two gauntlets striking each other rang out. It would be best if the undead who heard that sound all gathered here, aiming for the living who was brimming with vitality. Garfield. Exactly. That's fine by me. All you strong fucks, come at my amazing self. After all, by holding out as much as he could, Garfield should have been able to make things even a little easier for the people precious to himself. Henkel, there's something wrong with you. Distorting his expression, Henkel listened to Garfield's war cry. As he did so, Henkel did not notice the slight stirring of the fallen cloud dragon behind him. When affectionately lifted up from the bed, Madeline was convinced that this was the end. Because in Bolaroy's chest as he stood, a painfully large hole had been opened up. It was the body of an undead. Madeline knew that a fatal wound would not simply prove fatal. However, from the fact that the wound was not repairing itself like it was immediately supposed to, she could sense Bolaroy's intentions. Madeline's darling, the person she loved, would now once and for all head to a place she would be unable to reach, where even the child of the dragon that commanded the clouds could not reach. Towards a place even further beyond the heavens above the clouds. Bolaroy. I'm real sorry, Madeline. As Bolaroy spoke with a kind expression, Madeline's eyes slightly widened. That expression of Bolaroy's, it overlapped with one he made in his lifetime, from before he had reunited with her as an undead. Of course, his eyes were still comprised of black with an auriferous hue looming within, and his complexion was still that of a pallid undead. Even so, for but a moment, it seemed as if the warmth of life dwelled within Bolaroy's gaze and voice. It was just like those many times when he would come to see Madeline at the summit of Mount Palzoa. The fact that she had not been the one to help him regain that warmth vexed her from the bottom of her heart. Madeline. H.K. As her voice choked up due to her sense of powerlessness and worthlessness, Madeline's golden eyes began to fill with tears. As Madeline's eyes showed fragility despite being alive, Bolaroy, whose eyes housed definite strength despite being dead, while reflected in the irises that shared the same hue as his own. Bolaroy. Until the very end of the end, I sure was quite the selfish guy. I had ended up using Madeline an awful lot with that selfishness of mine, determining the things he needed to do, and deciding that they would part ways. Bolaroy was currently standing by Madeline's side. This was his way of broaching that conversation. What would subsequently follow were Bolaroy's words of apology and gratitude. Madeline could tell. Indeed, because she had been able to tell. Madeline. Friggin. Stop. Bolaroy. Madeline. Madeline. Apologizing, expressing gratitude, all those sorts of things, friggin' stop it. As the roots of her teeth trembled, and she forcibly evaporated the tears that had welled up in her eyes, Madeline appealed so. As half of her consciousness was still connected to the dragon husk, Madeline could not put strength into her limbs. But, bypassing that reason through sheer will, Madeline gripped the arm of Bolaroy, who was holding her up. His arm, the undead arm, was gripped tightly enough to cause cracks to form and shatter. But what she wished to convey through that was not anger or hatred. Only, it was the thoughts Madeline was harboring and wished to convey. Madeline, if you're saying you're selfish, the most selfish thing that Bolaroy did was selfishly disappear all on your friggin' own. You selfishly showed up at this dragon's nest, selfishly became someone precious to this dragon, selfishly stopped showing up, selfishly died, and selfishly disappeared. And now, you're friggin' planning on selfishly disappearing again. Bolaroy, Madeline, you've already been friggin' selfish enough. So then, I won't friggin' forgive your selfishness anymore. Instead of Bolaroy's gratitude or farewells, friggin' listen to what this dragon has to say. She was crushing his arm, however. Bolaroy had his eyes fixed on Madeline without saying a word, staring back into Bolaroy's golden eyes with those of differing radiance yet identical hue. Madeline spoke. That was, Madeline, Bolaroy, you friggin' brought this dragon to the outside world. Bolaroy. HK. At Madeline's words, Bolaroy's eyes widened, being told something utterly unexpected. Bolaroy was flummoxed. It was Madeline's first time seeing Bolaroy make such a face. Even if he was undead, She was happy that she could still see new sides of the person she loved, as if to sear all of that into her tenacious dragonkin body. Madeline continued, Madeline, this dragon was brought outside. Bolaroy friggin' did that for this dragon. Bolaroy brought this dragon out below the sky. Bolaroy. Madeline, this dragon hasn't been friggin' used or anything like that. The reason why this dragon was able to come down from the mountain like this, and is now able to talk to Bolaroy again like this, all of it is thanks to Bolaroy. If only she had been quicker to decide. She harbored a great many regrets of that sort. If only they had conversed and shared in each other's touch more. She harbored a great many lamentations of that sort. Even so, of the things she had decided, the things they had conversed on, and the times they had touched, she wished not to relinquish even an iota. Madeline, all of the things Bolaroy gave me. Bolaroy, you friggin' brought this dragon to the outside world. She would not allow the time Bolaroy had come to bid his thanks and farewell be used for such things. She did not want to use the scarce time she had left with Bolaroy to listen to and deny such inconsequential things. If the total time they had remaining was 10 seconds, then in those 10 seconds, Madeline would. Madeline, I love you. Bolaroy is this dragon's everything. There's absolutely friggin' nothing that I love more than Bolaroy. Bolaroy is this dragon's everything. Bolaroy. Madeline, Madeline, Bolaroy, Bolaroy, Bolaroy. HK. She would use the entirety of the remaining 10 seconds to tell the person she loved that she loved him. She wanted him to respond. She wanted him to want her. She wanted him to harbor the same amount of ardor as was dwelling within herself. Casting away all those complicated aspects of love, Madeline became an embodiment of feelings. Even if people disdained Bolaroy's image, and even if Bolaroy himself might desire that, Madeline would absolutely never let that happen. She did not want to let that happen. With her entire lifespan as a dragonkin, Madeline would hold Bolaroy Temaglyph within her heart. Madeline, the lifetime of a dragonkin is incomparably friggin' longer than a human's. Through that long amount of time, so long that it would seem like eternity when compared with a human's, Madeline would live while thinking of Bolaroy, the man engraved in her soul. That he had left such an impact behind, she would convey it to Bolaroy Temaglyph. Bolaroy. No, just what is it that you find pleasant about me, I wonder? A guy like me, a man who's not worth falling in love with. Bolaroy briefly spoke in a manner deriding himself, but Madeline did not respond with anything. Madeline was too busy pressing her forehead against his chest to express her feelings. The man who did not seem to understand his own charm, she would selfishly have him find the answer to that on his own. It seemed like Madeline's intentions had been communicated. Bolaroy took a long, deep breath. And then, Bolaroy, you won't be able to forget me even if I tell you to. Yeah, I understand that exceedingly well after all. That's why I don't mind if you don't forget me. Only, Madeline, Bolaroy, find happiness, Madeline, my beloved, darling dragon princess. For the first time in her life, Madeline was rejected outright by the person she loved. Bolaroy. How about that, Your Excellency? Ain't my lil' sis quite the big deal? Bolaroy's voice, which had failed to conceal his meritorious sentiments, drew the attention of all present at the sight of the battery. Nay, not all of them. It was everyone except Medium. The courage of the woman holding down Vincent's yang sword-wielding hand towered above everyone else. If one thoughtlessly attempted to grasp the yang sword, they would burst into flames if they lacked the qualifications. It was an entreaty that ran adjacent to death. But then again, without going that far, Vincent likely would not have understood. While he understood that his life was the most vital thing to the Empire, this emperor was the one who had the least understanding of the value of his life within the Empire. Medium. So yeah. Medium, who did not follow along with everybody else, drew a barbarian sword from the back of her waist, and then skillfully struck the green radiance upon the pedestal, Moguro's magic core batting it off. Drawing a gentle arc as it gyrated, it fell into the grip of Bolaroy's single upraised hand. Ascertaining its heat and weight, Bolaroy looked at Vincent. Vincent had lowered the tip of the yang sword and was facing Bolaroy intently. Vincent, Upon witnessing the pandemonium weaving its way through Vincent's sable eyes in that moment, Bolaroy knew that this emperor needed medium. In order to narrow down his options and make the best of his decisions, he needed someone who would prop him up, smiling by his side as they looked to the future. Albeit Bolaroy, the one who had robbed him of Chisha, bore no right to say so. Were it Chisha gold, it would not have been strange for him to have even predicted the feelings of guilt harbored by the undead-turned Bolaroy. Wondering if he was indeed overthinking things, Bolaroy made a wry smile. Bolaroy, Medi. At Bolaroy's call, Medium, having guessed his intention, trotted towards him. Into Medium's arms, Bolaroy entrusted Madeline, whom he had been carrying in one arm this whole time. The precious dragonkin girl, who, while in a state of half-consciousness, had only continued to convey her love towards Bolaroy. The girl, now asleep again, having worn herself out from crying, unto whom he had become an everlasting scar. Medium. Balabro. Bolaroy? What's up? Carefully receiving Madeline's body, Medium looked at Bolaroy from a close proximity. Then, with a face Bolaroy knew well, she gave a broad smile as bright as the sun. Medium. Do your best. Bolaroy. Yeah, I'll give him hell. Just who would believe that the body of an undead was brimming with vitality, receiving strength from that which nobody would believe? Bolaroy energetically turned his back. Then, mounting his beloved dragon, which had been waiting in the depths of the smashed-open battery, he patted its wings. That instant, the unleashed wind thrust Carillon up into the air, and it immediately began climbing to a high altitude. Rapidly climbing by leaps and bounds, Bolaroy and Carillon vigorously approached the heavens present above the clouds. The voice of the wind disappeared. This was concentration. The sensation of flight engulfed by nothingness. Bolaroy, Carillon. Not just the two of you. I am here, Bolaroy. Ah, that's right. Now this is quite rude of me. Tightly holding on to the magic core, onto Moguro. And receiving that protest, Bolaroy wryly smiled. Having their name enlisted among the 9 divine generals as the Steelmen, contrary to their robotic appearance and manner of speech, Moguro was sincere, sympathetic, and dare say even amiable. Moguro, I am the purpose of creation. Meteor of the Empire. That is my Bolaroy. Purpose of creation. The words Moguro had used to explain their reasoning was, ironically enough, the same that Sphinx would use on occasion. In order to fulfill their respective purposes of creation, Sphinx would destroy the Empire, and Moguro would protect the Empire. And there he was, indecisively going back and forth, supporting each of them. Moguro. Why did you betray us, Bolaroy? Bolaroy Kuha. At the exceedingly straightforward query, Bolaroy chuckled at what could only be described as sheer Moguro-ness. That question could have been referring to his betrayal from before or after his death, but perhaps Moguro likely had not made a distinction between the two within themselves. If anything, Bolaroy was grateful for it to have been that way. Both before and after his death, Bolaroy's reason for choosing to oppose the Empire was the same. Bolaroy. It was for the sake of someone precious. Whether it was because he was approaching his imminent demise, or if it was because he thought of this robotic meteor as a friend who was easy to get along with, Bolaroy spoke thus. This was probably the first time he had put those feelings to words, and he had not intended on ever speaking of them to anyone. Carillon, Kiriara. Perhaps because Bolaroy's shame had been transmitted, Carillon looked back at him and returned a nod as it flapped its wings through the sky. Through the special trait of flying dragon riders only Carillon knew. No. It seemed like Medium had also figured it out, but he had generally been hiding it. For that to be divulged, he thought it must have been unacceptable for Moguro. But, Moguro, I see, understood. We are same. For the sake of somebody precious, Bolaroy. Ah, Moguro, Bolaroy, I forgive you. At the forgiveness of Moguro, who was robotic, yet still attempted to get close, Bolaroy's cheeks stiffened. Those cheeks of Bolaroy's housed a hue of life distinct from that of the undead, and in his eyes there no longer loomed the hue of gold upon black, but rather they had regained their natural glow. That was the brilliant blaze of Balaroy Temeglyph's final moments. Balaroy. You've got my thanks, Mokuro. As a dead individual who was now by no means inferior to a living one, Balaroy looked up to the sky as he spoke thus. Still rapidly accelerating by leaps and bounds, Balaroy and company pierced the clouds. The maelstrom of clouds was swirling as if it had a certain will, and it began to envelop them as they raced into the sky. That, which was not intent on crushing them, was something Balaroy had seen in the past, at the summit of Mount Palzoa. This was the dragon's nest, made so as to not let those within the clouds escape outwards. Balaroy. Within Balaroy's mind, many faces emerged. Vincent, the 9 divine generals, Madeline, Serena, Medium, Flop, and Miles. They were the proof that Balaroy had lived, and they were the meaning in Balaroy having lived, together with his beloved dragon, Carillon, carrying them all. Balaroy. It was a life rife with its ups and downs, but I'd say it wasn't a bad one. Carillon, Kiriara, with even his final words unable to break away from his half-hearted nature, his slovenly self ended up receiving a scolding from his beloved dragon. That instant, dragon claws thrust into the ground, and the collapsed body raised itself. Immediately the red-haired man to its side screamed, as he fell onto his backside, but that did not weigh on their mind. More so than such insignificant things, what mattered now was Balaroy. HK. The impact of being punched had been far too tremendous, so they were unable to stand up. But that was no matter. What was needed now was not the strength to stand up, but the might of an Empyrean being. With a quiver of their long whiskers, funneling power into their sharp eyes, they focused their attention on the sky directly above the Crystal Palace. The scintillation ascended straight upwards, streaking a hue of emerald green across the ether. And at the summit of that beam of luminescence, only continuing to climb higher, was somebody precious. That intent, that resolve, that determination, and that selfishness, they would forgive it all. The power gushing out of their humongous body obtruded upon the welkin, and a cumulus maelstrom began to coil in the sky of the Crystal Palace. Once they ushered the emerald gleam into the vortex, they drastically increased the density and accelerated the gyre further. Like so, the cloud dragon Mezerea, Madeline, summoned all of her power. Madeline. Ah. That instant, a flicker of light illuminated the world, and the maelstrom of clouds was ripped asunder from within. What that signified, what had been lost from the world, what had become distant from herself, she keenly understood to a painfully clear extent. Madeline. Gazing up at the sky of scattered clouds, thinking about the one she loved, of whom there no longer remained any vestiges, Madeline burst into a wail with the large mouth and thick neck of the cloud dragon. Underneath the odiously clear sky, the love-lorn maiden of the dragons just kept crying. Chapter 70. The final stratagem. The blast spread out, blowing away the thick swirling clouds from within, and painting the sky over the imperial capital a bright red ahead of the approaching dusk. The light from the explosion burned the eyes of those who looked up at the sky, but the damage was minimal compared to the catastrophe that could have blown away the imperial capital itself. This was proof that each and every person of the rescue, the Valachian Empire from Destruction Squad, who had gathered at the imperial capital, had continued to evade the traps of destruction laid out by the great disaster through their mutual cooperation. This did not mean that each and every one of them had a full picture of the traps set by the great disaster. Only by maximizing the potential that each of them possessed, they were able to remove the causes of destruction within their respective reaches. The relay of fate for that purpose was now transcending the boundaries between the living and the dead, and the imperial capital of Lupugana's chain of command was at the height of chaos. Still, there was one fact that remained resolutely unmovable. Sphinx, the spearhead of the great disaster, was the absolute enemy of all living things in the Empire, no matter what. Thus, The witch's elaborate plans of destruction were nearing their final stages. Woo! Roaring, an explosion blew away the clouds in the distant sky, and blinded by the light, Subaru's throat trembled in surprise at the abrupt shift in circumstances. His exclamation, which could have been described neither as a scream nor a cheer, was a manifestation of his honest reaction to the event at hand. Together with Beatrice, he had fended off the destructive flames unleashed by the Crystal Palace, and then Roswaal saved them from the onslaught of the three-headed blight dragon that had appeared. Just when it seemed that a dizzying aerial battle was about to begin, a huge explosion occurred in the sky far away. There was enough hectic activity to confuse anyone, but the undead dragon paid no attention to the light in the sky, with each of its heads craning towards its pitiable, distracted prey. Dragon. Kairara. Blight dragon had 3 heads and its prey numbered exactly 3 people. Subaru, Beatrice, and Roswaal. The 3 heads of the blight dragon approached as if in competition with each other, with the size of a single large head appearing to be more than enough to get all of them. Just as the sharp fangs of the undead dragon were about to tear the lives of Subaru and his friends apart. One strike, I won't let you take 'em. On either side of the blight dragon, 2 shadows rose up diagonally from below and struck a blow from each direction, slicing off 2 of its 3 heads, sending them flying. A jet-black furred wolfman, and a thunderous blue lightning rising from the earth into the sky. The ones to do this were Subaru, Halabel-san, and a huge sissy, Cecilis. Ha 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 ha. What an unexpected coincidence meeting you here, boss. I did think you might be here since it's the final stage and all that. But your performance just now was brilliant. I can't lose either, so I quickly took to the sky. But just beating a dragon won't be enough, will it? Subaru's eyes widened as the one who had jumped and slashed his sword through the air was Cecilis. Additionally, it was the first time Subaru had seen him as an adult. His infantilization, which had only been a suspicion previously, was confirmed. And now that it was resolved before anyone else had a clue. Subaru, did you meet with old Bart San and get him to undo it? Cecilis, no. I solved it on my own. That's my specialty. So leaving that aside for now, this is a delightful combination. That's Halabel-san there, right? Cecilis answered nonchalantly, then nodded his chin towards Halabel, who was standing in front of him. After helping Subaru and Beatrice arrive in time to stop the magic crystal cannon, he immediately went up to the sky himself and joined in to stop the blight dragon's attack. He looked at Cecilis, saying, "Well," and smiled. "Halabel, from my point of view, I'm just complimenting the work you're doing. Cecilis, ho, you did a great job filling in for me, but then only a suitable actor can do that, so I think Halabel-san is on the right track." Whoa. At a glance, the exchange was amicable, but the scene took place in the air, in the middle of a fight to the death. The blight dragon, with 2 heads blown off, but still with one remaining in the middle, flapped its wings and quickly made distance to escape the 2 transcendent beings who suddenly interrupted it. It was an instinctive decision, but it was the right one. In fact, even though both Cecilis and Halabel could jump to get airborne, they were not free to fly around. However, Roswaal, that's something I can make up for. With Subaru and Beatrice under Roswaal's arms, immediately after he spoke, the debris in the air gathered instantly, and an impromptu scaffold was created there. That scaffold provided Cecilis and Halabel with another chance to leap. Halabel, even if it's only got 1 head, a dragon's a dragon. Cecilis, we don't want to be interrupted during the decisive moment. Let's slay it quickly. How many people could so casually say such a thing to one of the most powerful creatures in the world? A dragon, and no other than the blight dragon. And yet, the 2 immediately proved that it was no kind of jest or boast. A flash of blue and black streaked across the sky, instantly catching up with the blight dragon that was trying to take advantage of the distance. In a moment, the dragon's wings were torn to shreds as it was pierced by 3 separate wolfmen in midair, creating death holes. However, the warriors would not let the dragon miserably fall to its death. A flash of lightning, a slash from the sword that manifested dreams, split the black scales of the blight dragon vertically, and its life was severed in two. It was one of the most abrupt and legendary dragon-slaying acts in the world. Beatrice, those guys are outrageous, in fact. Subaru had seen the same thing that Beatrice had, and agreed wholeheartedly. Even though Subaru was aware of this as information, two of the world's strongest individuals were unbeatable in ways that went beyond his simple imagination. In fact, with them he felt like he could not lose, just like having Reinhard on his side. Now that Cecilus had grown up, together with Halibel, that feeling was even stronger. "Not yet, bro." A voice lunged at Subaru, as his mind was relaxing, as if punching him in the side. He looked, and standing there in the area that was originally the second bastion, a place where the ground was like boiling magma, was a man in a familiar helmet. It was Al, one of the missing people in the Imperial capital. Al screamed out desperately from the ground. He said, "Al, the alignment of the stars hasn't changed yet. The witch is still up to something." At the rapid changes occurring in the situation, Vincent could feel his thoughts gaining heat and speed. Even though he was lionized as the wise emperor, Vincent did not think of himself as being particularly wise when compared to others. If there was one thing he was more conscious of than others, however, it would be none other than the difference in the depth and vastness of his thinking, as well as the time it took for him to produce an answer. Thus, that difference in time taken would change depending on whether or not he could still function and make use of the trivial time in which everyone had their attention stolen by the radiance present overhead. Vincent. Its fuse set off by the witch's stratagem, the magic core of the Crystal Palace had been brought to the verge of collapse. Taking the true body of Moguro Hagane in hand, the undead Boloroi, Temaglyph rose to the skies. As a result, the induced explosion of the Crystal Palace had been avoided, and the Imperial capital, nay, the entire empire, had been rescued from ruination. But then again, this was that Boloroi. What he had truly wished to protect was likely neither the Empire nor the Imperial capital, but rather somebody to whom he was emotionally attached. In any case, the fruits of the deceased Boloroi's sacrifice were the safety of the Imperial capital, and the sight of the evening sky from which the surging clouds had been scattered. Vincent, but is this truly the end? Right beside him, tears streamed down the cheeks of Medium, who was embracing the unconscious Madeline. With that in his peripheral vision, Vincent cold-heartedly immersed himself in thought. Using her position of Empress Consort as a shield, Medium had prevented Vincent from relinquishing his life. If he were a strong emperor, if he were an emperor who had such leeway, he surely would have displayed an empathetic demeanor, or words of consolation. However, Vincent was neither of those. Ergo, he did nothing for Medium. For all the things he did not do for her, Vincent coldly worked his head. Vincent, without cease, the great disaster has continued to take measures intent on bringing about total destruction. In addition, each stratagem is multi-layered and without openings. The sacrament of the immortal king resurrecting the dead was fueled by the power of the stone, Muspel, and if the undead continued to be felled, the power of the stone would be depleted, resulting in the collapse of the Empire's vast lands. The previous firing of the magic crystal cannon, what it had been targeting, was unclear from Vincent's position, but after it was fired, the magic core was filled with immense heat, and had been a bomb left behind as a parting gift to blow away the Imperial capital. By merely averting these threats, it would have been short-sighted to think that they had overcome the entire affair. If there was still something, still a subsequent measure that the great disaster was preparing. Vincent. Suddenly, a certain possibility flashed through Vincent's mind. Rather than deep and thoughtful foresight, it was the product of something that was already closer to a pretext or paranoia. However, now that he had thought of it, there was no choice but to verify the possibility. Vincent was aware that the things he thought of were things that anybody else could also think of, given enough time. If so, then this was the same. Vincent. Olbart Dunkelken, have you searched every last corner of the palace? Olbart. Oi oi, your excellency. I've lost both my arms, you know. Even if you were to make my pitiful nursed life from here on out a little more fleeting, Vincent. Within the palace? Did you see Priscilla Barriel? I shan't ask of her survival. Olbart. Vincent. Answer. We mustn't let time go to waste. Olbart. You're talking about the young lass with red eyes in the flashy dress, right? Ain't seen her. Though, I did go round killing the troublesome Castor along with the bunch who'd had their souls tampered with. At Vincent's threatening demeanor, Olbart raised one of his white eyebrows and answered so. Originally, the duty that had been entrusted to Olbart was to infiltrate the Crystal Palace and conduct a thorough search. The general objective of that was to destroy the technique of the sacrament of the immortal king. As a result of his interference, it was difficult to say whether the opponent's objective was fulfilled in a satisfactory manner, but Olbart, since I came up not just empty-handed but with no hands at all, I didn't produce any results. Are you dismissing me from my post as general, Vincent? The matter of the status of your employment is postponed. But, if you were unable to find her? Medium. Abel Chin. The monstrous old man's face had lost its complexion, yet he still jested as if all was normal. At that exchange between Olbart and Vincent, Medium uttered a voice of inquisitiveness as she lowered her gaze from the sky. Still influenced by the reverberations of Balaroy's conclusion, Medium, with her blue eyes, posed that question, to which Vincent loathsomely tread upon the floor where debris was scattered about. And then, Vincent, Priscilla is not being held captive within the Crystal Palace. I cannot guess the entirety of the reason behind that, but, at the very least, it is because one part of the enemy's objective is to have her witness the Empire's destruction. Aldebaran had called out to Natsuki Subaru that the alignment of the stars had not changed, and Vincent Valacha had seen through the objective of the witch at the center of the great disaster, though her intentions were not clear. After witnessing those events that had led to this point, the imprisoned Priscilla Barriel also accurately inferred her own situation. Priscilla. At first, this was inexplicable. If mine self were your objective, Arakia's death would not have been a matter of concern. But the demise of the Empire would have been an inconvenience. The floating reflective water mirrors not only showed the battle for the imperial capital, but also the battle for the fortified city, along with the people falling victim to the undead in various parts of the Empire. It indeed was a sign that the threat of the great disaster was spreading throughout the Empire. She showed these events to Priscilla in order to color her heart with despair. The aim was easy to understand, but whether it could be done was not. However, Priscilla, the ruination of the Empire resulting from the death of the stone would not serve your goals, and that is because ultimately, it is not your desire to take mine life here. Consequently, Sphinx. Consequently, Priscilla, mine self is not being held within the dungeons of the Crystal Palace. The reason why Sphinx continued to layer on measures to bring about the Empire's downfall was because she was convinced that all of that destruction would not reach Priscilla, destroying the Empire while keeping Priscilla alive. The method to fulfill these conditions was straightforward. Priscilla. Despite that being certain, and even after examining her surroundings, she found no discrepancy between the dungeon of her memories and what stood before her eyes. During her time as Prisca, she had only visited the palace's dungeons on one occasion out of curiosity. But this dungeon, which exactly replicated that of Priscilla's memories, was probably a wholly different space. The very space of the dungeon itself has been relocated to a place unrelated to the destruction of the Valachian Empire. A kind of different dimension, and Priscilla was placed as an observer of the battle-torn imperial capital. The evidence of this was that, at some point, the tremors of the fierce battles unfolding in the imperial capital had ceased reaching the dungeon. Priscilla, but for what reason would you place mine self of all people in the position of an observer? The other members of the Valachian imperial family aside, you have certainly considered the means wherewith to disrespect mine self in particular. Sphinx, careless meddling is forbidden. This may be an effective measure for you. Countermeasures required, Priscilla. Although neither careless nor countermeasures are words that mine self enjoys, it shall be overlooked in consideration of your defiant attitude. Priscilla pondered this in response to Sphinx's answer. The witch's intention was to nip in the bud the possibility of someone coming to Priscilla's aid, rather than preventing Priscilla from taking any action. That in itself was correct. But the fact was that she was being imprisoned in a space with no known entrance. This almost eliminated any chance of Priscilla being rescued from the outside. However, Priscilla, this inconvenience applies to you as well, does it not? Sphinx. What does that mean? Priscilla, it is quite simple. Why do you not duplicate yourself without limit, and with an infinite amount of you, drop numerous stars, burn the land of the Empire, and destroy it all? Sphinx. Priscilla. If you made certain that you did not involve myself in the downfall, that would be the swiftest way to accomplish your goal. The reason for you not doing so is obvious. You cannot do so, even if you wanted to. Priscilla eloquently explained her theory to the silent Sphinx. Once, as she was being burned by the flame of the Yang sword, Sphinx had changed the form of her soul, transforming its vessel into one befitting the Witch of Greed in order to fulfill the purpose of her creation. At that point, one of Sphinx's two purposes in causing the great disaster had been fulfilled. All that remained was to destroy the Valatian Empire in order to drive Priscilla into despair. In order to do so, creating a limitless number of Sphinxes and then having them drop a meteor shower to the ground would prove sufficient. But Sphinx did not do that. Priscilla, although vexing upon seeing you imitate Lamia by increasing your numbers, mine self had an intuition. No matter how much the number of vessels increases, the underlying soul is shared. That is to say, the source of the mana possessed by the owner of the soul of Sphinx shall be centralized. That was the existential flaw of Sphinx, having been resurrected as the Witch of Greed. By abusing the ritual of the sacrament of the immortal king, it allowed the undead to revive and create multiple instances of themselves, but so long as the original soul remained the same, they could not have more mana than they already possessed. Sphinx had already fought in many fierce battles with those who wished to take back the imperial capital, and had already used the great spell to bring down a star many a time. No matter how skilled of a magician the Witch of Greed might have been, there were limits to what she could do. Priscilla, therefore, you must limit the number of your duplicates. In addition, you have one of them assigned to mine self in order to communicate with me? Yes? It must be because this space cannot be maintained without your direct presence. Ever since appearing before Priscilla, claiming to be the enemy's leader, Sphinx had never once left Priscilla alone in the dungeon. This could have been interpreted as an attempt to not miss Priscilla's facial expressions or the pain in her heart as the situation changed from moment to moment, but there also could have been a more serious reason for this. Quite simply, the answer was that she was doing it because she had to. Thanks. In response to Priscilla's point, Sphinx remained silent. It is believed by some that if one does not answer, then one does not give information to the other party, for better or worse. But, in Priscilla's opinion, this was second-rate trickery. Sphinx must also know that, sometimes, silence can confirm one's suspicions more eloquently than words. If Priscilla's speculation was correct, Sphinx was in a state of exhaustion, having used up almost all of the strength of her soul. Otherwise, restrictions being present or not, through her copies scattered throughout the imperial capital and the empire she would relentlessly attack. Strategically, there was no reason not to do that. In other words, this meant that the plans of Sphinx, the leader of the great disaster, had finally been brought to a halt. Priscilla. Is that not so? Priscilla closed one eye, repudiating her own reasoning. The emotions expressed in that question might have been hard to believe if other listeners were present. Priscilla's question did not come from a sense of superiority, or a suspicion based on skepticism, not even from a desire to see through the other party's agenda. What was there was a certain amount of anticipation. Even this impasse, a true dead end, was something she expected her opponent to overcome. Then, in response to Priscilla's question, Sphinx's eyes widened slightly. Watching, the witch then twisted her lips into the shape of a smile. At that moment, the final showdown between Priscilla and Sphinx commenced. The Sphinxes, resurrected from the same soul, were all independent and did not share in the same consciousness. Hence, among the Sphinxes, serving as the Witch of Greed, who had manifested as 7 total bodies, the only one who knew that Priscilla had seen through their intentions was the one directly facing her. However, that would not have had any influence upon the intentions of the seven sphinxes. That was because it was a stratagem that had been formulated under the assumption that Priscilla would have seen through their intentions from the start, correctly guessing them. The one that had verified Priscilla's answer was just the one facing her. But Sphinx could not help but admire her abnormal insight, having guessed almost everything correctly. As she had said, several sphinxes were sharing mana through the source of one soul, so the more of herself she multiplied, the amount of mana that each individual sphinx could use would decrease. Due to this battle, which had raged on for several days with no respite, the reality was that all of the mana that she had remaining was not reliable enough to utilize large spells such as Al-Shario, which had already been employed to bring down a star dot. Of course, simply making use of large spells was not how a magician displayed their talents. For Sphinx, who had inherited knowledge as the Witch of Greed, there were a myriad of small techniques she could employ that did not balance the degree of mana used with the scale of results. However, it was also true that for any such small techniques, there were extraordinary, transcendent beings who could hold them back. In particular, she could not disregard the presences of the wolfman who was bringing about the curse of death, and the swordsman who had slayed the star. Therefore, the seven sphinxes, excluding the one participating in the great battle for the fortified city of Garkla, and the one monitoring Priscilla, the five sphinxes reached for the final stratagem. Her attempt to directly assassinate Arakia, who had assimilated with the stone, had failed. The utmost powerful attack to exterminate Arakia, fired via the magic crystal cannon, had also failed. The strategy of lighting the fuse of the magic core right after the magic crystal cannon had fired, having it run rampant and exceed its critical point to annihilate the imperial capital, had also failed. With all of those failed stratagems as the groundwork, the sphinxes stationed in 5 locations around the imperial capital of Lupugana would activate the magic circle they had laid out. They would interfere with their true target, the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace. Sphinx. Multiplex magic circle activation, executing final stratagem. Importance. Required. This plan was fundamentally different from the stratagem that had attempted to blow away the imperial capital by using the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace as a catalyst via the magic core running rampant. Regardless of being in a rampant state, the administrative right of the meteor known as the Crystal Palace belonged to the magic core, Moguro Hagane. But the magic core was no more. Having escaped the threat of explosion, the Crystal Palace was currently in a defenseless state. With Moguro Hagane's presence now gone, the administrative right of the magic crystals forming the Crystal Palace was vacant. Present, there were lumps of colorless mana, which had stockpiled immense power over many long years, and for the witch, who was on the verge of depleting the little mana she had left, it was an offering for which she would water at the mouth. The star-shaped ramparts that symbolized the imperial capital of Lupugana, having laid out a 5-pointed star inverse to its 5 bastions, the 5 sphinxes had deployed an enormous magic circle, interfering with the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace, which had lost its administrator in Moguro Hagane. It was something designed to completely usurp the vast mana dwelling therein. Thus, the witch's plan, something not directly linked to the destruction of the Valachian Empire, would not be thwarted by Natsuki Subaru or Vincent Valakya, who had both come to disrupt many of her artifices until now. The same went for the Blue Lightning, Cecilis Segmont, as well as the Admirer, Hannibal, as well as the Spirit Eater, Arakia, and the Vicious Old Man, Olbart Dunkelken, as well as the Flamboyant, Yorna Mishigur, and the Emperor of the Briar, Ugard, Valachia, as well as Roswell L. Mathers, and Beatrice, and Garfiel Tinzel, and Medium O'Connell, and Tanza, and Heinkel. Only one person. Sphinx. The magic circle is incomplete. The 5 sphinxes who ought to have activated the magic circle, among them, the one present at the northmost point, had failed to participate in the activation of the magic circle, causing the other witches to harbor a sense of unease at the incomplete activation of the technique. As irony would have it, the fact that this had been caused by the Witch of Greed and the Witch of Envy, that it was caused by the clash of 2 individuals who succeeded these witches of times past, was not noticed by anybody at the current point in time. Chapter 71. Heroic Reveries. Let us assert one thing here. It was a fact that without Amelia's decisive action, the plan of the witch, Sphinx, would have come to fruition and the downfall of the Valatian Empire would have been unavoidable. Moreover, it was something that no one other than Amelia could have stopped. Amelia. Yeah. Amelia released a sharp exhale, strained her cheeks, and stood firm against the heat rays of light and the balls of light that came in from all directions, repelling all with her polished ice armaments. In front of her, the replica of Echidna. Sphinx's magic was all too astonishing, and the only way she withstood her difficult-to-deflect attacks was by blocking them with ice that shined like a mirror. Amelia was also often told by Subaru that creativity is important, so she was always particular about the details in her iceborne weapons, and this time, they were used to their fullest extent. Thanks to the fact that she always did this, she was able to quickly create weapons that dealt with Sphinx's magic. Amelia. Thank you. As always. Amelia thanked the absent Subaru, enthusiastically donning gear made of ice. Subaru, who was probably still working hard somewhere in the imperial capital, hand in hand with Beatrice and Spica, was still helping Amelia in this way, even though he was small and not with her. Just thinking about Subaru allowed Amelia to forget her fatigue and swing her big ice hammer. Sphinx. Removal. Required. And, urgently. Facing Amelia, Sphinx kept her distance while she unleashed her magic. While she was exposed to her onslaught, Amelia did not feel the impatience of her opponent, who did not show any expression. Originally, Sphinx had sneaked into this deserted place to accomplish something. Amelia somehow sensed this and rushed in, which was when the battle began. That stopped Sphinx from accomplishing whatever she was planning to do. With this in mind, Amelia, though it not being her forte, was focusing intensely on thoroughly obstructing her opponent. Here again, Amelia was making the best of a situation that no one else at the imperial capital could. If Amelia had taken Sphinx's life, the witch would have taken that memory back to her soul, recognized the threat Amelia posed, and manifested a new body prepared with countermeasures. However, Amelia had no intention of killing Sphinx, but only of stopping her. Therefore, the situation Subaru had named escape by death did not occur, and Sphinx would not send a new version of herself as reinforcements against the unshared threat of Amelia. This situation would not have been possible if anyone else had been there, whether it was someone powerful like Cecilus or Halibel, someone wise like Vincent or Roswell, or even a cheater like Subaru or Al. No one other than Amelia could have pinned down Sphinx here. Amelia. Hey-ah! Amelia, who had managed such miraculous meshing by relying on her intuition, nevertheless kicked the light ball away with her ice shoes without being aware of it. Amelia, even though I don't know what's going on, I won't let you do whatever you're trying to do. And also, tell me where Priscilla is. It's a promise I made with Schultkun. Sphinx, one-sided and greedy, truly fitting for a witch, is it not? Sphinx coldly muttered so at Amelia's request. However, the mutterings were filled with a certain irritation that could not be concealed. White light enveloped his vision, and in the subsequent instant, the world met its end. That was something Natsuki Subaru had ended up experiencing many times over in a short period, the newest stage of return by death. Subaru. Held in under the aviating Roswell's arm, he was tightly holding on to the hand of Beatrice behind Roal's waist, who was being held under the other arm. The presence of Beatrice, the warmth of Roswell, the sensation of his whole body basking in the wind, all of it was real. And not only that, regarding the dragon subjugation just now, I think vying for an achievement through the number of heads isn't really all too pretty. As a matter of fact, isn't it thunderous applause that's wanted rather than a feat of heads? So then first things first, how about we show them a combination of two great men from Wallachia and Kararai? That'd be quite splendid, at least for me. I may have been hoping not to stand out too much, but it wouldn't hurt to elevate my status for this, and that after the war. With a backwards glance towards the undead blight dragon which was fading into the sky with its existence severed, Cecilus and Halibel could be seen and heard descending to the ground while pressingly exchanging words, having just killed the dragon in a literal flash. As the unmistakable apexes of the world, the two were equally transcendent beings. However, the fact that they could not defy the laws of physics and remain in the sky provided a certain sort of satisfaction. Subaru. Right now. Just what exactly was happening? He had no choice but to grasp the new threat and counter it. After defending against the magic crystal cannon, after slaying the approaching blight dragon, after witnessing the swell of green light blow the clouds away beyond the sky, he knew the witch still had a trick up her sleeve. Subaru and the others did not have much time before that would be put into operation, staining the world white and causing them to lose their lives. Think, 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 think. 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 Beatrice. Subaru. Indeed, upon Subaru's eardrums as thoughts raced across his mind, Beatrice called out with a voice of strong conviction, holding her hand, the determination that he absolutely needed to do something, and the intense feelings of loss surging through Subaru's body and mind, nay, through his soul, must have been transmitted to her. The fact that Beatrice did not exhaust many words on top of that was proof of her cute self's high-minded resolve. Beatrice, say whatever you like, I suppose. Betty will aid you in everything, in fact. Without having told her much of anything at all, just how much of a relief it was for Beatrice to say that to him, while feeling disdain build up towards himself for never repaying favors. Subaru nodded, and as he nodded, Subaru, just keep holding on to it until my consciousness is on the verge of bursting apart. I'll give a signal, so prepare the thing from earlier so it's ready to go at any time. High up in the sky, Subaru raised his voice, and receiving that black and blue streaked through the sky. He did not hear the specific contents of the orders, but he felt like he heard something else instead. Indeed, the sound of the gears of conflicting worlds beginning to mesh and turn in order to weave the time of light. It did not matter if it was an auditory hallucination. In fact, it ought to have been. Natsuki Subaru had thought about the best way to break the deadlock, and carried it out. In that case, he could count on him. No. He had no choice but to count on him. Having called out to Subaru that the witch's myriad plans had yet to be exhausted, that was the best Aldebaran could do with what little he had. Shit. A short expletive which echoed in his helmet only to his ears. Because of that, the fact that he had muttered it unconsciously sort of felt like it was being emphasized, which had caused him to notice. Just what did Aldebaran possibly have to regret? It was something he knew from the moment he found Natsuki Subaru in this empire. When push came to shove, he ought to use Natsuki Subaru without hesitation, no matter how much he hated that, no matter how much he loathed it. At the end of the day, it was nothing but worthless obstinacy. The worthless obstinacy of himself, who was nothing more than a following star, unable to do the same things as that Natsuki Subaru. Reconsideration required. Reconsideration required. At the sudden utterance of that voice, Aldebaran turned around without saying a word, cocooned in solid black light from the neck down. Lying defenseless on the rough ground was the figure of Sphinx. Sphinx's gate was completely sealed, and her hands and legs were quite literally tied up, however. She stared at Aldebaran without any impatience or anger emerging on her abhorrent face. It was a disgusting look, as if she was observing him. Reconsideration, as in revising your thoughts. Just what exactly? You're not going to tell me what you're thinking, no matter what I do. The edges of her mouth contorted, and Aldebaran glared at Sphinx through his helmet. This was also true. Aldebaran had already interrogated the captured Sphinx many times, and thus had ascertained that she would not divulge any details regarding her plans. Ironically enough, even among the innumerable number of attempts Aldebaran had, there existed a certain number of results that could never be distorted. Even if an infinite number of dice were rolled, rolling a 0 or a 7 was impossible. Indeed, It was impossible. For Aldebaran, Al. But you see, it's the end of the line for you guys. You've made an enemy of someone who should absolutely never be made an enemy of. By now, even if you're rethinking something, Sphinx, that which I have reconsidered is my evaluation of you. Al, huh? Sphinx. I had not recognized you as anything but a mere squire of Priscilla Barriel, but you are the same as me, Al. Sphinx. Having yet to fulfill your own purpose of creation, you are a martyr struggling to live for that reason. I have achieved my own purpose of creation, so I cannot help but pity one who is stuck in a standstill. Even in captivity, in a position where the magician's magic was sealed, Sphinx still quietly pitied Aldebaran. Not out of vanity or defeat. Aldebaran's throat froze at Sphinx's honest gaze. Of the fact that the true nature of the coldness freezing his throat was murderous intent, Aldebaran was aware. He absolutely had to kill this overly talkative, witch-faced woman. He absolutely had to choke the life out of her. For her to say that to Aldebaran with none other but that face was unforgivable. Just who in the world did she think made him Aldebaran? Al. You? Al, lend me your strength. It was the moment when his vision turned bright red, and his thoughts were blanketed in white. If it had been a few tenths of a second later, Aldebaran would have killed Sphinx. However, that was stopped by a furious, gliding wind accompanied by a hard-hitting voice. I need your strength. As you said, the great disaster isn't over yet. It's an all-out war. He landed right next to him, and then with an intense color on his face, he called out to Aldebaran. With two reliable people beside him, a long-haired magician and a dress-clad spirit, Natsuki Subaru, capable of searching for as many hands as he pleased in order to reach the light that Aldebaran could never reach no matter how far he reached out, did so. Al, even if you ask me to lend a hand. Subaru, shut the hell up. Al, HK, becoming a mixture of all sorts of embarrassment, Aldebaran muttered so. But, unconcerned with those inner thoughts of Aldebaran, Subaru thrust his fist out. Subaru, at the moment, I don't have time to sympathize with each and every person's troubles. That's why, right here and now, let's switch gears and cooperate. You said it before? Al, me? Before? Subaru, you said that you have expectations of me. I'll say the same thing back to you. Al. Ah, as Subaru yelled at him with a red face, Aldebaran caught his breath. At the same time, he was reminded of his interaction with Subaru when they were reunited here in the Valachian Empire, when the latter was on the verge of losing his own meaning of existence in the fortress city of Garel. When Subaru's foundation became unsteady after being rejected by the girl known as RM, Aldebaran had encouraged him. Back then, what was it that Aldebaran had said to him? Subaru, the confidence and everything else you lost can only be regained through results. It's all the same as it's always been. Al. At the sound of Subaru's voice, the girl who held hands with him, and the long-haired girl who stood behind him, had eyes brimming with expectation. And so, Subaru, who gave strength to those around him, reached out to Aldebaran in the same way, offered him a hand, and spoke as if repaying him for that time. Subaru, come on, Al, carry them with me, these heroic reveries. So he declared. The witch's plans, the ruination of the Valachian Empire, and death had come to fruition time and time again. Perhaps a painless death was the ideal way for things to end. Perhaps the arrival of demise in the midst of not knowing what had happened was the only gentle way to save people from their fear of an end that would inevitably come. However, he thought thus. Subaru, no, my ideal ending would be to die peacefully with Emilia, Biko, and my grandchildren by my side. So that's not it. Even if the great disaster were a last boss situation that brought about a painless and fearless end in order to save all human beings from sorrow and suffering, Subaru would resolutely reject it. When the ideal ending that he envisioned would arrive, the thought of Emilia and Beatrice, whom he would be leaving behind, brought pain to his heart like being stabbed with glass. Still, until he reached that situation, it was a problem that Subaru would need to suffer through and find a solution to. There was absolutely no way he could abandon himself to a sweet dream given to him by another. The whole thing was a hypothetical to begin with, and the premise was not valid since the goal of the great disaster was not a gentle end, but rather the destruction of the empire through a series of the most terrible measures imaginable. That was why there was no compromise in this battle other than to thwart the goals of the great disaster. Subaru. Little by little, I'm starting to see it. At first, the world was stained white, and Subaru had no choice but to be swallowed up by the death that was thrust upon him, without knowing what had destroyed him or his companions. Moreover, Subaru returned just after Roswell held him and Beatrice on both sides, and Cecilus and Halibel had cut down the attacking Blight Dragon. After that, in less than a minute, the end would come. Subaru. The time frame was short, and much needed to be done. If Al had not told him that the witch was up to something, it would have taken him much longer to uncover it. It had probably saved him 5 or more return-by deaths. Still, more trial and error was necessary in order to ascertain what was occurring. And, through that trial and error, the most likely thing is that the stone Muspel will be killed, I suppose. If our opponent has a comeback left to make, then that would be the most likely possibility, in fact. The collapse of the Empire's vast lands. It's possible that our opponent is preparing a trigger to bring about that great cataclysm. If it is Sphinx's conventional method, there could also be some kind of magic circle. For now, Groovy's gone and lifted the Curse of Thorns, which was our biggest obstacle, so you wouldn't really think that there'd be anybody hiding away a curse that's even greater than that, right? Yes. According to Alsan, if Anya dies, the whole empire will be destroyed, so this may have something to do with that. That means that there's a possibility that a large army will be sent to kill Anya. Will I finally get to do it again? Slaying 1,000 people. Hey! Have you been safe, child? I heard that you took very good care of Tanza. If there is anything at all that I can do to help, please let me know. Schwartz-sama. I have a bad feeling. Is everyone in the battalion safe? Although young, thou hast pleasant eyes. Mindstar seems to place trust in thee, albeit not as much as she places in mineself. If thou requireth anything, thou may speak. Captain, my amazing self's glad you're here, but it's too soon to give me praise. It ain't over yet, right? Anything you say, I'll do it. Get lost. Don't let me in with you guys, brat. Friggin' disappear. This dragon has nothing left. Friggin' disappear. This dragon has nothing left. Subaru-chin, I'm not good at thinking, but I'll try. Do your best as well, Subaru-chin. Oh, sorry about this. But I've lost both my hands. So you're gonna have to get back on your own, okay? Looks like there's no way I can knead your soul back to its original shape, Kakakaka. He was not some Superman who could solve everything by figuring it out on his own. A time frame that amounted to not even a minute, repeating it over and over again in exchange for his death. Subaru certainly moved to checkmate his enemy on the board they had constructed, one move at a time. The death of the stone, Muspel. A magic circle. The Curse of Thorns, Arakia's life. Ara was Spica's star eating. He was glad that Yorna was safe. The war situation at the fort was the best. The drunkard not worth talking about. The dragon he could not talk to. The dragonkin he could not talk to, doing his best. Not wanting to be told things that would hamper his willpower to do his best, etc., etc. Do not face downwards, Natsuki Subaru. Neither one of us has the time to be looking downwards. To struggle onward, you ought to have decided so. I have no intention of giving up. Just who do you take me for? How much self-respect was truly there behind those prideful words? He would not be so tactless as to try to peek behind the curtain like that. All right then, onward it is. Giving up such a thing was not an option for Natsuki Subaru. The same went for her, who he could not find, no matter how hard he looked. Rather than being worried about it, his feelings of faith now surpassed his fear. She might have been facing danger, but surely she was doing her best to secure the future. as it would not suit her to stay quiet in a safe place. That was why it was time to overturn it. Time to overturn the witch's board. Subaru. Come on, Al. Carry them with me, these heroic reveries. An unthinkable absurdity was attempting to overturn the final stratagem of the witch Sphinx. Sphinx. The preparations ought to have been flawless. Without exception, all were being overturned. Having achieved the outcome she had desired, the supreme challenge of fulfilling her purpose of creation, the certain sense of accomplishment that had dominated her heart was for but a moment, and the situation was being distorted bit by bit. Just what stood in the way of Sphinx, in the way of the great disaster? Vincent Valacchia, Sphinx. Aldebaran, Sphinx. Natsuki Subaru. As if to close the distance towards Sphinx's mind, crimson lips spoke those names. Chosen as the great disaster, Sphinx had commenced a battle on which the survival of the Empire was staked, and hot on her heels, overturning her plans entirely, was a deterring force attempting to rectify the alignment of the stars. Sphinx. From your perspective, how would you evaluate them? At Sphinx's question, the woman looked towards her with a metallic clank of her chains, the crimson eyes fixed upon Sphinx beyond the water mirror. Priscilla Barriel smiled at the question. Neither ridicule nor pity. It was a smile. If anybody who knew Priscilla were to have seen that, they would have likely been surprised, for within her smile, affection could be found. The affection harbored by Priscilla Barriel towards Sphinx Toy. Sphinx. For what reason, Priscilla, do I make such an expression, you ask? Did you not just inquire regarding mine evaluations of those men? Just as one would expect from the witch of greed, your avarice extends to even answers. Sphinx, if you're going to mock me, Priscilla, you ought to be aware. Such is not the case. Bluntly told so, Sphinx was silenced by Priscilla's gaze. In her eyes, and in her words, there was no longer any hue of mockery towards Sphinx. Then, just what was it that dwelt within those crimson eyes that was eating away at Sphinx from inside her chest? It was a sensation unknown to her. This was different from the times when she was continuously spurred on by a sense of duty, that she must fulfill her purpose of creation. For Sphinx, it was an unbearable, inescapable impulse. Priscilla, remember this. That is what is known as yearning. Sphinx, yearn. Priscilla. If you wish to procure something that lies beyond your own domain, you must endeavor for it, even if you must withstand the torment of being scorched by flame. There are some who do not desire that, but such a way of life is foolish. Sphinx, Priscilla. When scorched in flames, listen carefully to the pleas of your soul. In life, one must yearn. In love, one must drown. It is for mine convenience that this world is made. At that declaration, Sphinx truly experienced a sensation akin to being struck by lightning, an absolute and unshakable self, and an unwaning confidence. Feeling the inescapable heat of that flame, Sphinx truly felt alive for the first time after having died. At the same time, she yearned. She yearned to emerge victorious against the flame-like woman before herself. Ergo, Sphinx, countermeasures. Required. No, let us see if you can prevent this. Within the imperial capital, enclosed by star-shaped ramparts made up of 5 bastions, exactly inverse to those 5 bastions, a magic circle had been laid out in the form of a 5-pointed star, the Sphinxes whose duty it was to activate it, while, suspicious of the imperfect activation of the technique, were receiving its effects nevertheless. The effect of the magic circle. Its target was the magic crystals of the defenseless Crystal Palace. Deconstructing the enormous mass of colorless mana, the witch, Sphinx, had plotted to take it into her own mana-drained soul, thereby gaining immense power. Now that she had succeeded in reproducing the soul of the Witch of Greed, Sphinx wielded the same power as her creator, who possessed knowledge of all kinds of magic. If only she could just secure the mana for that purpose. For that purpose, Sphinx. The completion of the magic circle. Unfortunately, His Excellency and boss have ordered me to come and prevent that. That instant, The surging glint of a sword forbade her from even responding, and lopped Sphinx's head clean off, her white hair trimmed into a bob cut. Sphinx saw the figure of the young man who had killed her within her field of vision as it spun through the air. It was an exceedingly beautiful brandish. However, it was still lacking. This was not the end. Even if it was an incomplete magic circle, it had given her soul some respite. What remained? Young man. Ah, I see now. You're also drowning, aren't you? As a result of the choice Sphinx had made directly after. Cecilis Segmont smiled as he gripped his katana. Within Cecilis's vision, as to not allow him to prevent the complete activation of the magic circle, reconstructed from the soul that had received the taste of his several sphinxes, stood in his way. Tilting her head, one of the sphinxes obstructing him said, "Sphinx, there is no water source here. What do you mean by drowning?" Explanation required. Cecilis, there isn't any need for a real river, or pond, or lake, or even a puddle. The thing known as the Ocean exists in the hearts of all. Those who deeply desire something. Every one of us. Everyone's drowning. At his way of putting it, Sphinx had still not straightened her head. But, without letting that bother him, Cecilis placed his hand on the hilt of his sheathed katana to ready himself, and gave his introduction. Cecilis, swordsman. Cecilis Segmont. Sphinx. Witch of Greed. Sphinx. Before she could even realize that had naturally spilled out of the Sphinx's mouths, at the same time that the blue lightning and the witch's techniques caused tremors throughout the imperial capital, similar fierce battles to prevent the activation of the magic circle broke out in 3 other locations. Admira Halibel. Witch of Greed, Sphinx. 61st Emperor of Wallachia, Ugard Wallachia. Witch of Greed, Sphinx. Gorgeous Tiger, Garfiel Tinsel. Witch of Greed, Sphinx. Witch of Greed, Sphinx. The elite forces, selected by Natsuki Subaru, faced the witch as a spear to destroy the final stratagem of the Great Disaster, and were subjected to a fierce magical onslaught. Once the magic crystals of the Crystal Palace, which were being deconstructed, completely flowed into the witch's soul, it would no longer be possible to thwart her plans. The reason being, her possible measures would extend into infinity. Depending on the user's imagination and practical utility, magic could extend one's possibilities infinitely. In other words, by acquiring an extreme amount of mana, the witch, Sphinx, would gain the power of a transcendent being that could make almost anything possible. It would give her the key to overcome all obstacles and to fulfill her desires. However, the truly terrifying thing about Sphinx was not her vision of attaining such mighty power. What was truly frightening was the meticulousness with which she was not focused on one single objective. Subaru, Biako, Roswal, Beatrice, Minya, Roswal, Ulgoa. A storm of purple arrows and flaming projectiles spread out around them with no escape, blowing away the undead who dared to advance. However, even after the vanguard troops were repelled, the undead who still continued to march in had come here with their sense of self completely destroyed, assailing as puppets that were following orders. In order to kill Arakia, stopping not only the magic circle but also them was necessary for Subaru and his team's victory conditions. Subaru. Al, gotcha! Breaking through the encirclement, Al pounced on the undead, aiming for the girl's life, thrusting the earthen dao, causing it to expand inside his opponent and explode from within. He had not seen Al fight since Chaos Flame, but even looking at him again, he was too risky and harrowing. He was not a skilled combatant by any stretch of the imagination. Still, it was an all-out effort, with everyone taking on the challenge together, as best as they could. Subaru. 1 minute has passed. Having overcome the line that had been fatal until now, Subaru realized that the situation had progressed. Sphinx, the commander of the Great Disaster. To be honest, it was quite a shock for Subaru to see her look so much like Echidna, but it was Beatrice who kept his turmoil at bay. Beatrice remained calm and composed, even when she saw the witch, who had become an exact duplicate of her parent, Echidna. Beatrice. Subaru, that's not the same person as Mother, in fact. Roswal. Yes, That is right. Even if she resembles the Witch of Greed, Echidna, they are not alike in the slightest, though she is an exceedingly unpleasant opponent. For some reason, Roswell's words, which were just as convincing as Beatrice's, spurred Subaru forth, and he shifted his attention away from the uncanny appearance of the witch, and focused, instead, on discovering her intentions. First of all, the fact that the witch, who was supposed to have been burned by Abel's Yang sword, had changed her form and survived was in itself the ultimate counter to the Yang sword and star-eating. That strategy also needed to be taken into consideration. However, right now, Subaru, if we can completely obstruct the activation of the magic circle. It was the moment when he had thought that. A massive water mirror was deployed in the sky of the imperial capital, and an image was being projected onto the screen. The fortified city of Garkla, driven into a moment of desperation, was about to be obliterated by a falling star. Medium, Abel Chin. Wearing an expression of altered complexion, Medium called out to Vincent with an urgent voice. Embracing Madeline in one arm, she pointed to the sky with a barbarian sword in the other. There was a huge distortion of light that seemed to cover the sky of the imperial capital, and Vincent immediately understood that it was a thinly spread mass of water. For a moment he was wary that it was the next attack prepared by the witch, but he became convinced when the water's rippling surface reflected a scene from somewhere else immediately afterward. As expected, that was an attack of the witch. However, it was not a straightforward attack that caused significant injury to the human body, but rather an attack that penetrated the spirit by confronting it with an inescapable reality, in a form such that none could take their eyes off of it. Reflected in the water mirror of the sky was the fortified city, surrounded by the great army of the undead. Having attracted the hosts of undead, the fortress of the Sword Wolves was where a battle on which the survival of the Empire was staked, much like the one Vincent and the others were engaged in, was unfolding, and from its skies, it was clear that the radiance of a star was raining down. This was the beautiful divine judgment of destruction that had also attempted to bring ruin upon the imperial capital. If that was to fall upon the fortified city, the walls and fortress would crumble, and most of those encamped within would die. That would mean the destruction of the empire, which would not be able to be rebuilt even if the operation in the imperial capital succeeded. Starlight over the imperial capital, the fire of obliteration, the overload of the magic core, and the magic circle targeting the Crystal Palace. The witch's successive artifices were to destroy not only the imperial capital, but also the entire empire. The wise man was the one who would strike the true fatal blow, never letting it be perceived. That was why, Vincent, our greatest fear has been borne out, Natsuki Subaru. Indeed, it happened right after Vincent spoke. A fire of obliteration smashed through the water mirror of the ether as it opened a hole in the sky, perforating directly towards the north of the imperial capital. The authentic trump card of Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice, the magic crystal cannon's fire of obliteration, sent into another space by Al-Shamak, was returned to this space by a subsequent Al-Shamak, shooting down the starlight that was supposed to mark the demise of the fortified city. With the assistance of Cecilus and Halibel, that trump card did not have to be used to slay the Blight Dragon, and instead, it was used to defeat the final measure prepared by the witch to perturb them. Subaru. HK. Subaru felt dizzy from the intense feeling of exhaustion, and his nose began to bleed as he was bathed in a multitude of water drops from the shattered water mirror, which rained upon the imperial capital like a passing drizzle. It was the backlash from Beatrice's endless display of seriousness over the past few hours. Beatrice's adorableness might have been priceless, but there was a heavy cost to pay for her abilities. There was a limit as to how much of that burden could be shared with the Pleiades battalion. Subaru involuntarily dropped to one knee as his limits emerged before him. Beatrice. Subaru. He was supported by the shouting Beatrice. However, he could not speak, even though he wanted to reassure her. Beatrice tried to stop the unending, dripping nosebleed with the sleeve of her dress. He did not want her beautiful outfit to become stained, but he could not lift his arms. Subaru. Not yet. Not yet. He could not afford to come to a standstill here. There was still a duty he had to fulfill. A plot that still needed to be thwarted. This was an all-out war, and it was none other than Subaru who had made that decision. For Subaru to be the first to run out of steam, there was no way such a ridiculous story could exist. That was why Subaru. Huh? Beatrice? Subaru? You shouldn't force yourself, in fact, even if just for a moment. Rest. Beatrice hurriedly tried to admonish Subaru, who had suddenly let out a breath, but Beatrice's words stopped mid-sentence. Because Subaru stood up suddenly on the spot. Beatrice's round eyes widened, and she looked at Subaru as he stood up. As she met his gaze, Subaru looked down at his hands, bewildered. The sense of lethargy that had gripped Subaru's entire body until just before had disappeared without a trace. No. It was not that the feeling of exhaustion had vanished. Rather, it was the opposite. Subaru. Strength is surging up within me. Subaru was dumbfounded, and just as he said this, his whole body was filled with energy. It was a similar feeling to that of being united with the other members of the Pleiades battalion, having even the strength of one's body and mind intensely heightened. A feeling of omnipotence, of being enveloped by a great flame. And then, for what reason this had occurred, was something Subaru immediately understood. The shattered water mirror in the sky, and the fire of obliteration that pierced the radiance of the distant star, drawing a band of light. In the sky of the imperial capital where those two had reigned supreme, a new light was birthed. It was tiny in comparison to the light of the star, and even small in comparison to the fire of obliteration. But in terms of its brilliance, not only was it equal to them, it overwhelmed them with its blaze. Falling from the heavenly skies, adorned in a dress the color of blood, was a woman akin to flame. It is a great service. Even as the water mirror had tried to project despair, everyone had looked up to the sky. However, through an even higher intensity than that, it attracted the eyes of all present in the imperial capital to the sky, and set their souls ablaze. She was descending, a female sword wolf with fluttering orange hair and blazing crimson eyes. No superfluous words are necessary. You may call upon my name. Holding the treasured sword of crimson in her hand, the princess, as if the sun itself, descended upon the city in its plight. As one of those who gazed upward towards her, Subaru unconsciously abided by her wishes. That was to say, Subaru. Priscilla. Indeed, he invoked her name as she descended, with a flame ablaze in his right eye, as one of the people receiving the blessing of the sun. He called out her name. Chapter 72. The Sun Princess. I have use for you. You shall serve me well, in order to grant my wish. Those were the first words the man spoke to them, and they symbolized the relationship between him and them, which, until the very end, had not changed even once. They had spent decades together with the man. During that time, they were never given freedom, amounting to being shackled and confined in a basement. Although they had a caretaker to keep them from dying, the cautious man would silence them and replace them periodically. So the man was the only one whom they could say they had any contact with over the decades. Leap Bariel. He was a nobleman of the dragon kingdom of Lugunica, a man dominated by what was, to put it simply, a foul ambition. During the demi-human war, House Bariel had been commissioned as viscounts, but they forfeited their titles and were demoted to barons when they were forced to take responsibility for their defeat during the Civil War. That humiliation and anger ought to have been the driving force behind Leap's actions, but if such were the case, then one would have to wonder how long human anger and hatred could retain their intensity. Leap would constantly remind himself of the humiliation of decades ago as if it were only yesterday. Leap. Eventually, I will certainly have you make yourself useful. I am the one keeping you alive. You best not forget that. Human beings who possessed intelligence had something known as emotion. For example, if one spent 10 or 20 years with another, even if they did not like the other person's personality or relationship, their attitude would soften, and the harshness of their contact would dissipate. However, that was not the case with Leip. There was always a fresh sense of hostility from him. Not once did he ever speak warm words to them. They did not know anything regarding Leip's personal history, family makeup, or House Bariel's affairs. Day after day, they spent a long, quiet, and idle time in captivity, only to be told by Leip's occasional visits about the current state of affairs in the kingdom and the unchanging days of lying in wait. However, on merely one occasion, they had a different conversation with Leip. Leip, you led the civil war in collusion with demi-humans. Just what in the world was your objective? More than 20 years had already passed since the demi-human war, and it was far too late to discuss that topic anymore. Leip asked this question at a time when both Valga and Libre, who had fought with them, had already died, and the major figures of the demi-human alliance at the time were all gone. Why he wanted to know that, they did not ask. They had a feeling that if they asked questions back, Leip would be taken aback, and the topic itself would be closed. Therefore, they did not say anything out of line and did not feel the need to hide their purpose, so they spoke frankly. Their cooperation in the demi-human war was to fulfill their own purpose of creation. Leip. Rubbish. Upon hearing that the demi-human war was part of the process of trying to achieve the purpose of their creation, something they had been pursuing for more than a century, Leip readily spat back that retort. They did not feel any anger or sadness from Leip's reaction. They had always been that way, and Leip's reaction was as expected. From the point of view of this man with foul ambitions, all wishes other than his own were worthless. But, Leip, you were born as yourself, but wish to go out of your way to become someone else? Why bother to pretend to live under someone else's name and way of life, only to let your own name die? That conversation, which they thought would end after being cut off with that single word, had continued. Leip turned toward them with eyes clouded with negative emotions, more frustrated than ever, as if to say that this was a truly repugnant idea. Leip, your objective has no value whatsoever. As expected, you are to be used by me. After all, your desire is one that would not have even a shred of value when fulfilled. Should you intend to squander it, give it to me. You, Leip, your purpose of creation is worthless. If you cannot live without someone telling you what to do, then you ought to be used for the sake of my wish. There was not an iota of righteous indignation or compassion in Leip's eyes as he spoke. In Leip's clouded eyes was anger toward those who had brought about his undiminished humiliation, resentment and hatred toward an era and a world that refused to acknowledge his existence, and an ambition like a black flame to push himself into a more deserved position. They were so violent, as if they trampled them, as if they were pouring sludge on them, that they certainly plunged a blade into their being, tearing them apart and causing them to bleed cold blood, to fulfill their purpose of creation, born out of their Creator. That was the meaning of their life, the purpose of having kept walking forward for such a long time. Yet, had they ever harbored an intense ardor for that purpose? Never, never once had they harbored a passion for it, the need to accomplish what was given to them only because they had been given it. Such was the habit and compromise bereft of ardor, which ruled their life. However, intrinsically, was this not what a wish, what a desire, was meant to be? To deeply desire something, to try to fulfill a wish that one wanted to, was it not correct for those to become like this? Was Leip Bariel's way of being not the correct method for one to grant their desires? Once again, a long time had passed. During that time their relationship with Leip had remained unchanged. Not many words were exchanged, and time ticked moment by moment without a role having been prepared for them, for which they had been told they would be of use. Then, eventually, there was a change. Leip. At last, it seems an opportunity has presented itself. Indeed, Leip, whose eyes blazed with a maniacal glint, had grown thin and gaunt, his face and body corroded by an age that could not be reversed. Despite his undiminished ambition, the time he would be able to seize the thread that dangled in front of him had finally arrived, and it delighted him that he would finally be rewarded after prohibiting himself from even blinking. According to what they had heard, Leip had established himself among the royal family of Lugunica over the past few decades, and was entrusted with the management of the tablet of prophecies called the Dragon History Stone, which the divine dragon had conferred on the kingdom. Having grasped the fact that the prophetic tablet had been inscribed with information about a calamity that would soon strike the kingdom of Lugunica, a disease that would spread through the royal family, Leip blazed with aspirations towards the next battle for the throne that would follow thereafter. Leip, I will find a candidate before anyone else. I will take her as my wife and send her to the royal selection. And I will surely get my hands on the throne. I will make use of you too. With fists clenched tight with nothing but skin and bones, Leip was determined to do just that. They had always been told that they would be of use, but now that it was feasible, even as someone who had been connected to them for several decades, there was a small sense of excitement. They had expectations. The next time he came, Leip had found a candidate, and he ordered them to prepare a technique to break their mind. By doing so, he would turn the candidate into a puppet and rule the next age of the kingdom with his own hands. Leip's ambition to mastermind such a grand scheme, to plot its realization with unusual tenacity, and to actually bring it to the brink of fruition was, for all intents and purposes, dazzling in a dark way. They wanted it to come true. They wanted him to fulfill it, all while following that passion. They wanted him to fulfill his foul ambitions that would compel anyone to look away, to use the kingdom for his own desires, to use even a witch as a stepping stone for his own desires, and to achieve his deluded obsession. The thing that was lacking from within themselves was none other than that. That was what Sphinx wanted him to teach her. So, they waited. They kept waiting. They eagerly looked forward to breaking the mind of the woman Leip had married to take advantage of as a candidate to participate in the royal selection. They waited, and waited, and waited, but Leip never showed up. In order to find out why he had not appeared, they undid the bindings that had not been broken for decades, and ventured out on their own. And it was only when they found out why Leip did not show up that they understood. Sphinx. They understood this was the ardor of wanting to accomplish something. Countermeasures required no, let us see if you can prevent this. As Sphinx declared so, her trump card, her ace up her sleeve, her hidden trap was overturned. Reflected upon the shimmering surface of the water mirrors were the struggles of those who overcame the schemes prepared by the witch one after another in an effort to prevent the destruction of the empire. Narrowing her crimson eyes, Priscilla, chained, looked at the mirror and at Sphinx's pale face. Yearning, drowning, Sphinx had subjected themselves to the greatest burden in order to fulfill their own desires. The substance of this would be an abomination to the world, to the empire, and to Vincent. But to Priscilla, it was no abomination at all. She did not wish for the downfall of the empire or the world, nor for the squandering of the tireless efforts of her own older brother Vincent. However, the fact remained that for the sake of a desired outcome, confronting things while expending all of oneself was always beautiful. Even when that hatred which bordered on resentment was directed against them, it was no exception. All things had their proportional value. Those who lack the understanding of their own caliber and desire more than it can hold are often doomed. However, Priscilla wisely spoke that she did not like those who could console themselves with only what they could fit in their vessels. She wanted to love the way of life of the fool who sought what was beyond the capacity of their caliber, who went on a path that may lead to ruin, who aimed for the sun only for their wings to melt, regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in their challenge. Priscilla. How lovely. All those who would risk their lives on the battlefield would not believe their ears at Priscilla's words. However, that was Priscilla's genuine intention. In the first place, Priscilla did not prefer to act or speak in ways that conspire and deceive others. She would never wish such a way of life on herself. Hence, it was genuine praise. All those who took up arms on this battlefield, lent their shoulders to others, shed their blood, and burned their souls, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, were to be loved. If that could come true. Priscilla. I suppose it is a sentimentality uncharacteristic of mine self. Priscilla closed one of her eyes, a rare grimace forming on her beautiful face. Since childhood, she imitated her older brother when she contemplated. Vincent understood all too well the weight of the responsibility he bore, and never closed his eyes, not even when he slept. That attitude was admirable, but excessive. Sometimes, there were those whom one could only meet upon the back of their eyelids. Priscilla, you as well, elder brother, had better find someone you can be with. Someone you can shut both eyes with. Yang sword in hand, Vincent had burned down the plans of the witch who had spearheaded the great disaster. Priscilla uttered these words while showing respect for his way of being. Then within the water mirrors, Priscilla saw something that caught her eye. Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru, Priscilla's laudable clown and the knight of the half-devil who, despite being somewhat loathsome, had been named as a royal selection candidate. Like Sphinx's perceived threat, Priscilla also understood their struggle. She understood the very fact that they twisted the destiny of the stars that could only be described as something more than a trivial matter. Priscilla, what in the witches, nay, what in the heavens are you both deceiving? Sphinx. The mastermind behind the great disaster was not half-hearted in the numerous artifices she had laid out. The undead army created with the sacrament of the immortal king, the use of the stone muspel to realize them, the second coming as the witch of greed who managed to evade the flame of the Yang sword once before, the murderous intent toward Arakia, who shared her destiny with the lands of the Empire, the starlight, and the magic crystal cannon, the subsequent overload of the magic core, the deployment of the magic circle to utilize the magic crystals, and the staging of the plight of the fortified city. Who could have predicted that such well-orchestrated plans would be foiled at every turn? For the wise Emperor Vincent Valencia, for his right-hand man Shisha Gold the White Spider, and for none other than Priscilla Barriel, it would have been impossible. The ruination of the Valachian Empire ought to have been inescapable. It ought to have been inescapable if it were not for those who broke through that dead end of fate with an unthinkable power. That was why, Priscilla, just one more hand to play. Priscilla's lips spun those words as she peered at the scene that floated on the mirror's surface. The massive water mirror above the imperial capital reflected the plight of the distant fortified city, and tried to break the will of those in the imperial capital to fight. The fire of obliteration, previously swallowed by the void, drowned it out. The starlight was negated by the magic crystal cannon, the pride of imperial capital, and the water mirror shattered. At last, it seemed that all of Witch's stratagems had been thwarted. However, Sphinx, I'm not done yet. The starlight over the fortified city was drowned out, but even so, the witch's all-encompassing plans were still not exhausted. While the witch watched as the mass-scale disaster she had prepared was prevented, she used this as a springboard to set up a trap. The water mirror shattered in the sky, turned into raindrops, and poured down upon the entire imperial capital. Like a passing storm, it drenched the imperial capital, with raindrops striking the living and the dead alike, and so they were blades of water, the harmful disguised as the harmless. Slowly, the drops that slid over the skin of those struck by raindrops shuddered, becoming blades. This danger loomed equally over everyone, except those who were inside buildings or the transcendent beings who avoided the rain by instinctive intuition. It became a fatal line, one that could no longer be avoided. Priscilla. Hence why. Priscilla closed her eyes. Earlier she had thought about Vincent, and then she did the same thing. Schult, Hankel, Emilia, Krush, Felt, Anastasia, Serena, and Arakia. In the darkness behind her eyelids, Priscilla saw many faces, many souls. Among them Vincent, Lamia, and Aldebaran were also present. All of them, people who lacked one more hand to play. Priscilla, the world is made for my convenience. Priscilla muttered that, and Sphinx's movement stopped as she tried to flash these blades of raindrops. She looked at Priscilla through the water mirror, her black eyes wide open. In the next instant, the alternate space created to hold Priscilla collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it was unbearably engulfed by the scintillating flames brought about by the Sun Princess trapped within. The moment the starlight flashed over the fortified city, everyone who looked up to the sky was speechless. This was right after they had succeeded in defeating the Blight Dragon that had attacked them just before. And the fact that they had successfully defeated a powerful enemy together had boosted the morale of all the soldiers who were challenging their siege to their utmost. However, before the fact that the undead's most powerful force had been destroyed was conveyed to all, the beautiful destruction loomed overhead, and many forgot the beating of their own hearts. Of course, There were those who tried everything they could under these circumstances. The same was true of the spirit knight clad in an aura of light, the female warriors who would never lose their fighting spirit, the soldier with insects within him, and the hulking frame clad in gold, and the battalion who was assembled in the light of their own star. Even the wise ones, who lacked the strength to fight, considered countless thoughts in that brief gap of time, sparing no second to attempt to overcome their desperate predicament. But still, just like ants gathered together to stop a giant, it was certain that everything would be trampled and reaped, until the fire of destruction flew from the distant sky, colliding with the light of the star, and the world flashed white. At the time, no one knew what had happened. However, the retinas of those who did not look away were burned white, revealing that the destruction that should have arrived before their eyesight had returned did not descend upon them. And then, HK, the two lights, the white of the star and the red of the fire, blended together, and a shockwave covered the sky of the fortified city. The blast, which occurred a moment later, scattered in all directions, shaking even the city's sturdy walls, sending gusts of wind throughout the city, blowing away both the living and the dead alike. In addition, the intense winds even cracked the great mountain that supported the city, causing rock faces to collapse and detach, and the large falling rocks engulfed a corner of the great fortress with a roar. Unfortunately, that location was assigned as a first aid station where the injured were being brought. Rem. Hey, Rem. Rem's eyes blinked several times at the call of the frantic voice. For a moment, her thoughts were whited out, and it took her a moment to figure out what had happened. But she soon realized that it was Katya's voice frantically calling to her, and she remembered that the relief station had been involved in a collapse caused by falling rocks. Seeing cracks in the walls and ceiling, Rem quickly pushed Katya into the crumbling wreckage. And yet, Rem, I'm alive? Katya, of course you're alive. You really shouldn't have done that. If you died protecting me, my heart really would have died this time. Buried beneath the rubble, Katya's tearful voice struck Rem's ears, confirming that she was still alive. That powerful grief was interrupted by the sight of Em pushing aside the rubble from atop of her body. She must have been surprised. The debris on top of Em was quite heavy, and even with Rem's strength, which was that of the Oni clan, it should have been too heavy for her to move it so easily. Yet, Rem was still able to do it. Katya. Rem, your eye. Pointing at Rem's face, Katya let out a shrill, high-pitched scream. Rem could guess that Katya was pointing to her left eye, which probably had a blaze lit within it. This was because Katya's left eye also had a flame burning. No, it was not just Rem and Katya. All those in the aid station, except for Im and Katya, who were caught in the collapse, stood up with only minor scratches and no serious injuries. She could see a flickering flame in one eye of every person. That flame, the power that came from it, brought forth strength to Im, and that was because Rem. Priscilla Sama? Rem muttered to herself as she felt the heat of the painless flame in her eye. Unsure. Rem was not even sure why. But Rem followed her heart and was certain of who it was that had brought about that flame. Katya-san. Katya. Dawu. What is this? Water. Where's some water? Quick, quick. I need some water to put this out. No. I don't think this is a fire that should be put out. Besides. Before the flustered and confused Katya, Rem stood up and found her overturned, barely damaged wheelchair, lifted Katya into it and sat her down. Then, she looked at the people in the relief station who were standing up, and nodded. Rem. I feel like I'm being told something. That we've got to hang on just a bit further. The water mirror shattered, and the crimson woman descended from the sky in a spray of droplets. All were transfixed by her overwhelming presence, looking up at the sky as if being bathed by the setting sun. And of course, that held true for the witch as well. At this moment, after deconstructing the magic crystals with the activation of the incomplete magic circle, there were 44 witches that Sphinx had manifested by absorbing some of the vast amount of mana. Each of them turned their palms toward the sky, and light appeared around the descending Priscilla. But don't look away and don't touch the dancing lady. I don't know about that. That'd be a bad move. Not missing this opportunity, the transcendent beings interfered, reducing the number from 44 to 36 in one fell swoop. Despite that, the balls of light, more than enough to threaten one person, gathered together all at once towards Priscilla. A lethal attack from all directions. It tried to capture the sun as it escaped its captivity. I won't let it. Responding to that cry of parental love, the streets of the imperial capital shifted and moved before shooting out like spears. They blocked the blasts of light that were trying to reach Priscilla in the air, and a series of explosions and blasts painted the sky as they protected her. Together, Beatrice. No need for you to say it, I suppose. An amethyst glow appeared around Priscilla as she continued to descend through the blast of light. It was a disc-shaped crystal, acting as a shield to intercept the approaching balls of light that was created by the combined efforts of both Spirit and Caster to protect and defend Priscilla. However, Witch? Not yet. The witch screamed with emotion, as if she were spitting blood. Immediately afterward, the disc was struck hard and began to creak. Eventually, the cracks widened, and the disc shattered all at once. Having done so, the witch, her white hair fluttering, rose into the sky and attempted to shower life-rending light upon Priscilla as she fell unprotected. Oh, I will not let you do that. The blonde girl teleported from the ground, and the dear girl jumped and kicked with a force that could break the crystal palace, striking a blow to the torso of the witch, who saw none else except Priscilla at the same time. The witch crumpled, and the heat ray that was fired missed its target. Witch. Catalyst. Required. The crumpled witch shattered into bits of dirt, but even that was part of the plan of which she spoke. A moment later, multiple witches on the ground joined hands with each other. Because they were the same being in perfect synchronization, they shortened the construction of a technique, generating a great storm. It became raging water, wind, and light, engulfing Priscilla in the sky. In the next moment, Priscilla would be torn to shreds, her body left in a pitiful state. Icicle line. The storm of destruction exploded from within, and what appeared next was not the torn figure of Priscilla, but rather a flower of ice that split open in the heavens as if to protect and adorn her. The great, ravishing flower petals trapped the light, not allowing it to reach Priscilla. And then, a figure furiously approached, as Priscilla defied all of the death, destruction, and demise that loomed around her. It was Princess. Aldebaran rose from the ground of the imperial capital, stretching into the sky with a distorted, misshapen pillar of stone and earth beneath his feet, drawing ever closer to Priscilla. The column rapidly grew, and the distance between the falling Priscilla and the ascending Aldebaran shrank, and shrank, and shrank, and shrank, until the distance became 0. HK. Balancing on top of an unstable pillar, he stretched out his right arm to forcefully catch Priscilla as she fell. Just as they were about to fall together, Aldebaran secured his legs firmly atop the pillar, risking his life to protect Priscilla from the fall. Priscilla's almond-shaped eyes narrowed at Aldebaran's life-or-death, decisive action. Priscilla. It is a great service. As Priscilla briefly spoke, Aldebaran, overcome by emotion, bowed his head. Then he looked up, his voice trembling. Princess, my princess. Finally, again. Ouch. Priscilla. Nonsense. Who belongs to you? Priscilla struck Aldebaran, who was on the brink of losing it, on the head with the hilt of her yang sword. Aldebaran instinctively crouched down as he felt the force of the blow, which threatened to dent his steel helmet. He was unable to rub the spot where he was hit, as he was supporting Priscilla with his one arm. Priscilla gave a short snicker to the pitiful Aldebaran, with a, Priscilla. However, that was an excellent effort from you. I bestow mine praise. Well, I'm very grateful and honored. What about you, Princess? Everything okay? No injuries? Did they hurt you or anything? I mean, you look so pretty for someone who is being held captive. Priscilla, do not repeat such nonsense. In the first place, mine beauty is not going to diminish from being imprisoned for a short while. Mind your tongue, Al. Held by his arm, Priscilla told him so in a stunning manner, and Al's breath caught in his throat. Then, once again, he nodded deeply, confirming that Priscilla was indeed before him. To Al's reaction, Priscilla, still in his embrace, looked around. Priscilla. Witness, the true star of the show. You shall have grand excitements. Reflected in Priscilla's eyes as she spoke atop the stone pillar were multiple figures, those who were putting their lives on the line in this battle, and in the eyes of each of them, a flame was lit. The flame of Priscilla Bariel's soul blazed within the eyes of those she deemed worthy of love. That, of course, included Al. Princess, with all right beside her, she lifted the visor of the helmet he wore with her finger and peeked within. The right eye upon his face, which he never revealed to anyone but Priscilla, was lit by the same flame. Upon seeing this, Priscilla smiled pleasantly and spoke. Priscilla, it is no matter of consequence. As always, this world is made for my convenience. Chapter 73. Fated foes. It was a similar feeling to being buried from the neck down in a dark place. Their feet sunk into the unending mixture of earth, sand, and pebbles, which eventually reached their waist, chest, and shoulders, leaving only their head exposed. It was only a matter of time before their head was buried in the cold dust that was gradually piling up. Desperately turning their head upward, they tried to breathe out the dust that was piling up, trying as hard as they could to postpone even just a little the moment they would suffocate, the moment they would be buried up to the top of their head. From the time they were born until today, they had never felt so much discomfort. Their mind was always unstable, like walking on water, but their body was never like that. They were sure that they were better at moving their body than most people. When that source of comfort was taken away from them, they felt like crying, thinking about how helpless they were. But they did not know how to shed tears. They were not even good at crying. They lacked in just about everything. Still, there were things they wanted. They were all too unaware of it, but they finally realized it. They finally realized how greedy they were. And then, suddenly, the feeling of dust pouring down from above disappeared. It hit their forehead softly, and the feeling of it burying them as though spilling out stopped, and a flickering blue-white light illuminated the area as it swirled around them. The light that flashed provocatively around their field of vision was uncontrollably irritating. And they struggled, and struggled, and struggled, and eventually the arms of their body, buried up to their neck, reached up into the air. As if escaping their outstretched hand, the pale blue light went a little higher again. Wanting to chase after it, they forcefully pulled their buried body out in order to reach the heights they could not reach. They got their shoulders out, their chest, and if they could get their waist out, then they would just be one breath away. Eventually, when they were out to their toes, they looked up and tried to catch the blue-white light, and realized something. There was a red flame right in front of them that brilliantly lit up the area. Then, the blue-white light that they were trying to catch wrapped itself around them, trying to push them toward the radiant flames. For a moment, there was hesitation, but it was not fear of the flames. They hesitated, wondering if their cold self was worthy of the fortune of being burned by the flames. However, that hesitation was only momentary. It was not about whether they were qualified or not, but whether or not they wanted to be burned. They were going to be burned, or so they thought. That was why. Enough of this. Wake up. How much longer do you intend to keep myself waiting? They took one step forward, straight ahead, to be burned by that gentle flame. One step forward. Princess, I did my best. It is only natural. Just who do you take mine foster sister for? At that moment, the witch Sphinx was convinced that all of her plans had fallen apart. Having given rise to the hosts of undead as the great disaster, she had ascertained the whereabouts of the soul through the countless amounts of trial and error they had carried out. And utilizing that, she had accomplished her purpose of creation, to reproduce the Witch of Greed. In addition, through the act of killing the stone, Muspel, by having it use the architecture of the sacrament of the Immortal King technique, and inducing the collapse of the Valatian Empire's vast lands, putting an end to all things that comprised the Empire. She would show Priscilla Bariel, the sole person placed within the alternate space, the destruction of her homeland. By doing so, Sphinx had plotted to enact retribution, triumph, revenge, supremacy, conquest, overthrowal, vanquishment, sacrilege, subjugation, a rise, a fall, a rampage, exultation, happiness, or at least just something against Priscilla, who at least just something against Priscilla, who had invited the death of late Burial, the man who had taught Sphinx this repulsive foul ardor. All of that was completely, unsparingly, until no part would remain recognizable, falling apart. Sphinx. The sacrament of the immortal king is... The fact that its effects had been lost was something that Sphinx could not help but recognize. Centered around the imperial capital of Lupugana, the 5 locations aligning with the north, east, south, and west of the Valatian Empire, spread out over the sites designated as the points of settlement for the ever-migrating stone, using Thean blood permeated into the Valatian Empire's vast lands as a medium. The magic circle had continued to resurrect the dead via the sacrament of the immortal king. However, that too would come to an end if the vast supply of mana from the stone was lost. Sphinx. The spirit eater, Arakia. Has she seized control over Muspel? At the unthinkable reality, she could do nothing but surmise based on the events that had transpired. That which she had taken upon herself was a far too exceedingly powerful great spirit. And even though Arakia was supposed to have burst asunder after taking it in, the exorcism performed by the swordsman wielding the dream sword, Masayum, had placed the great spirit under her complete dominion. By this point, the stone, Muspel, was already one and the same as the spirit eater, Arakia. And Arakia had no reason to disobey the Valatian Empire and support the great disaster. From here on out, Sphinx. The undead will not revive anymore. The immortal army, the pack of dead wolves who could endlessly revive in their death, the prerequisite for that collapsed. Even if the supply from the stone was severed, it did not mean the undead would lose their lives immediately. Only the playing field had been leveled. Death meant the end, just like it did for the living. Sphinx. HK. With the supply of mana to the magic circle severed, she had spent around 5 seconds sorting out the situation. But, in those mere 5 seconds, Sphinx, who had already been reduced to 36 bodies, was diminished by another 7, bringing her total count down to 29. Moving with superhuman speed and combat ability, the Blue Lightning and the Admirer were far too powerful. Even though she was supposed to be able to reproduce the capacity of her creator, the Witch of Greed, she could not hold her own in the slightest. She could not even get a solid hit in. These opponents were on a level such that she could not even overcome them by sheer force of numbers. Even if she wanted to do something about that, it was not only those two fighting against the witch. Hence, Sphinx. Retreat required. Sphinx. Retreat required. Sphinx required. Having arrived at a situation in which she was powerless, the witch, Sphinx, deemed the annulment of her plan the most rational course of action. She had prepared a steadfast resolve, worked out infallible stratagems, and had commenced her plan with everything in place. But to still have everything overturned to this extent meant that modifying her plan was no longer possible. It was aggravating, but her best option was to accept it, given that she had accomplished one of her 2 overarching objectives. In fact, she had fulfilled her long-standing purpose of creation that had been given to her by her creator. Compared to the purpose she had pursued for over 300 years, there was no way that the objective she had desired for merely a year was of equal value. Sphinx. Retreat required. Sphinx. Retreat required. To begin with, the situation had never been one with balanced scales. The reason for which she had been created, she reaffirmed her perception of it. What was required of her was the second coming of the Witch of Greed, and she was certainly achieving that. Painting over her current self as Sphinx, by becoming the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Sphinx. Retreat required. She would be remade. With that, her purpose of creation would be fulfilled. With the disappearance of Sphinx and the revival of Echidna, her days of obsession lasting over 300 years would come to a close. To desire anything more than that would not be rational. It would not be rational. It would not be rational. Even though it would not be rational, Sphinx. That instant, a hoisted Yang sword unleashed a dazzling scintillation, displaying their own presence throughout the entirety of the imperial capital. Having scorched through the alternate space, having forcibly made a return to the skies of the imperial capital, Having surmounted the future that ought to have torn her limb from limb as if it were only natural, it was a provocation appealing to the witch, who had decided to retreat. Clad in a dress red like blood, with the hue of her hair bright like the sun, her dazzling presence radiating like a blaze, the woman who could not live in any other way but to scorch others like a flame. Smile, woman. You had better come, Sphinx, for thine enemy is mine self. That instant, the 29 witches, the 29 sphinxes, every single one of them made up their minds, that being, Sphinx, I am your enemy, Priscilla Bariel. 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 I'm your enemy, Priscilla Bariel. Sphinx, I am 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 your enemy, Priscilla Bariel. Priscilla, if we let them slip away, it shall surely be a disaster for the world. By nature, when it comes to changing the state of the world, mine self shall not be touching that. But when it comes to that thing, they have decided to make mine self their destiny, Priscilla remarked as she descended from Al's arm, with the crumbling stone and dirt scaffolding behind her. Her appearance, a picture of arrogance, was so full of confidence and majesty that it was hard to believe that she had been a captive until just before. Al, who had unexpectedly gained momentum from those words, looked as if he was feeling the pressure. Al, so, Princess, you're saying you're gonna deal with them? Why do you have to do that? Let's surround that troublesome piece of shit and beat her up. Ouch, Priscilla. Nonsense. If we take life by any means, we shall give the other party the same option. This battle must be decided before that thing decides that its enemy is the world. Otherwise, we can't win. Priscilla crossed her arms as if to emphasize her voluptuous breasts, and Archaea, kneeling beside her, tilted her head up. Priscilla shrugged her shoulders in disappointment at the question from Archaea, who had a fire lit in her right eye and was holding her blood-red left eye with her hand. Priscilla, Archaea, do not speak such foolishness as Al does. Does the me you know put so much emphasis on only one aspect, such as winning or losing? Archaea. Princess, you like to win. You seem happier when you do. Priscilla? It is only natural. That is who mine self is. Don't ignore the premise that you yourself said. You're getting them mixed up. Priscilla was asking Arakia some unreasonable things, and Subaru, unable to remain silent, interjected. Subaru unexpectedly lurched forward, and Priscilla's crimson eyes narrowed in response to his vigor. "Priscilla? What's with you? This is no place for a child like you. Swiftly leave." "Subaru. Sorry, my bad. I'm Natsuki Subaru, though my size is like this. I'm the knight of the loveliest and cutest in all the everlasting heavens. Emilia Tam, Priscilla." To call such a child a knight, it seems that the half-devil has a serious shortage of talented people. In this case, that noisy, foolish commoner would have been better. "Subaru. That's me, Subaru exclaimed, more unreasonable than his response to Arakia, forgetting the feeling of emptiness in his whole body. He knew that Priscilla would erase anyone she was not interested in from her memory, but not to Subaru, who had been so concerned for her well-being, though not as much of course as Al, Schult, or the Siskin Abel, and to Subaru, who wiped the blood from his nose and came up close to her with that look on his face. "Priscilla? Fool?" Subaru. "Huh? Priscilla. You should at least make the distinction as to what is a jape." Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. "Ah." Priscilla said this without changing her expression as she crossed her arms, and as soon as the meaning of Priscilla's words seeped into his brain, Subaru's entire body was overcome by heat. But it was not anger for having been toyed with, but a kind of deeply moving emotion. It was the fact that Priscilla Bariel had remembered and called his name. "Subaru, I feel like the old me that got my jaw kicked is getting my reward." Stifling his past emotions, Subaru touched his chin and spoke those words. Every single person in the imperial capital did not have a second to spare to engage in further exchanges. To that end, "Priscilla, I have to teach them this very thing, that what you shall behold is not the world, but mineself." Immediately after she said that, Priscilla uncrossed her arms and held up the yang sword in her right hand to the sky. Then, without any explanation of what it would do, the yang sword suddenly grew brighter, and a glare burned Subaru's eyes, as if a new sun had been born there. No, despite the tremendous amount of light, it did not cause pain similar to looking directly at the sun. "Priscilla, the yang sword cuts what mine self decides to cut, burns what mine self wishes to burn." Once again, Priscilla explained how extraordinary it was and smiled, holding the dazzling, shining treasure sword, a sword that made its presence known everywhere in the imperial capital. As she laughed, she drew the provocation of whom should have been paying attention but was neither present here. "Priscilla, you had better come, Sphinx, for thine enemy is mine self." Subaru. Subaru understood intuitively that this was a trap set by Priscilla. Sphinx, who tried to take Abel away from Priscilla, was obsessed with her for some reason, and that attachment grew as she interacted with the captive Priscilla. Or perhaps Priscilla provoked her to do so. Either way. "I am your enemy, Priscilla Bariel." Indeed, the tense atmosphere on the battlefield clearly showed how the witch had received Priscilla's declaration of war. Subaru could not laugh at this emotional conclusion, which seemed neither logical nor rational. No creature could ignore the glare of the sun when challenged by it. "Priscilla. Al, I shall entrust this place to you. Arakia, come." Al. HK, okay. Arakia. "Yes, princess." Al and Arakia respond to Priscilla's short and compelling instructions. One is entrusted with this place, and the other is asked to accompany her. Then Priscilla turned to someone who was neither of them. Subaru. "Priscilla. Natsuki. Subaru. Subiru. Oh, me. Priscilla. Heroic reveries. Is that what you spoke of?" Subiru. The shock of being called by name again was easily overcome by the words that followed. The resolve and determination was one exchanged between Subaru and Al that they had to keep carrying with them, that they had to fulfill in both the empire they were in, as well as the world to come. If someone were to ask, they would have laughed at what a foolish statement a weak person like Subaru and Al had made. But it felt like Priscilla would not laugh at it. "Priscilla, do what you ought to do." Indeed, What Subaru felt was affirmed by Priscilla's words. Subaru felt Priscilla's voice push his back, then his soul, causing him to fall silent. Priscilla, however, did not wait for a reply. She just said what she wanted and turned away. As soon as Arakia embraced Priscilla's slender waist, their bodies flew up into the air, and just like that, Priscilla flew away with Arakia. Al, princess, please act like you always do. Priscilla. 'Tis only natural. Just who do you take mineself for? Al, Priscilla Bariel, you're my princess. Priscilla. Who belongs to you, fool? In response to Al's words, Priscilla flew away, leaving behind a slight afterimage of her lips breaking into a smile. Right after, Priscilla and Arakia left Subaru and the others. No. In actual fact, they did not exactly leave them. They moved away from the witch that was being held captive there. Subaru and Al both turned to look at the witch who was sitting leaning against a shattered wall. Her entire body, bound by a black light, was restrained from moving. The seal was similar to the one applied to Roy Alford, Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who had previously been captured at the Pleiades watchtower. But it also gave off a slightly different impression. Subaru's role was to confront the witch, her power now having been sealed. Beatrice. Subaru. There you are, in fact. Right after Subaru's display of enthusiasm, Beatrice returned at the perfect time. Together with Roswal, Beatrice welcomed her very much needed partner for this final phase of the game. That partner was Spica, who flew in on Roswal's back along with Beatrice. Roswal. Keeping both hands free is more reasonable for a Maguician, but I don't think it's possible in this case, no? Beatrice, how fussy, I suppose? Come on, Spica. Let's go, in fact. Spica. Ayo. Ow. At Beatrice's prompting, Spica kicked off Roswal's back and landed on the ground at Subaru's side. Stroking her head as she looked up at him, Subaru flashed a smile at Spica, her semblance one of amusement. After that, he again held her hand and turned to the witch. And then, Subaru. Spica, I know you might have a bloated belly and heartburn, but I need you to give it another try, please. Spica, ooh. Spica responded to Subaru's request in a hearty manner, smiling as if to show off her sharp teeth, entrusting everything to her stout nature. Subaru looked at the witch. This witch stared back at Subaru with the same face as the witch who had the worst kind of nature in the world. Narrowing her black eyes, the witch smiled and opened her mouth. Witch, will you be able to capture my soul? In her state of immobility, when it came to just matters of life and death, the witch spoke those words while always keeping control. In response to the witch's answer, Subaru thought of the sensation of Spica's hand joined in his, the presence of Al nodding beside him, Beatrice and Roswal working together to get rid of obstacles in Subaru's way, the people who cooperated to save Priscilla from coming to ruin, and the warm flowers of ice that appeared at the end. Subaru, don't be mistaken. It's not me who's going to beat you. It's us. Witch. After announcing that, Subaru and Spica took a step forward, closing the distance with the witch. Then, he and Spica reached out and touched the witch's cheek. Subaru. Sphinx. In order to eat the way of being of the undead witch, they threw down their challenge onto their final star-eating. The moment that balls of light rained down one after another, Vincent took Medium in his arm and jumped out from the uppermost floor of the Crystal Palace. Why? Medium screamed, and as he pulled her slender waist close, she took care not to drop Magdalene as they took off towards the outside. At the same time, turning his attention toward the other person also present who he could not reach, Vincent. Albart Dunkel Ken. Albart. You don't gotta tell me. Immediately afterwards, the battery of the magic crystal cannon, which Vincent, who was carrying Medium and Magdalene, and Olbart had jumped away from, was blown apart. With the wind blowing strong from the high altitude, Vincent instructed Medium to hold on tight. Ensuring that her arms were wrapped tightly around him, he kicked the wall forcefully. Using the momentum from the kick against the wall, they evaded the pursuing heat rays of light, landing on the ground. Olbart. Oh, geez. That was a real close one. At this point, I'm thinking the only thing I'm able to do that the other shinobi can't is dying of old age. Vincent, Indeed, I have never heard of such a thing as a shinobi dying of old age. Olbart, for the old folks who can't possibly be useful anymore, making them carry a magic stone and blow themselves up is a common tactic of the shinobi. Medium, come on, stop talking about scary things and put me down. Put me down. Despite having lost both arms, Olbart was in good spirits. As he exchanged words with Vincent, Medium, flailing her arms and legs, dropped to the ground from his arms. Thus, his hands now freed, Vincent regained his grip on the yang sword and directed his gaze upward. Thereupon, Vincent. The witch, is it? Within Vincent's field of vision, a woman with fluttering white hair descended upon the battery. With a magic core lost, and a decent amount of the palace's magic crystals having been removed by a large-scale technique, the witch still landed there, because that was where her objective lay. Having moved Vincent and the others out of the way, just what was the witch scheming? Vincent, Moguro Hagane, is it? Olbart, What are you talking about, Your Excellency? If it's about that Moguro fella, Balaroy snatched him up. Ain't that right? And yet, Vincent. Fool. What was taken away was merely the magic core. Within the palace, parts of the meteor other than the core remain. Medium, able, chin. With a sensation akin to a thunderclap, a possibility struck Vincent as a flustered medium tapped him on the shoulder, pointing at the castle. Before Vincent and the others, as the former grit his teeth at the stimulus, a new alteration was yielded in the Crystal Palace. Slowly, the Crystal Palace itself began to stand up. It was Moguro Hagane, the emblematic meteor of the Valachian Empire, known as the Crystal Palace, with the magic core, which was the control unit and power source of the meteor, having been removed. The explosion of the overloaded magic core extended into the far reaches of the sky where it had been carried away to. In short, the individual recognized as Moguro Hagane of the 9 divine generals was simply a single part of the enormous meteor. Even during the battle for the imperial capital before the great disaster had occurred, Moguro had demonstrated the palace's true capability without fail. The original defense mechanisms to protect the magic core were still in place. The witch had exploited this. After the magic core had been lost, by forcibly activating the defense mechanisms that were no longer able to fulfill their original role, the steel giant, nay, the magic crystal giant, was awoken. Having stood up, the Crystal Palace, that which could have even been called the giant magic crystal soldier, while it shared similarities with Moguro Hagane as an individual, it exuded an incomparable aura brimming with malevolence. Its huge body stood taller than 50 meters, and moreover, its structure was mostly composed of magic crystals, making it the equivalent of a gigantic walking bomb. Vincent, if we heedlessly interfere, the meaning of Moguro and Balaroy having staked their lives on the line would disappear. Indeed, it was right after Vincent grit his teeth. Let us begin. Yes, Princess. By no means was it a loud voice. Despite this, it was a well-projected one. The moment after Vincent and the others wondered if something had passed over their heads, a mighty fist of flame clad in light, that which was 10 meters in size, was unleashed, resolutely striking the giant magic crystal soldier. A tremendous wave of heat spread across the sky and the ground, causing the battered giant soldier to take a large step backward, and the streets beneath its feet were smashed apart as if they had been swept away by a great army. It was an exceedingly unorthodox blow, one that did not watch where it was going. I am told that I do not watch where I am going, as if mine self is thoughtless in the actions I take. Vincent, medium. Ah, Priscilla-chan. The giant magic crystal soldier leaned back significantly, and the one who had unleashed the fist of flame that struck it was Arakaya, flying around mid-air at high speed while clad in the radiance of a diamond. Then, letting go of Arakia's hand, landing on her feet, and flipping the hem of her dress, the woman, Priscilla, was pointed at by Medium, who announced her presence in a loud voice. Medium. Abo-chin. Able-chin. It's Priscilla-chan, Vincent. Even without raising your voice, we can all see her. Where were you imprisoned? Priscilla. How typical of you, elder brother, speaking in a manner such that this could never be construed as an emotional reunion. Mine self was in an alternate dimension. An alternate dimension to which the witch had carried away the entirety of the palace's dungeon. Vincent. I see. It is no wonder you could not be found. How did you escape, Priscilla? By setting it ablaze, of course. Priscilla's straightforward response made Vincent feel a certain sense of satisfaction. Considering what the witch may have subjected her to while she was in captivity, she appeared in all her majestic glory upon this final stage. Vincent. Priscilla, you... For a moment, a sense of unease arose in the back of his mind, and he attempted to ask Priscilla for the answer. But, before he could formulate the question, the giant magic crystal soldier prevented him from asking. Arakia was circling in midair, perturbing the giant soldier with her extraordinary power. In order to kill Arakia, the entirety of the giant magic crystal soldier emitted light, and a fire of destruction was unleashed from what ought to be called its right arm. It might not have been as powerful as the mighty blast of the magic crystal cannon, but it was more than enough to blow away a single life, or half of the imperial capital, and targeting Arakia as she flew through the sky. Targeting her. Targeting her. Targeting her. Targeting her. Her. Priscilla. It comes. As Arakia was being fired upon, Vincent looked for an opening to intervene and provide cover. But when he witnessed the same thing spoken of by Priscilla's words, he held his yang sword aloft. At that moment, opposite to the right arm that was being aimed at Arakia, a light of destruction was fired from the free left arm, and it was mercilessly directed toward Vincent and the others. Medium. With Medium behind them, Vincent and Priscilla stood with yang swords at the ready. The dazzling crimson glow of the treasured swords became a rising flame, one that confronted the oncoming light head-on. However, battle after battle, due to this conflict that never ended, even if he kept burning the firewood of fighting spirit without respite, blood trickled down the hand in which Vincent held the yang sword. Priscilla. Why, is this not quite careless of you, elder brother? Vincent. You have been resting until recently, so muster up your courage for the moment. Priscilla. My goodness, after having poisoned and killed your own sister, even after having driven her away from her own homeland, to think that you still would treat her so cruelly. How much like a Valachian emperor you have become. Elder brother. At that exchange, a tit-for-tat in the midst of a life-threatening struggle against the light of destruction, Vincent bit down on his molars and tensed his lips, which were about to loosen. He would admit it. It was pleasant. His heart was elated at the return of the captive Prisca. Nay, Priscilla. Even her merciless belittlement could be burned as fuel in the stead of his will to fight. And thus, upon where Vincent and Prisca were holding their ground, O child of mine own children, 'tis a great service. That moment, an impossible third yang sword joined the fray, and after a beat, there was an explosion of light, putting an end to the struggle. The one who had accomplished that, swooping in fiercely, was the King of Thorns with a brandish of artistry. With no trace of tarnish within his splendor, Ugard Valachia had entered the battle. Ugard. Mine star hath sent mineself to stand in opposition against the awoken crystal palace. The twinkling of the magic crystal shall be nigh impossible for all, save the yang sword to handle. 'Tis not a matter of those velves being bereft of strength, Vincent. Even if nothing is added by your presence, that is indeed so. I am grateful for your assistance. Priscilla. The husband of mine dear mother's soul, and the King of Thorns at that. Standing side by side, Vincent responded to Ugard's words with one eye closed, while Priscilla looked at him through the lens of a deep emotion separate to that of receiving assistance. Vincent also knew that Priscilla, a voracious reader, had read Iris and the King of Thorns. But then again, the knowledge in Priscilla's possession would have been different from that of Vincent, who had been unaware of Yorna Sandra and Iris Yorna. In any case, as Ugard's eyes narrowed at Priscilla's stare, Ugard, thou too art a member of this generation's imperial family, art thou not? Thou bearest the likeness of mine first wife, Teriola, Priscilla. Priscilla accepted Ugard's assessment with an unusual lack of words. Vincent felt a slight sense of unease at Priscilla's reaction, as she usually despised being compared with others. Never would he think that Priscilla would have the charm of getting excited to meet a character from a fairy tale. Either way, Vincent, Priscilla, and Ugard were here. Vincent. Without an imperial selection ceremony, 3 yang swords is beyond the realm of reason. Ugard, indeed, 'tis true. Aside from being turned against one's siblings, never has there been greater than 1 yang sword manifested, much less for that to be against an enemy of the Empire. As Vincent and Ugard said, it was a situation that should not have been possible. This was a scene that had resulted from the great disaster which resurrected the undead, and from Vincent's outrageous defiance of the mechanisms of the imperial selection ceremony, the struggle to become emperor of the Wallachian Empire. Priscilla, to be so overcome with emotion for a journey approaching its end, mine elder brother and the King of Thorns truly have too much leeway. Vincent and Ugard nodded to each other, and standing between the two of them, Priscilla snorted. With her brightly shining treasured sword in her hand, Priscilla conducted herself as a majestic flame. At this, Vincent and Ugard looked at each other once more, then looked forward. Medium. Abel Chin, Priscilla Chan, Yorna Chan's husband. Behind the 3 of them, standing side by side, Medium shouted aloud as she fell back together with Madeline in her arms and the injured Olbart. Until now, in the scene, in the loudest voice she had ever shouted. Medium, do your best. Receiving that, Vincent loosened the corners of his mouth. Ugard deeply nodded, and Priscilla looked up at the giant magic crystal soldier with her crimson eyes gleaming. Priscilla, a matter of course. You ought to gaze upon mine sword dance in fascination to your heart's delight. Chapter 74. Love. What was necessary was to take hold of that which was formless. Though it was something that was certainly there, it was something that, when touched, would lose its original shape, fading into the distance as it passed through outstretched fingers. Akin to water, akin to wind, akin to light, akin to heat, akin to shadow, akin to a dream. The more one roused themselves to touch it, the more one feared they might break it. The further away it grew. Even if you try to touch me, you will not be able to catch hold of me. They could not touch the person who was right in front of them, even though they were already undisputedly touching them. The legs planted upon the ground, the skin basking in the evening sun that illuminated the world in scarlet, the eyes attempting to stare at the opponent directly in front of them, the heat of the flame dwelling within one of those eyes. It could all be certainly felt, and yet. Sphinx. Calling that name, the role of the witch, who had plotted everything in hopes of becoming a disaster, would be devoured. The heinous authority, which had plundered the lives of many, sowed misfortune, and cloaked its catastrophe, would now justly be utilized to seize happiness, to restore the lives of many people. In refusal of that, the witch's soul was, quite literally, assiduously pursuing 1,000 transformations. Through continually raising the undead, the witch, Sphinx, had learned the nature of the soul. In doing so, she had succeeded in reproducing the witch of greed, and by altering the nature of her soul, she acquired a means to escape both the flame of the yang sword and the light of star-eating. It felt like an outrageous and aimless journey, like searching for a single needle dropped in a great desert, like searching for a spirit that did not know words and had dissolved away into the atmosphere, like searching for someone who had plunged into the sea, something that did not exist in this world. You should never go sailing out to the map and ocean without compass. Behind Subaru, as he was about to challenge the final decisive bout of the Empire's upheaval, a man who came from his same world called to him. Covered by a cold iron helmet, he never displayed his true face. Likely, his eye, Al's eye, was blazing just like Subaru's was, alight with a flame. At those words of Al's, Subaru realized he was not in a position where he could really rely on himself. It was, as Al had said, if you knew that you were standing in a desert, that you were looking out onto an unfamiliar world, that you were floating upon a great ocean, then you could not afford to be reckless. The small hand that was holding onto his right hand asserted its presence with heat and touch. The reason why he knew Spica was there was not just because they were holding each other's hands. It was because before they had even made contact like this, he had clashed with her many a time in an attempt to understand her. Again and again, in the endeavor to understand this incomprehensible girl, Natsuki Subaru had, Subaru, my map is my heart, and my two of you, Spica, Ram, compass, as the more he reminisced. His first days when he was sent to the Valatian Empire had truly been the worst. Unable to rely on anyone, he was pushed away by RM, who he had wanted to stay close to, and was kept close to Spica, who he had tried to keep at a distance. All the while he had kept on walking, having lost sight of his path. And yet, even without her memories, Rem was still Rem. Even with her past, Spica was still Spica. Thus, no matter where he went, what he did, or who he met, Subaru could not be anyone but Subaru. Subaru. Sphinx. Calling her name so, his hand entwined with Spica's, he attempted to touch the witch's soul. The power of star-eating was that of a wish. 'Twas a selfish wish, one that sought salvation from others, imploring the convenience of trying to save someone by means of a power that had only ever served to plunder and disdain, akin to making a wish upon a shooting star. Yet, that was precisely why. Precisely because it was a wish entrusted upon something that was not inherently so. It had to be made in sincerity. It was not a matter of simply calling upon a name. To truly know somebody's name and call it out was to declare that you would rise to the stage with them and participate in their life. In that case, you absolutely must look your best. Every second of life is lived upon a grand stage to shine. Everyone is an actor. Everyone has been cast in a role, so everyone has an obligation to speak iconic lines. Is there such a thing as lines that are fine with not sticking in the hearts of all? Is there such a thing as acting? No such things exist. To a stranger, what words must one say to be noticed? To a stranger, how many times must one reach out their hand to be remembered? To get someone's attention, supposed to even touch someone's soul, naught would commence without first going from being strangers to being acquainted. For one to let somebody know who they were, he knew of the best method. My name is Amelia. Just Amelia. Indeed. Of course. Not you, nor yourself. Not me, nor I. This was a dialogue between Natsuki Subaru and Sphinx. Subaru. Sphinx. No longer was that just a reckless call in order to touch their soul, but rather, it was an appeal to get their attention. At the timbre that differed from all that had come before, the witch, nay, the woman who had been walking through a vast desert, crossing through an unfamiliar world, and drifting through a great ocean in order to escape from him, had now turned her attention to him. This he knew. Subaru. Although they had been close enough that he could feel her breath, only now did he lock eyes with her for the first time. No matter what face she wore, as long as he ignored her feelings, he would be unable to reach her deepest place. Such a natural and commonplace form of communication would now be put to use in the final showdown of the Empire. Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. It's a name derived from the stars. What's yours? The assortment of 3 yang swords that lay beyond the realm of reason, and the giant magic crystal soldier that stood in the way of the Empire's tomorrow. Each concealed extraordinary power as they clashed against one another, and the setting sun befalling the Empire was overturned by the sun upon the surface that rejected all notions of dusk, its radiance shining light upon the whole imperial capital. Giant soldier. The magic crystals sinisterly gleamed, and their unleashed light of destruction colored the streets of the imperial capital in darkness. But, without having exchanged any words, the sword wolves had scattered to 3 different directions, and managed to evade it in an agile manner. The vegetation and flowers that had basked in the shadowy light of the giant magic crystal soldier were brought into a state of suspended life, and in the midst of that, the King of Thorns dashed up to the rooftop of a building and targeted the ledge of the inorganic golem that was the giant soldier. The dazzling brandish of the sword moved to mow down the defenseless leg of the giant soldier. It was deflected by a firm impact. Ho! So you were shy enough to cover up your bare skin? Protected by the sword of her ancestor, the King of Thorns, the Sun Princess laughed. Her crimson eyes had ascertained the deployment of white cloth weaved with mana to protect the colossal body of the giant magic crystal soldier. Unlike the steelman Moguro Hagane, was it not rather a witch or a woman who would clad themselves in clothes? Ready yourselves! Contrasting the Sun Princess as she laughed so, the wise emperor shouted with a rigid expression. Immediately after, an enormous shimmering sword sliced down, and its afterglow attempted to hunt down the enemy bustling about its legs, tearing through and reshaping the streets of the imperial capital in a range of over 1 kilometer. That act had been performed by a pillar of magic crystals held in the arm of the giant magic crystal soldier. It was one of the pillars that had been constructed around the crystal palace at a height matching that of the giant soldiers, and as it was transformed into a deadly greatsword with a blade of 50 meters, its sense of scale was such that it would not lose out to the Yang sword. However, Sun Princess, very well. Flashiness is to mine liking. Thrusting the Yang sword into the blade of the brandished magic crystal greatsword, the Sun Princess rode upon it. The swung tip of the sword was raised to a height of over 100 meters off the ground, so she glared into the head of the giant soldier, the former battery of the magic crystal cannon, and the site that had become the current throne of Thone, which. The throne had become like a closed flower bud of magic crystals, and she was unable to make direct eye contact with the witch. In that case, until she could tempt the witch to look at herself. Sun Princess, how about I show you some dazzling entertainment? That instant, in response to the scintillation of the Yang sword, the magic crystal greatsword in the giant soldier's hand burst into flames in the blink of an eye. With the purple swell of an inferno, the 50-meter-long pillar of magical essence turned into light, dazzling the eyes of the world. Of course, by burning the greatsword, she had lost her foothold, so the Sun Princess was falling headfirst towards the ground. Extending a white arm towards the heavens, the heavenly maiden caught the Sun Princess out of the sky with a flap of her wings of fire. Sun Princess, it is a great service. The praise of the Sun Princess produced a smile upon the heavenly maiden's cheeks, and granted power to her heart. As the two soared through the sky, pulling the bands of light behind them, the giant magic crystal soldier drew out a second greatsword, and moved in an attempt to slash forth. King of Thorns, 'tis to mine star and mine peoples that I dedicate this cess. Brandish. Wise Emperor, do not look down upon the apex of the sword wolves. Aiming for the slender torso of the giant soldier, 2 streaks of swordlight slashed obliquely upwards from its left and right. The combination technique of the King of Thorns and the Wise Emperor destroyed the cloth deployed to protect the body of the giant soldier head-on, and with a white flash, the swords were relentlessly driven into its large body. As the treasured swords struck the magic crystals, a pleasant tune of shattering resounded through the skies of the imperial capital, as if a scream from the giant soldier. Making a creaking noise, the greatsword shattered, and the entire body of the giant magic crystal soldier began to fissure. While that was proof that it was being cornered by extraordinary beings, it was also the impetus for the giant soldier to revise its fighting style. Through the countless cracks formed throughout its body, it began to shine. And in the next moment, aiming in every direction with quite literally no blind spots, the rain of light, nay, the undodgeable mist of light was unleashed. If it was raindrops, then there was the sword saint, blue lightning, and admirer who could evade it. But if that were to become particles of mist, then even those transcendent beings would have trouble evading. Therefore, Wise Emperor, Yang sword, Wallachia. Sun Princess, Yang sword, Wallachia. King of Thorns, Yang sword, Wallachia. 1 point in the sky and 2 points on the ground. For a total of 3 points, the treasured swords of crimson, which had increased their radiance, birthed a wall of flame. By means of a scintillating flame that scorched anything it made contact with, the misty drizzle of light that gouged out anything it made contact with was painted over. They had defended against the witch's destruction, however. The fissures throughout the body of the giant magic crystal soldier expanded, and just as a snake would shed its old skin, the giant soldier exfoliated a purple gleam, and its radiance grew a level deeper, as to not allow the giant magic crystal soldier to fire off its next move. An undulation of power differing from that of the Yang sword spread out, slowly, as if giant unseen fists were being drawn out of the ground. The buildings that made up the cityscape of the imperial capital rose out of the ground. 10, 20, nearing a total of 100, they surrounded the giant soldier. The one who had done that was the heavenly maiden who was holding the Sun Princess with one arm, and directing the other towards the giant soldier. "Heavenly maiden, I am the princess's dog. Sun princess, a splendid attitude to possess." Immediately after, the maelstrom of buildings swirled, storming towards the body of the giant magic crystal soldier, as if to sink its teeth into it. In response to that tempest, the giant soldier reached out and grabbed a magic crystal pillar in each of its arms, and taking a dual-wielding stance of greatswords, its colossal body began to rapidly gyrate above the waist. It performed a sword dance of destruction, ruination, and pulverization. As an exceedingly mighty sword dance, it not only cleared away the onslaught of buildings, but also became a tornado permeating with the mist of light, attempting a triumphant return to the imperial capital of Lupugana. Wise Emperor, just how many times in this day am I to witness the end of this world? Before the unimaginable storm of swords, the wise Emperor heaved a sigh, however. Moving forward with his sable gaze not the slightest bit deterred, he put his blade against the gale devastating the imperial capital, the empire, and the entire world. Simultaneously, the blades of the Sun Princess and the King of Thorns overlapped with the wise Emperor's aim, and together they brought the tempest of swords to a halt. Wise Emperor, HK. Blood spilling from his lips as he grit his teeth, the wise Emperor took on the burden of splendor as he held his ground. Appearing before the two who had similarly defended against the sword storm, the resonance of light and power began to engulf the tempest of swords in flames. The tornado, clad in violet light, was scorched by the flame of the Yang sword, and gradually shifted in color. The droplets of mist within the blade maelstrom began to spark, and before long it was transformed into a pillar of fire tall enough to pierce the heavens. It was superb to the utmost degree. To think such a thing could be accomplished by the incomplete Yang sword, unable to display its true value. Wise Emperor, tightly grasping the Yang sword, the wise Emperor narrowed his eyes at the rising pillar of fire. He stood before the brilliant blaze of flame, the force of its fire having strengthened by a noticeable amount. He had done so while fully understanding that in the midst of battle, halting one's legs and diverting one's attention to the act of thinking was a foolish deed. Immediately afterwards, "Love me." The scorched sword tempest of light was perforated, and the giant magic crystal soldier, without any time for respite, jumped out. The brandish of the giant soldier's greatsword was parried by the kick of a tall Geta. A beat later, basking in the resultant gust of wind, and switching over to a brilliant manner of beauty and dance as she waved the hem of her kimono mid-air, was the flamboyant, harboring a flame in one of her eyes. Flamboyant. Still targeting the flamboyant, who was unable to move in the midst of the air, the giant soldier attempted to scythe upwards with the greatsword opposite to the one that had been parried. However, that too would not connect. "King of Thorns, I shan't allow thee to lay hands upon mine star so easily." The intervening King of Thorns swept the flamboyant into his arms, and receiving the attack head-on with a vertical stance of his Yang sword, he blazingly cut through the blade of the greatsword. The afterstory to Iris and the King of Thorns, resurrected in the present day. As a result of that, the tip of the greatsword bounced off the ground, damaging the imperial capital as it flew from north to south. Immediately after their attention had been turned to the south of the imperial capital, a white light beamed north through the city. In the southern sky, flapping its white wings, the dragon, clad in the very essence of an overcast sky, roared. Disregarding the values of life and death, the cloud dragon, who only fought for the sake of their beloved, changed sides, sent forth a breath in opposition to the ruination. Taking that head-on, the giant magic crystal soldier was knocked back a great deal. Being pushed back, the giant soldier thrust its sharp feet into the street and held its ground. Resonating with the remaining magic crystal pillar, a shrill noise was produced as the pillar was shattered into countless small swords, and they began to set up a formation of swords so as to protect the giant soldier in a manner similar to the white cloth from earlier. Even now, the witches, the great disaster's will to fight, had yet to back down. In that case, the same could be said for this side. Wise Emperor, present at the absolute center of the Valatian Empire's all-out war, the wise Emperor slightly directed his attention outside. Even if he was limited in ability, even if he was aware that he was a weak individual who would easily be blown away. The man who could not stop himself from participating in situations where others were risking their lives was nowhere to be seen. Wise Emperor, no matter the case, it is likely that you have also gone and thrown yourself into a reckless battle. Placing a certain sort of trust and expectation into his words, the wise Emperor heightened the radiance of his treasured sword, and as he glared at the giant magic crystal soldier brimming with insidiousness, he stepped forth. Wise Emperor, advance, O generals of mind selection. In the eyes of the great disaster, we are naught more than inconsequential garbage. Natsuki, Subaru, and Spica faced off against the witch, Sphinx. As Subaru and Spica strove to seize the soul of the vindictive and tenacious witch, Al's mission was to keep the enemy at bay so as to prevent any interference. Ah, bring it on! Nobody's gonna beat me or the princess. Spurring himself on while roaring thus, Al continued to swing his improvised dao. Behind Al, Sphinx was seated with her back against the wall, and flumped before her with his legs crossed was Subaru, who remained facing her head-on. What Subaru was attempting to do in cooperation with Spica was an idea beyond the pale, even for Al. Hearing of the terrible idea of relying on the authority of gluttony had made Al question their sanity, but in fact, discerning that Subaru would be able to do it, Priscilla had ordered them to proceed. If that is what would lead to the future, then Al would support them to his utmost, and ensure that it was achieved. Ulgo. From above Al's head, Roswal flying freely across the sky rained down fire. Though it was not the highest level of magic, casting that much magic in rapid succession was no ordinary feat. However, even his extraordinary magical prowess was unable to overwhelm the opponent he was presently attempting to restrain. Huma. Countering the pouring rain of fire was a barrage of water that had been shot into the sky from the ground. In terms of number and effective range, both being the world's top-class users, this was magical warfare at a level rarely seen in modern times. The magician and the witch had each turned the world into their ally, double-crossed it, and used it against each other wantonly. Though Priscilla had vociferously asserted her presence, it was not the case that all the witches had been drawn to her like moths to a flame. Some of the witches, realizing that the Yang sword was not the only thing they needed to fear, had joined in this juncture. However, if that's how it is, so be it in fact. With the appearance of a young girl and the movements of an athlete, Beatrice, with her right eye aflame, had cast yin magic. Instantly, her upraised hands birthed a pale purple haze over the whole area, slowing down the movements of the attacking witches as well as the undead that, lacking self-awareness, had impulsively charged forth upon her command. Al took advantage of that nice assist from Beatrice with great vigor. Al, your stars were bad. The exquisite magic control weakened the enemy, bestowing a period of invincibility solely upon Al. As he beheaded the pitiable undead one after the other, at Beatrice, who had supported him, Al winked through his helmet. That very moment, at the wink that should not have been visible to her, Beatrice had a change of expression. Beatrice, this is bad, I suppose. At her words, Al turned around with a huh, and saw something. A massive fragment with a purple glow, in the scale of tens of meters, hurtling towards them as it skipped across the ground. Al had no idea that this was the slashed-off tip of the great sword wielded by the giant magic crystal soldier that Priscilla and the others were fighting. What he did know was that a direct hit from that fragment would result in Al, along with Subaru and the others behind him, altogether becoming minced meat. Al must escape with Subaru and the others from the trajectory of the flying fragment. How many attempts would be needed, he did not know, and neither did he have the time to make such an estimation. Everything was more of trial and error at the precipice of life and death, rather than empty theory. Al, update matrix thought experiment. Don't you give up just like that. A moment later, a powerful arm plunged into the fragment that looked as if it were passing by Al, intercepting it. A roar and a torrential wind escaped behind him, but the flying debris was held in place. It was Garfield who did it, biting his sharp canine teeth. Garfield, sorry for being late, Beatrice. Captain, Beatrice, you did well meeting us, in fact. Protecting Subaru and Spica is our win condition, I suppose. Garfield. Yes, ma'am. I get that loud and clear. Just like if you whisper of love, follow in the example of the King of Thorns. kicking at the huge piece of debris that he had stopped. Garfield punched his fists together in front of his chest. Garfield also had his eyes, not figuratively but literally, burning, and his whole body was filled with vigor in response to his will to fight. Retreat required, a quiet voice announced the witch's entry into the battle, and Owl and the others looked up to see a scene of swirling lights in the sky. It was as if the vortex of light had some kind of gravitational pull, with the surrounding buildings and debris floating up, being swallowed by the vortex, and then crushed and turned into specks of light. The power of destruction was felt in the specks of light themselves, and all it needed was the witch to speak, and they would raise the ground. "Halibel Sama, please would you kindly?" "That's fine. I'm always happy to help a hard-working girl." Suddenly, two different voices were heard, and in the next moment, a cannonball in a kimono, no, dear girl, flew by. The girl spun herself in the air and kicked the witch's back, just as she was on the verge of raining down the specks of light. The momentum and force of the kick shattered the poor witch in half. "Halibel. Yep. That's a great feat. With a girl like you, the future of the Empire will be in good hands." With the same momentum, the girl was about to dive into the vortex of light, but was saved just in time by the jet-black wolfman. The wolfman neutralized the vortex of light the witch had prepared with a quick piercing hand, softly catching the girl with the same hand before he landed to the ground. The same wolfman who threw the girl and the same wolfman who caught her was responsible for her confusion. "Owl. A new monster has joined the fray. A Silas type?" "Halibel. Can't deny that, but that's an unpleasant way of classifying me. Girl. It has been a while. I'm sorry to be presumptuous. Cecilia Sama and Halibel Sama are so different in their nature that it would be disrespectful. Why don't we protect Schwartz Sama?" "Al. Oh, yeah, you're quick on the uptake, and I'll definitely welcome strong guys. Let's protect bro together. Halibel. Yay. Looks like we're almost at the endgame, and it looks like we even received this boon." Tanza, a girl in a kimono seen in the Demon City, greeted the wolfman Halibel. Both of them had Priscilla's blessing in their eyes as a flame, which was very encouraging. Additionally, Beatrice. "I don't know where this came from or from who, but we just received the perfect gift, in fact." Saying this, Beatrice touched a huge piece of debris with her small palm. The rubble that Garfield had stopped was not just a piece of rubble but a block of magic crystal stone. Beatrice disassembled it into mana in one swoop, and about 100 swords made of amethyst crystals appeared all around her at once, and the sword dance began with the movement of her hand as she lifted it. "Beatrice. Betty will use her abundant mana in this way, I suppose. You guys, if you so much as leave a scratch on Subaru, you will be mercilessly punished, in fact. Tanza. If that were to happen, I will be the one to deliver Beatrice Sama's punishment." Al shrugged when he saw both Beatrice and Tanza's sparking gazes. It seemed like Subaru's unharmed state should also be included in the updated Matrix's conditions, he thought. Thus, protected by Al and the others, Subaru was engaged in the utmost extremity of concentration. He was not unconscious, nor was he in a dream. Nevertheless, the battle unfolding in his vicinity was outside the realm of his consciousness, and his consciousness itself was not within the imperial capital. At the present moment, the whereabouts of the existence known as Natsuki Subaru resided not in the war-torn imperial capital, but instead in a world of white, where none were present save himself, Spica, who was holding his hand, and Sphinx, who was holding his hand, was facing the two of them directly. It was a space that could easily be mistaken for that hall of memories. Subaru. For me, I guess it's mainly a place of bad memories. It was the place to which he had once arrived without meaning to. The place where his memories had been devoured against his will. The memories of giving Amelia and Beatrice a thoroughly difficult time, and of putting Ram and Julius into a state beyond repair were still fresh in his mind. Above all, this was the place where Natsuki Subaru had no choice but to disappear. Subaru. But that's exactly why I can be here in my entirety. Spica? Who? Subaru. You don't need to know about this place. As far as you're concerned, it's quite a bit of a mess, and that's fine. Smiling at Spica's puzzled expression, Subaru proceeded to take a deep breath. A white, tranquil space. The reason why Subaru is facing Spica and Sphinx in this place was not because they were all companions whose names began with the letter S. It was because all of them harbored a deep connection with the self whom they were not, and had thus wanted to converse as mutuals with no outsiders present. Sphinx. Sphinx is the name of a monster that was in my creator's knowledge. Subaru. The derivation of your name. Sphinx. Indeed, if my creator's desires had been realized from the beginning, I would have ended up going by the name Echidna. Since that did not happen, the need arose for a different name. Directly facing him, Sphinx told Subaru about her name's origin in a surprisingly calm manner. The Sphinx, as Subaru knew it, was a monster with the body of a lion and the head of a man. It guarded the pyramids and gave off the impression that it was good at giving riddles. Subaru. 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening. Do you know what this is, Sphinx? Would it not be a monster? Or a shape-shifting monster, perhaps? Subaru. You'd think so. By the way, the answer is actually a human. When he told them the cliché D riddle, both Sphinx and Spica frowned. It was as if to say they were not satisfied with that answer, but he would have liked to direct their complaints to the other Sphinx who had devised the riddle. In any case, Subaru, thanks for telling me that. In exchange, I have something I want to show you as well. Sphinx, you want to show me something, Subaru? Yeah, although I'm not sure if you'll be happy with it. After prefacing that, Subaru smiled faintly, and then glanced at Spica. As if to allay Subaru's apprehensions, she lifted her hand, still holding on to his, and gave a "no!" This was Spica's yell of encouragement, saying she had come to terms with her own self a step ahead of Subaru. When one closed their eyes in the Hall of Memories, they could strongly smell their own scent. It was just something he had heard. But apparently memory and smell were closely intertwined. Many memories were associated with smell, so that may have been why the Hall of Memories gave such an impression. In any case, following his own scent as he walked through the faux Hall of Memories, Subaru tried to slowly reel in that which was uncertain and bring it to that which was certain. Amidst his many return-by-death attempts, Olbart, who had lost both arms, apologized that it would be difficult to undo the infantilization with a casual tone of voice. So instead of an apology, Subaru sought instruction. His vessel and soul were eager to return to normal. Thus, all that remained was to let scent guide his way. If he could do that. Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. Throughout heaven and earth, the one and only broke beyond compare. Indeed, the voice, which was cracking foolish jokes, became a little deeper and lower. His eye level changed, and the feel of Spica's hand in his grip suddenly became smaller. However, it was the opposite of that. Spica did not shrink. Subaru had changed. Subaru. It was an intuitive change. His soul had been in a constant state of trying to return to its own original form, by means of the growing pains from his heart and soul going from child to adult, flowing through his nerves and veins. The deep emotion Subaru felt upon accomplishing that quite literally seeped into each and every cell in his body. And thus, having regained his self in a sense absolute, Subaru went face to face with Sphinx once again. Nay, he went face to face with her for the very first time. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Natsuki Subaru. Intuiting Subaru's intentions, Sphinx, having observed his transformation, spoke greetings upon their first meeting. Upon hearing that, Subaru thought perhaps she was quite capable of talking things out after all. With his restored mind, body, heart, and soul, Natsuki Subaru thought so. Subaru. But we have to settle things nonetheless. Sphinx. Indeed that we must. Parting. Required. Subaru. Why is that, Sphinx? What do you mean, why? Subaru. That was Subaru's honest question. The witch, Sphinx, gave rise to the great disaster to destroy Valachian Empire, toying with many lives, and had carried out a mountain of deeds that were likely inexcusable. But had it truly been necessary for her to do so? If Sphinx's purpose lay only in the reproduction of her creator, the Witch of Greed, then, Subaru, there must have been different ways that you could have gone about it. You ended up picking the wrong one. If only you hadn't done that, we could have... Sphinx, are you suggesting that we could have avoided fighting? That would not have been possible. Reconsideration required. Subaru, why not? Sphinx, because there was a motive other than the reproduction of my creator, certainly present within myself. Looking down at herself, Sphinx smiled faintly as she proclaimed a definite distinction. That smile, perceiving it as a proof that Sphinx was celebrating her very own sense of self, Subaru could no longer oppose her standpoint. But, at the same time, Natsuki Subaru definitely, clearly located it. Spica. Wow. Subaru. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Spica. Spica called out to Subaru as he bit his lip. She probably would have liked to react to Subaru returning to his original size, but she endured that, and had thoroughly concentrated he wished to respond to those feelings, even if he had to go to hell to do so. Subaru. Sphinx. Sphinx, what is it? No matter what you say or do, Subaru. Happy birthday. As he declared so, he touched Sphinx, whose eyes were wide at the unfamiliar congratulations. And then, basking in the wind which carried a pleasant evening fragrance, Priscilla gave her cheers to existence itself. She had been elated by the symposium between Sphinx, who, using the mechanisms of the Crystal Palace meteor, had gone berserk with the upstood giant magic crystal soldier, and the generals who had been assembled by Vincent. She wished to continue beholding it, as a dream that one would not wake up from, as a program that would not come to a close, as a story with no ending. However, since that childish ego was not appropriate for the curtain falling on this battle, Priscilla, in a manner most befitting, it is I who shall lower the curtain. Saying that, Priscilla let go of Arakia's hand as they flew above the clouds, and began falling through the sky. Plummeting straight downwards, Priscilla returned the yang sword to the sheath of the sky, and basking in the setting sun with her arms spread out, she closed her eyes. Even if she could not see them, the souls of those with whom she had shared the flame of her soul were transmitted to her as if whispered intimacies from the world. Arakia, clad in bands of light, repelled the witch's magic, and the dragon, covered in armor of cumulus, contained her so that the damage would not spread outside of the city. Standing harmoniously with the husband she had reunited with, Yorna was busy smashing up the ground in a radical expression of love, having no qualms about sharing in her daughter's eye. And as an incompetent older brother, the Valatian emperor, Vincent Tardy. With a brief utterance, he undauntedly looked up at the giant magic crystal soldier with his sable eyes. The giant soldier raised its two magic crystal greatswords overhead, and was about to attempt cutting down the apex of the empire along with the entire imperial capital. Thereupon, from behind Vincent came lightning, piercing through. Bear witness. Observers of the heavens above, witness the choices the world shall, nay, witness as it chooses me. Two streaks, one the white gleam of a blade, and the other a black light of severance. The flash of blades capable of severing the light of stars and the logic of curses bolted through the sky. With that, the omen of the imperial capital's devastation. The giant magic crystal soldier had its arms lopped off from its shoulders. With a thunderous tremor and eruption of smoke, the brilliance of the magic crystals was reduced to dust, and the flash of the dream sword and fiend sword severed their existence. Even so, the giant soldier, having lost its arms, still wielded the countless swords floating in its vicinity, and was attempting to prune the defiant will of the empire. Of course, that aim also included the falling Priscilla Bariel. Enough to paint over the hue of the sky, the light of ruination forcibly shone through her eyelids. Sensing that it was approaching herself, Priscilla opened her eyes, and reached her hands out to her left and right sides. The next instant, Priscilla caught the yang swords of the wise emperor and the king of thorns in her right and left hands respectively, and with a swing of the twin swords she scorched the witch's magic crystal swords to naught in one fell swoop. The swords, bursting into flames in a chain reaction, swirled about the giant magic crystal soldier, blanketing the sky in a crimson curtain of flame. Priscilla. For a moment, Priscilla's figure disappeared from everybody's sight. The figure of the Sun Princess perforated the curtain of flame and shot directly towards the sealed magic crystal bud within the giant magic crystal soldier's head. It was an act accomplished thanks to the 3 Yang swords. Riding upon her own Yang sword, which had been launched out of the sheath of the sky, Priscilla soared with the Yang swords of her brother and forefather in hand. The Yang sword upon which Priscilla rode, its tip thrust into the magic crystal bud, and tearing through the closed flower petals, it made its way inside. Priscilla Bariel? That instant, the barrage of light orbs intended to intercept her was cleared away by the King of Thorns' Yang sword. As flame enshrouded her field of vision, Priscilla stepped down onto the floor and advanced. Priscilla Bariel. Simultaneously, stepping past the flames which enshrouded her vision, Sphinx rushed forth with a sword of light in hand. The two met gazes, and Priscilla burned away her opponent's sword with the wise Emperor's Yang sword. Sphinx. Priscilla Bariel. Eyes burning with fury, Sphinx had called out her name many times, to which Priscilla smiled. Perceiving that smile within her vision, Sphinx leaped backwards and readied her 2 hands. Birthing 10 blades of light upon her fingers, she rampaged about within the bud, reflecting irregularly off of the inside of the magic crystals. The kaleidoscope of death gleamed with beauty. At the chaotic and emotional scintillation, Priscilla raised both her hands towards the heavens. Then, gripping the treasured sword protruding beyond her outstretched hands, Sphinx. Priscilla Bariel. Priscilla. That is my name. Within the sonorous bellow of that voice, there was a certain heat, tinged with enmity. Thereupon, Priscilla swung down the brilliantly dazzling Yang sword. The flash of scintillating flame, that light reminiscent of sunrise or daybreak, of a new dawn, ardently shone upon her life. As the interior of the magic crystal bud was illuminated, it began to bloom. That's to say, the sprouting of a soul. Priscilla, you ought stand proud, Sphinx. Sphinx. Priscilla, as none other than your very self, you have fulfilled the role of mine enemy. It is a great service. Adjusting her posture after swinging the Yang sword, Priscilla spoke thus to Sphinx, who stood before her. Receiving that, Sphinx narrowed her black eyes and Sphinx, despite having failed to succeed, is that so, Priscilla? A matter of course. Just whom do you take mine self for? Scoffing at the question, Priscilla responded so. At her answer, Sphinx lowered the edges of her eyebrows, and heaving a sigh with an expression that had lost its sternness. Sphinx. Priscilla Bariel, the fateful enemy of myself, the great disaster, Sphinx. As a being who had found meaning in her existence differing from the original reason for which she had been created, she smiled. That was the conclusion between the Sun Princess, Priscilla Bariel, and the great disaster, Sphinx. Once before, she had nearly perished. At that time, too, there was an objective she had been unable to fulfill, however. She accepted with equanimity that things would come to an end without her achieving it. As calm as night would be as it received the setting sun, her inner feelings were of no value. With that in mind, what about now? Just like before, I am disappearing without fulfilling my wish. And yet, her heart was like that of a child, eagerly yearning not for the setting sun, but for dawn, daybreak, the rising sun. She could feel it beating within her body devoid of void, pulsations, a light with a definite ardor. And thus, that was undoubtedly the true nature of the foul ardor that had radiated within the eyes of the cold, parched monster that had been bound to that place for decades. She had been taught so. Thank you for teaching me who I am. Gratitude. Required. Her undefined, uncertain, and ambiguous self was established as herself, and even though that was quite far removed from what she had initially thought she had to become, she was not against it. Once again, it shall be stated. This existence, born as a monster, was no substitute for the witch of greed. And so, now that she was disappearing without having fulfilled her desire, a desire that was hers and hers alone, she spoke thus. Ah, frustrating. Sphinx. Sphinx, as Subaru called out her name. Spica, having touched her soul, devoured her way of being. The moment star-eating had been activated, welling up within Subaru was a peaceful sense of satisfaction and accomplishment, along with a feeling of loneliness. It was, perhaps, something close to the kind of loneliness felt at the end of a dinner filled with laughter, truly fulfilling, and yet just a tiny bit unsatisfying. It was that kind of moment. He had congratulated her on being born as her own individual life, and with that same mouth, he had helped devour her. However, that was not out of hatred. Neither was it that he wanted to make her suffer, nor dishearten her. There was just no other way for this to be settled. The resolution between Subaru's group and Sphinx. This was the only way it could be. Spica. Ooh. With a rustling sound, Sphinx was turning to dust as she disappeared. As Subaru witnessed her demise, Spica, who had helped him to bring it about, called out to him. To Spica too, words of gratitude and appreciation were in order. Subaru. Besides, now that the enemy's more able and the others will also. Top brass is no, it was at the moment he said that, and was about to stand up. Subaru, the voice, unexpectedly heard, ignored Subaru's eardrums and cranium, and resonated directly within his brain. That had always been the case. That beautiful voice of a silver bell had always laid Natsuki Subaru bare, and, having made the exposed Subaru turn around, it had brought with it the urge to burst into tears. Subaru. Unable to speak as Subaru stood up and turned around, the red evening glow illuminated his eyes. That sunset, which had brought with it the afterglow of victory, had now become a hindrance. For within that light, there was a face he longed to see, her long silver hair that resembled the dewdrops of a night sky's moon, and her eyes of amethyst, the most beautiful jewel in the world. From the top of her head to the tips of her toes, there was not one bit that he did not find lovely. Spica. Wow. Subaru was almost in tears from the impulse that had welled up within him, and Spica, who had let go of his hand, patted him on the back. With the touch of that palm providing the impetus and the courage, Subaru broke out into a run, passing by Al as he gave him a thumbs up, being seen off by Halibel as he puffed his tobacco smoke, patting the shoulder of Garfield as he bawled his eyes out in Subaru's stead, poking the cheek of Beatrice as she held back her urge to jump onto him, giving a wry smile to Tanza as she characteristically deeply bowed her head. He was then covered by Roswal, who had descended from the sky, took off his jacket and draped it over him. Roswal. Subaru-kun, aren't you completely naked? Having grown back to his original size, Subaru's clothes from his childlike state no longer fit. If this had been his original world, he would have lacked the clothes needed to go buy clothes. But this was not his original world. This was another world, one in which Subaru now lived. Suba. The girl who had broken into a jog to rush over to him from the other direction had tried to open her mouth, but Subaru, without slowing down, went ahead and embraced her outright, rendering her silent. With his arms now at their proper original size, tightly hugging her slender body, Subaru, EMT, Emilia, stupid. Subaru had embraced her head-on, and Emilia, who was slightly surprised, smiled knowing that there was no helping it. Of course, he had also been elated for their reunion in the Valatian Empire. Being able to touch her again after having been separated, Subaru had keenly felt the depth of his feelings for her from the bottom of his heart. But, as expected, this was different. Now in mind, body, and soul, this was Natsuki Subaru. Emilia. Welcome back, Subaru. Subaru. Yeah, I'm back, Emilia-tan. Thus spoke Emilia, who had perceived that same fulfillment of Subaru's soul. And then, in the distance beyond the two sharing in the joy of their reunion, the Crystal Palace dazzlingly burst into flames. For the great disaster of the Valatian Empire which had gone on for a long, long time, that had been the closing ceremony. Curtains close. Priscilla Buriel, the great disaster averted. The sacred Valatian Empire had at last escaped ruin. With the imperial capital at its center, the hosts of undead that had deployed throughout the entire empire lost its leadership and fell apart. As they scattered and fled, the battle approached its curtains close. However, even though their commander, Sphinx, was no more, and the manna that had been provided to the sacrament of the immortal king by the stone had been severed until they were granted death once more, the resurrected undead still struggled onward with the entirety of their new lives. Although the struggle against the great disaster had concluded in this manner, the scars that had been left behind would never disappear. It was quite possible that, from here on out within the Valatian Empire, the undead that had managed to escape would frequently cause trouble. Even without that, even with the war itself having ended, everything that had been influenced by it would never truly be put right once and for all. Naturally, the towns and regions that had become war fronts and the people and things that had become casualties would all need to be verified so that they could be processed and returned to their pre-war state. And sadly, things such as heroic reveries were of no use to the post-war recovery. So, it's unexpectedly true that I've got nothing to do. What was that? Do you have complaints towards myself? It's not that I'm complaining. It's just like a strange feeling. As Subaru grumbled that out, walking alongside him was a beautiful woman, Priscilla, and he had carefully selected the words that he directed towards her profile. In response to Subaru's reply, she used a fan she held to cover her lips, a small hump slipping from her mouth. To that response, one he was well accustomed to, Subaru tilted his head in wonder as he walked alongside her. Presently, the place in which Subaru and Priscilla were walking together was within the walls of the fortified city of Garkla. The greatest fortress within the empire, its ramparts had become extensively damaged by the advance of the undead hordes, with the citizenry and army unquestioningly working day and night to move forward the repair work. To walk alongside Priscilla in such a cityscape, it was a strange happenstance. Both Subaru and Priscilla had been participants at the battleground of the imperial capital of Lupugana, in the decisive bout against the great disaster, Sphinx, and it was their anxiety for the well-being of those that they had left behind, and the disastrous spectacle of the imperial capital, unfit for settlement, that had prompted their return to this city. Priscilla, the Crystal Palace, once extolled as the most beautiful in the world, is now naught but ash, and the water yet contained within the reservoir still threatens to cascade forth and sweep away the city. As things stand, it shall take a century to restore the imperial capital. Subaru, things there were on a pretty huge scale. Hold on a sec. Should the person responsible for turning the palace into ash really be saying that? Priscilla, as soon as it began to rampage as a golem, even without mine actions being enacted, the recovery of its palace form was no longer a possibility. As such, mine self used it as a ceremonial flame to herald their send-off, for they had fully carried out the role of great disaster. Subu, a ceremonial bonfire for Sphinx, huh? Priscilla responded calmly, and as Subaru thought about the enemy, Sphinx, he cast his eyes downward. This was not something that anyone who participated in the battle against the great disaster could say. But at the very end, in order to activate the effects of Spica's star-eating, Subaru faced off against Sphinx directly. At that moment, Subaru and Sphinx had laid their souls bare to one another. That was probably why Subaru could not hate Sphinx and regard her as evil from the bottom of his heart. At least, she was not an unforgivable enemy like the Sin Archbishops. That was what he felt, and it was something similar to this which he thought Priscilla may have felt. Priscilla. It was a truly magnificent pillar of flame. After all, it is truly elating to see something burn. Subaru. Now, what if it's just that you like to burn things, Priscilla? My, so noisy. Do not suddenly use such a loud voice. That is just like Al, is it not? At first glance, it sounded like an insult, but Priscilla's lips were curled into a smile as she spoke. It was a difficult relationship to grasp, but she cared about her knight, Al, in her own way. That much could not be questioned after the reunion of Priscilla and Al at the imperial capital, Subaru. And on that note, Al wouldn't want to be separated from you, so where is he right now? Priscilla, it is as you say, as he did not wish to be separated from mineself. He was ordered to be a servant. At this time, he should be working hard as he salivates for mine praise, just like you, who is head over heels for the half-devil. Subaru. I can't and won't deny it, but I feel bad for how Al is being used. Priscilla-sama, hearing a voice say, "Oh," Subaru raised his eyebrows, and with a small run across the opposite side of the street, a small boy, Schultz's figure, came into his sight. The small boy in shorts and a butler's outfit was breathing heavily, coming to a sudden halt in front of Priscilla. And, Schultz. Priscilla-sama, thank goodness you are safe. That is the most important thing. I really am, so, Priscilla. A child should not be concerned with such foolish trifles. If you are worried about mineself, then be so with dignity. Saying this, Priscilla embraced Schultz, who had come to a halt, the young boy's head becoming buried in her breasts. Rather than a metaphor, the statement that he was buried in her breasts was a fact. So it felt like looking at a difference in biological species rather than a difference in gender. Like Al, Schultz was one of Priscilla's servants, and he had been truly worried about her return from the imperial capital, his face turning red as he melted into her touch. In fact, for him to be this delighted at the return of the imperial capital group, the rescue the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad, it had been worth hastening the dragon carriage for their return. Subaru. It was also worth it since as soon as I reunited with Patrash in this form, she immediately hit me. Schultz. Natsuki-sama, I was hoping that you could convey my thanks to Emily-sama. Also, I would like to help Priscilla-sama more, so I wish to hear the secret behind how you grew up so fast. Subaru. I'd love to see Amelia Tan's smug face when she receives as much gratitude as possible, but my rapid growth is a cheat technique. If you go down the normal route but grow quickly, then I think you might die from the growing pains. Priscilla. Regardless, you need not recklessly grow any taller. Stay the way you are for the time being. Schultz. Ooh. I am caught between a rock and a hard place. Caught between his own wishes and the desire of his master. Schultz's anguish was plain to see on his face as he was caught between these competing ideals. Subaru, understanding his feelings towards Priscilla, which could not be attached to just deep affection or admiration, sympathized with his anguish. Subaru. Well, even if I sympathize with you, I can't give you any advice. Priscilla, rather than a fool, you are a pitiful man. Schultz. Are you walking by yourself? Schultz? No, that is not the case. I was with Utakata-sama and all the Shadrakians. So In the middle of Priscilla's breasts, the buried Schultz glanced behind him. Following the lead of this glance, he discovered a recognizable, sour-faced man, Henkel. Subaru was aware that he had come to the Empire, and that he had contributed to fighting against the great disaster. But, Subaru, Schultz, that old man isn't bullying you, is he? Schultz, that is not the case. Henkel-sama is a kind personage. Subaru, that's definitely a lie. Even if it was your relative, it was not good to spread false perceptions. Saying that Henkel was kind was like saying that Roswell was a good and honest person. In fact, even Henkel seemed to be bitter about Schultz's evaluation. Henkel, pipsqueak, don't say needless things. I'll cast you away. Priscilla, do not utter such nonsense, commoner. It is for mineself to decide how Schultz is handled. Rather, it is you who ought be afraid of being abandoned in the Empire. Henkel. This time, against that. Against that? Priscilla? Was of use? If you wish to boast so, at minimum you must speak clearly. Towards Henkel's frown and mumbling, Priscilla spoke with a bored look. She then turned Schultz away from her chest, pushing him towards Henkel. Priscilla. Schultz. There are many people I must still visit. It is late. Do not stay up into the night. Schultz. I understand. I feel somewhat unable to sleep, but I shall do my best to get some rest. To Schultz, who was still excited, Priscilla nodded with a very well. After that, she looked towards the one close to Schult, towards Heinkel, who was unable to speak. Priscilla, it was a great service, Heinkel Astria. Heinkel. Ah, Priscilla, your way of life is too unsightly to bear gaze upon, but the ability with the sword that you have forged is a worthy sight. Absolutely. Even if you are never rewarded, you must never forget your diligence. Heinkel. Though, whether I get rewarded or not is up to you, Miss Priscilla. Saying this, Hinkle turned away, roughly scratching at his red hair as he walked away. To that distancing back, Subaru called out with an old man. And, Subaru, I heard you save Garfiel. You looked after my little bro. Hinkle, Ke. With his foul attitude, Hinkle walked away without stopping. Schult bowed his head, hurriedly chasing after his back after seeing them off, while Subaru shrugged towards Priscilla. Subaru, you didn't give me a proper answer when I asked this before, but why are you with Reinhardt's dad? Priscilla, there is no such person known as the father of another. It is a question I have no inclination to answer. Subaru. When you tell me that so straightforwardly, my chest begins to hurt. When Subaru clutched at his chest, Priscilla poked at his head with her fan and said fool. As Subaru rubbed it where he had been poked, Priscilla lightly stroked her chin. Priscilla, well, now, are you trying to bore myself? Perform your duties as a jester well. Natsuki Subaru. Once again she called him by his name, yet for some reason he had no desire to go against it. Have the two of you come to engrave a frown onto my face while I am occupied? Thus asked Abel, brow as wrinkled as his words suggested, upon seeing Subaru and Priscilla arrive. This room in the great fortress, albeit not sophisticated enough to call an office, had served as Abel's workspace for a restless night of urgent planning in regards to post-war measures, a great shift in tone from having brandished the Yang sword along with Priscilla against the moving palace. Subaru. Man, it's incredibly off-putting for you to be tough now. There's no way we'd be able to have another catfight. Vincent. I have never wished to partake in such bizarre rituals with you. If your purpose is to distract me with these trifles, exit at once. Subaru. You say you want no distractions, but... Subaru glanced at the sofa beside the desk where the inhospitable Emperor tended to his task. There, Flop and Medium slept shoulder to shoulder in harmony. The O'Connell siblings' cozy reunion evoked a striking contrast next to the Emperor. Subaru. I don't see you kicking those two out. Vincent? They guarantee me further nuisances if I rouse them, that is why. Priscilla, you do not disappoint with your pretexts, elder brother. Your leniency manifests in its full glory when faced with what is most precious. When you had allowed me to flee from the country, that too had been an act of love. Abel was silenced by Priscilla's calm words, spoken as she fanned her face. That could have been interpreted as a silence that would have emerged no matter what had been said, a silence that had emerged precisely because the words had hit the mark, or even both. Subaru. You Siskin Emperor. Vincent. Albeit I know not the meaning, I presume that those words of yours are the height of irreverence. Priscilla. Cease with the empty threats. Due to the great disaster on this occasion, the Empire has forged far too many debts towards the kingdom and the city-states, especially towards the camp of Natsuki Subaru's bunch. Is that not so? Subaru. Priscilla? It's not my camp. It's Amelia Tan's. It was a rare follow-up on the part of Priscilla, but he had to firmly correct her on an important part. Priscilla returned a, "You are quite well trained," with an expression slightly taken aback, and Abel silently massaged his brow with his fingers. "Whoa," uttered Subaru when he witnessed Abel proceed to close both eyes. "Vincent, what is the matter, Natsuki Subaru? Do you intend to pile up even more irreverence towards me?" Subaru. Nah, not this time. Not like I want trouble with you. And since you're busy, I should just leave. Pouting his lips, Subaru did not point out the fact which he had noticed. He did not think Abel to be unaware of it either. That was because the reason and impetus for that change had occurred in a definite form. And, It seemed that Subaru was not the only one who considered that a pleasant change. Vincent, I extend that to you, Priscilla. I have many matters due, Priscilla. So you put the Empire above your dear sister? With a decade past, have the scales within yourself finally come to a settlement, elder brother? If that is so, Vincent. What? As Priscilla cut off her words, Abel made a slight frown. In front of Abel, Priscilla pinched the hem of her dress and gave a deep bow where she stood. And then, Priscilla, 77th Emperor of the Sacred Wallachian Empire, Your Excellency Vincent Wallachia. From the bottom of mine heart, I celebrate your ascendance to the throne. Vincent. Priscilla. To the utmost, laboriously endeavor to lead the pack of sword wolves. For the time being, the days bereft of respite shall only continue. Delivering words of congratulations with a serious expression, and then a warning with a bold smile, Priscilla spoke to her elder brother. At the attitude of his sister, whose tempo was as per her whims, Vincent Wallachia heaved a sigh. Then, glancing towards the O'Connell siblings, sleeping on the sofa with their shoulders pressed against each other, Vincent. Priscilla, in this entire world, only with you, sister mine, could I prescinde from mistrust. Priscilla, ever so sinuous you are, brother mine, even in your confessions of love. Concealing a provocative smirk behind her noisily opened fan, Priscilla interpreted Abel's statement. Subaru found himself in total agreement with her. If there was only one thing that a third party could add onto that. Subaru. From my perspective, you two siblings resemble each other to an aggravating extent, and in saying so, Subaru took the brunt of those cognate siblings' matching, unamused glares. Were you speaking with His Excellency Vincent, Priscilla? Priscilla. Dear mother, is it? After having their fill of two kinds of sibling relationships within the Empire, one team imperial family and the other team merchant, Subaru and Priscilla ran into Yorna in a passageway of the fortress, along with Ugard, who was accompanying her. It appeared that they were heading to Abel's room, as if they had business to attend to with him. Yorna narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and fixedly gazed at Subaru and Priscilla. Subaru had thought that it was because she found this pairing to be unusual, but he was wrong. Yorna, it is only my first time seeing it, but I find it will be quite the challenge to get used to seeing you with your limbs lengthed like this, child. Subaru. Now that you mention it, Yorna-san has only ever seen me in my cross-dressing and Shota forms. As the astounding truth emerged, Subaru was shocked at his own abundance of variation within the Empire. At Subaru's shock, Yorna placed the back of her hand to her mouth, and while smiling, Yorna. Your Excellency, this personage is a knight of the kingdom. Until just the other day, he had been shrunken down to the form of a child, and during our first meeting together, he was in the form of a beautiful lady, Ugard. From the star to sanction such an appraisal of beauty in thyself, I shan't say that mine interest hath not been piqued. Subaru, no, not at all. Please stop with that kind of stuff. Though Natsumi Schwartz is a noble-minded lady who wouldn't be embarrassed at showing herself off to anybody. Priscilla, although your skills are praiseworthy for a foolish commoner, your self-esteem is quite distorted. At Subaru's answer, which tread the line between composed and passionate, Priscilla gave a comment in a fed-up manner. Afterwards, she casually turned her attention towards Abel's room. Priscilla, for what reason are you visiting mine elder brother with the King of Thorns, dear mother? Ugard, 'tis because the time that remaineth for mine self is meagre. Before that reacheth its terminus, I wish to discuss matters pertaining to the wishes of mine star with the child of mine own children. Subaru. Time remaining. At Ugard's response, Subaru looked towards Yorna, who looked pleased. Ugard was present here with Yorna with a natural attitude, but he was still one of the undead. Like Sphinx, his appearance was by no means inferior to that of the living, but that fact would not sway. Ugard, in all likelihood my newfound sense of satisfaction towards mine own life hath borne an influence upon mine appearance. As for mine self, rather than sharing in an embrace with mine star via a body in which heat doth not flow, this is much preferable. Priscilla, Albeit it may be a linkage of soul rather than blood, you unashamedly boast of your love towards a mother right before her daughter. I suppose that is exactly what one would expect from the King of Thorns, but what is this about mine, dear mother's wishes? Yorna. It is in regards to the shackles upon my soul, endlessly invoking its reincarnation. The outline of Yorna's quiet words was something which Subaru only knew of on a surface level. Yorna was formerly a girl known as Iris who was bound to unending resurrection. Each time she died, her soul would return to the surface without receiving the baptism of Od Lagna, and she would reincarnate into her next body. Therefore, what Yorna desired from Abel for her contributions in the Civil War and against the great disaster on this occasion was, Yorna, I wish to repeal it, to annul the decree of extinction put out by the Empire in regards to the Wolf people and the Mole people. Subaru. Yorna. All along, such had been my desire, though. When I became a divine general, I had prioritized acquiring the Demon City so as to have a location to welcome my beloved children. Priscilla, I see. In order to bind your soul, dear mother, the two races that are the Wolf people and the Mole people, their bodies and lives, which have been piled up since times of yore, were being utilized, and if that supply were to be severed, the curse would be severed, disappear naturally. You guard, and in those days 'twas none other than mine self who would pass the decree. If a request cometh from mine mouth to the Emperor of the current age, matters shall be settled with no harm befalling the honor of mine star, and the child of mine own children. Saying that, Ugard turned a tender gaze towards Yorna, who was hugging his arm. In that moment, Subaru understood that deep within the eyes of the King of Thorns' invariant expression, there were smoldering sentiments of shame and remorse that had spanned many years. Iris and the King of Thorns, within the tale recited in this world since times of old, he did not know just what sort of drama had occurred between him and her. However, supposing it had ended in tragedy, this was its after-story. Subaru. In that case, I think it's good so long as you at least have an epilogue with a nice aftertaste. Priscilla. Then we are of differing opinions. There are plenty of superfluous acts that can be taken in the afterlife to make things redundant. Subaru. You! Listen. Here! All right. Priscilla, who was supposed to be the daughter of one of the parties involved, despite it being a complex relationship, had attempted to stir up discord, so Subaru was about to scold her to read the mood. But before he could do so, she continued with, But, Priscilla, if it is the King of Thorns and mine dear mother, no such tactless acts shall be taken. You guard, as ever, thou bearest Teriola's likeness. Dost thou not think so, O star of mine, Yorna? Now that you mention it, it is no wonder I find her to be so lovely. Priscilla, do not conduct such speech akin comparing mineself with those other than mineself. If it were not you and your husband, dear mother, I would not pardon it. Being told so bluntly by Priscilla, a smile formed on the lips of both Yorna and Ugard. It was a strange relationship, and although this was not the case in reality, from the outside looking in, they seemed like an intimate mother, father, and daughter, so Subaru scratched his cheek with a somewhat awkward feeling. At Subaru's gesture, Yorna smiled, saying, It seems we have caused you tedium, Yorna. I shall go now with His Excellency. Priscilla, dear, you mustn't bicker with the child. Priscilla, I do not treat him as a child. To begin with, if this foolish commoner angers me, I shall simply lop his head off. Subaru, don't say such scary things. Well then, Yorna-san, Ugard-san, until we meet again. As Yorna and Priscilla had an exchange befitting a mother and daughter, Subaru called out to Ugard. He had said, until we meet again, but he felt like this would be the last time. The other party must have also thought the same thing. The former emperor looked directly at Subaru and spoke. Ugard, thou ought spend thy days of virtue together with those whom thou lovest. May good fortune and happiness be upon both thee and thy star. Wow, to see Subaru and Priscilla together, it's really surprising. It truly is, ain't it? There's plenty that we need to get done, so it'd be trouble if it rains tomorrow. At Anastasia, who, after saying so, had turned to gaze out the window at the night sky, Priscilla snorted with a humph. Having had the opportunity to talk to many people, they had stopped by the lounge for a glass of water, and had unexpectedly come across Amelia and Anastasia, who were seated at a table, facing each other. Since their adventure to the Pleiades watchtower, such a pairing could no longer be considered peculiar. Rather, like how Amelia was surprised, it was much more surprising that Subaru was with Priscilla. In any case, what was this pair with different roles, one the brains and the other the brawn, doing here? Amelia, well, actually, Otto-kun scolded me, saying I shouldn't work anymore today. Anastasia, first of all, it ain't all that good for us to be meddling in the Empire's post-war proceedings now, is it? So I thought, why not chat a bit before we rest? And what do you know? Amelia-san's been bragging about Natsuki-kun non-stop. Subiru. Talking about me. Amelia-tan has? Let me hear. Hearing of some intriguing girl talk, Subaru leaned forward. However, with Subaru's collar having been grabbed from behind, he shrieked out with a "Gway!" As expected, the one who had done so, quite capable of decapitating Subaru let alone strangling him, was Priscilla. She let go of Subaru's collar and glared at Amelia and Anastasia as if to rein them in. Priscilla, a half-devil and the she-fox, both fellow candidates in the royal selection, meeting face to face, and the topic of discussion is the exploits of Ace. Foolish commoner, time is not to be spent so worthlessly. Even counting the stars would be marginally less objectionable. Amelia. Ah, I get it. When I was alone in the forest, I would sometimes do that to pass the time. Anastasia. As for me, I've spent long hours counting the money I've saved up. Subaru. Hey. It's not good to let the topic of conversation veer off like that because of Priscilla's thoughtless words. To say that one should be counting stars instead was a rash comment on a level of telling them to just give up on everything and just go to sleep. Of course, if it were the stars, Subaru could spend countless hours searching for constellations. But that was beside the point. As he tried to prevent that retort from rapidly spreading the conversation into the realm of the night sky, Amelia suddenly laughed with a Amelia. Still, it feels really strange, doesn't it? Me, Anastasia-san, and Priscilla-san. We're all candidates for the royal throne, and yet all of us are in the Empire like so. Anastasia. If only Natsuki-kun hadn't been so careless as to be sent away from the tower, none of this would have happened. Subaru. That was beyond my control. Besides, if I hadn't been sent away, the Empire would likely have been destroyed, although in no way did it make up for the event that started it all. Considering the scale of the great disaster, those words had not been far from the truth. It was not to say that he had liked being sent away, but that it had served a purpose. But then again, Priscilla would likely snicker and scoff at such a reasoning. Priscilla, indeed that is so. Without you lot, the history of the Empire would have come to an end yesterday. Subaru, ah. Amelia, Anastasia. Oh, Priscilla. No need to gasp like fools. It was but a statement of an obvious fact. That was all there was to it, was what Priscilla had said. But the fact that it was her who had said it had surprised Subaru and the others. At those unexpected words from Priscilla, Anastasia chuckled, saying, "What's this now, Anastasia? How darn surprising. Didn't think you'd be so upfront and admit that we helped you." Priscilla, do not misunderstand. In the first place, the Empire was Prisca Benedict's homeland, and thus is no longer the homeland of mineself. The responsibility for the survival of the Empire rests upon the Emperor and the army that bows to him. Anastasia had only just thought so, but there she is. Yep, if the princess ain't this way, she wouldn't be a worthy rival. Amelia! Geez, Priscilla is such a contrarian, so don't tease her, Anastasia-san. Subaru. Who even says contrarian these days? At that very Amelia-like assessment, Subaru chucked, with equal parts exasperation and admiration. However, It was not as though he could not understand Emilia and Anastasia's feelings. Previously, Priscilla had been such an unknown entity to Subaru, like an alien creature he could not fathom. And although he had acknowledged her strength and insight, the nature of her humanity seemed like that of a carnivorous beast that could not be reasoned with. That impression he held of Priscilla, he felt it had changed a lot over these past few days in the Empire. Subaru. Right now, just like Emilia Tan and Anastasia San, as well as Crush San and Felt, I can recognize Priscilla as a royal selection candidate well. Priscilla, for what reason would I be in need of your recognition? Watch your mouth, foolish commoner. Emilia. There you go again with that harsh way of speaking, but we also had briefly spoken about that, right? Emilia had clasped her hands before her chest, and Anastasia, whom she had called out to, smiled softly. Anastasia. Yeah, no. That old thing at Pristella? At the time, I hadn't invited the princess over because I felt there wasn't a reason to, but Emilia. Then next time let's invite Priscilla too. Especially since she's a royal candidate. Like us. Priscilla. Foolish commoner. It seems your master is unaware of what sort of event the royal selection even is. Subaru. She's cute, isn't she? Behold my angel. Although a vacation was not the intention behind the meeting of the candidates in Pristella, from the way Emilia would see it, she must have felt bad about Priscilla seemingly having been excluded from the gathering. That said, rather than a situation where the witch cult goes on a rampage, a vacation would be much better. Subaru. If it does come to that, let's go someplace where we can have a swimsuit vacation next time. Anastasia. About his desires, ain't Natsuki-kun a straightforward child? Well, not like I ain't gonna consider it. Of course, if the princess says she's fine with not being invited, we ain't gonna invite her, right? Emilia. Priscilla, what do you think? Anastasia had been provocative, while Emilia was timid like a small animal. As expected, at the invitation from the two beautiful girls who were also royal candidates, Priscilla shrugged her shoulders. Priscilla, do as you please. If it shall amuse, then very well. If not, 'tis poor. No reason in particular for mineself to refuse. Emilia. Yes, let's do that. We're all in a difficult position, and we all have very many things that worry us, but I don't see any reason why we all can't get along. Anastasia. Whenever Emilia San's involved, everything's all mellow. It's a bit troublesome. Priscilla's answer could not be taken as being enthusiastic, but the way Emilia had taken it made it sound like she had been chomping at the bit, and Subaru nodded in agreement with Anastasia's thoughts. Priscilla as well, seemingly not bothering to correct her, looked up at the night sky. Priscilla, a lass from the slums and a duchess, as well the she-fox of the city-states and an amethyst-eyed half-devil. Emilia. Priscilla. 'Tis no matter of significance. I merely had the thought that, when listed out like so, it sounds akin to characters starring in a poorly penned tale. Subaru. That poorly penned was unnecessary. In the first place, I don't think you're in any position to talk. Priscilla, basking in the wind, held the position of a supposedly deceased princess of the Empire. As for a title that could spice up the story, hers was more than flashy enough. After responding in that way, fearing his words might have truly angered Priscilla, Subaru's heart had lurched. However, that was a needless fear. Nay, it was far from a needless fear. Priscilla. No doubt about that. Saying so, Priscilla brought the tip of her fan to her lips and laughed. Just like a girl in the midst of chatting with her friends, she laughed in a relaxed manner. Somehow losing the chance to part ways, Subaru continued to walk around with Priscilla through the fortified city. Subaru had worked far too hard today, by his own admission, and the same could be said for Priscilla and the many others who continued to move energetically around the city. Of course, most of them, like Subaru, were probably in too high spirits to sleep. Subaru. Don't tell me that they're all undead who don't know what it means to be tired. What stupid things are you talking about? Subaru. Wohoa! In a daze, he looked out over the stone walkway to the cityscape below, where his comments were overheard by the people passing by. Moreover, someone whom he did not want to overhear him, glaring at Subaru, was Rem. With a pail of water in her hands, Rem seemed to be one of the people who could not sleep either. Subaru. So, are you still assisting in treating the injured? I know you're working hard, but working too hard isn't good either. You should learn from Nisama, who takes a rest as soon as she gets tired. Rem. I could say the same for you. No, rather, if you don't have work to do, isn't it your job to return to your room and quietly rest? Subaru. What a shrewd argument. I mean, it may not be a job, but there are things that I also have to do. Subaru answered Rem in a whispered voice, pointing his fingers together in front of his chest. Rem's pale blue eyes turned stern at his attitude, and Subaru's courage waned more and more. Then, as if reaching out a helping hand to Subaru, nay, simply to express her displeasure at the sight, Priscilla sighed. Priscilla. It is no great matter. As you can see, his arms and legs are slightly longer than what they were in the form of a child. Because of this, it is difficult for him to face those whom he was involved with as a child. Subaru. It's redundant for my legs to still be short after I got bigger. You're all right about both things, though. When Priscilla nonchalantly expressed those sentiments, Subaru bit his sleeve and sounded agah. Subaru had an important task ahead of him, to tell everyone in the Pleiades battalion that he had returned to his original form, just as Priscilla had said. Although Subaru's comrades had been with him since his stay at the Gladiator Island, he had never once confided to them that he had been in a shrunken form. In fact, he had never revealed the truth about being the illegitimate child of Abel, the Emperor, which meant that he had been lying all this time. Subaru. If I reveal it, and everyone despises me, I'll never recover. I'd rather Natsuki Schwartz to have died an honorable death in battle. Rem, if you tell a lie like that, I will despise you. Are you fine with being despised by me, Subaru? I'd hate that as well. I wouldn't be able to live if you hated me, Rem. Subaru whined as his heart was battered between Rem at the front gate and his battalion at the rear gate. Rem sighed at the situation and suddenly noticed Priscilla's gaze on her. Priscilla, with arms crossed to emphasize her breasts, called out, Rem to her. Priscilla, your expression has changed during our time apart. The healing magic that had caused you such anguish seems to be of some use. Rem. Yes, I have had many opportunities to practice what you told me, Priscilla-san. Also thank you. That gentle fire that shared your strength with all of us after the star was shot down. That was something from Priscilla-san, right? Priscilla. What makes you believe that, Rem? It's intuition. Maybe it's because of the time I spent with you, Priscilla-san, even if it was only for a short time. Pulling the water pail closer to her chest, Rem replied to Priscilla. Rem's smile was full of confidence, despite her words, and Priscilla also smiled when she saw it. Priscilla. Very well. It seems that your heart of diamond has been pierced. I deliver mine praise. Subaru. Well, Rem, actually, when the city was in danger, that star thing, it was me and Biko who shot it down. What do you think about that? Well, Subaru. I'm sorry for butting in, I apologize, so please just praise Biko later. Wanting to be praised as much as Priscilla did, Rem gave him a scornful glare. Subaru was reluctant to back down, but Priscilla had a point. Rem seemed to stand tall now, to the point that the expression Heart of Diamond was apt. He thought that her reunion with Ram, Petra, and others, and the presence of her friend Katya, had a big part in that. Subaru. Besides that, you can tell me more about what you and Priscilla were doing while I was gone. Rem, more or less, once everything is taken care of, you can let me carry that too. It was not his intention to put off talking to everyone in the battalion, but it would be unthinkable to leave the busy M alone, even if he were tired. When Subaru offered, Rem said, in that case, and offered him the pail of water. However, Rem, no, it's fine after all. Subaru, huh? Did I do something to offend you? Am I being too considerate? Am I being unpleasant, Rem? It's not quite that. Not that. But it's because if you come with me, Priscilla-san will be alone. Subaru. No, no, no. In that case, why don't you let Priscilla help you treat the injured? Are you sane, Subaru? I know you're exaggerating, but what I said wasn't a statement of sanity. Subaru reflected on the unbelievable things he was seeing. However, it was strange that Rem refused his help because of Priscilla. In the first place, the fact that Subaru happened to be with Priscilla now was just by chance, not for any deep reason. If Beatrice and Spica would have kept him company, his night would not have turned out like this. Subaru. But Biko and Spica both got held up by experts in spirit and authority-related matters. Rem, in that case, I'll stay with Priscilla-san. Priscilla, Rem, there is no need for such idiotic consideration. I can manage to walk around with the likes of this foolish commoner. Subaru. See, I know it's weird to say this, but you're the one who started dragging me around in the first place. He had been taken out to play the role of a jester, and thus ended up a certain clown exclaiming as such. However, Rem ignored Subaru's plea and stared directly at Priscilla. Rem was still searching for the words that were not formed even in her mind. Rem. I don't want you to be alone, Priscilla-san. Priscilla, so that was your answer that emerged after some time? You are a girl who does not understand, Rem. But now, this pain in my chest, it doesn't hurt anymore, thanks to you. Rem's response was something that Subaru did not understand. Perhaps it was part of an exchange between Rem and Priscilla that Subaru did not know about. Upon receiving it, Priscilla paused for a beat, gave a small snort, and, Priscilla, strive well, Rem, O daughter of the Oni, for there are roles that only you can carry out, wishes that only you can grant, and a future that only you can achieve, Rem. Priscilla-san? Priscilla, come, foolish commoner. Since Rem requested it, I shall take you with me especially. Subaru. I'm not really satisfied with that, but where to? Ignoring Subaru's convenience with dignity, Priscilla indicated the outside of the corridor with her fan. It was not the view below that Subaru had seen, nor the starry night sky, but something in between. The walls. The city walls were all damaged in the siege, though fortunately they had retained their original form. However, they did not seem to be a place where anyone or anything was to be found. Priscilla. Rem. Follow thy own heart. For although your heart may ripple, those ripples shall never be unseemly. Rem. Thank you. After indicating their destination, Rem and Priscilla once again spoke of something Subaru did not understand. However, Rem's calm expression gave Subaru no reason to dig any deeper. It appeared that people had finished clearing out, as there were not even any soldiers keeping watch atop the ramparts. Taking into account that the battle against the Great Disaster had just recently reached its finale, as well as the fact that the undead had yet to be fully exterminated, the decision seemed to be more than a tiny bit incautious. Then it boils down to who in the world's got the guts to go against the princess's orders. Greeting Subaru and Princess as such, Al sat atop the empty rampart, his legs crossed. Next to him was what appeared to be an expensive bottle of alcohol, and 2 glasses. Subaru, you got drunk to celebrate us winning the war? Al, don't be stupid. No way I'd start without the princess. That said, I didn't think you'd be with her, bro. Ain't that, like, a super rare pairing? Subaru. Everyone we've come across has been saying that. It's been pretty darn embarrassing this whole time. Al had proclaimed himself to not be inebriated. However, the tone of his voice was lively. Rather than due to the alcohol's effects, perhaps he was slightly intoxicated due to the afterglow of their victory. As a matter of fact, while walking around town with Priscilla, Subaru had also felt that quite keenly. Subaru. It's not just that everyone's got something to do, but they also really don't want to let this be just a dream. Al. Quite the poet now, bro. But I guess you don't know. It's more like, oh morning, please don't arrive yet. Everyone, rather than harboring the negative thought of going to sleep while holding the fear that their triumph would be naught but a dream upon waking up. probably held feelings more in line with wishing for the day of the victory that all of them had come together to seize to not come to an end. As Subaru and Al shared in that sentimentality before daybreak, the backs of their heads were suddenly tapped by a folding fan. As both screamed out, "Jan!" in unison and turned around, they crossed gazes with Priscilla's look of dumbfoundment. Priscilla, a clown and a commoner have gathered, discussing naught but foolish matters. More importantly, Al, have you procured what I sought in accordance with mine instructions? Al? Oh, yeah, you don't gotta worry. I requested that old Prime Minister geezer to clear the guards from the wall and got some alcohol from the pretty high countess. This booze, man, it's priced to probably make my eyeballs pop out of my head if I happen to see what it is. Subaru, I get you. The label and antiquity of the bottle give a sense of its price. I don't drink alcohol, though. Al, I get you. The box it was kept in did a really good job. I also don't really drink, though. As companions in their ignorance of alcohol, Subaru and Al amused themselves by pointing several things out. At their attitude, Priscilla shrugged her shoulders and, in their stead, took the bottle and removed the cork in a gesture she was accustomed to. Then, she slowly poured the liquid, pregnant with the sweet scent of liquor, into the 2 glasses. Priscilla, there are only 2 glasses. You two ought to share a single one. Ah, I was sorta hoping for an indirect kiss with the princess if possible. But pardon me, I apologize, I'll shut up. Al backed down dejectedly. But Subaru, being someone who understood the feelings of wanting to make teasing remarks, did not blame him. In any case, as Priscilla placed her own glass to her lips, Subaru, who was to her side, hesitated for a moment, and then placed his lips to the glass he had been given. Al, whoa, underage drinking. Subaru, it's legal in this world. Gahak! The liquor flowed onto his tongue, and the instant on which the scent passed through his nostrils and throat, Subaru choked up. As Al burst out laughing, Boaha, at that, he too took the glass from Subaru and sipped the alcohol. Using the hand holding the glass to lift the jaw of the helmet, he poured the liquor in through the gap, and then... Al, geho gahu, Subaru. Aren't you choking up more than I am? Pull yourself together, fully fledged of-age drinker. Priscilla, you both are causing a racket. That defeated witch ought to be bemoaning. You do not even know what fine liquor is. Subaru, I'm getting some confusing feelings of guilt. Please stop. There was no way Sphinx would ever say apology. Required due to something like being unable to taste the high-grade alcohol of victory, but Subaru was disheartened due to feeling like she would. In the end, as Subaru and Al shared their alcohol little by little, Priscilla finished emptying half of the bottle by herself. Specifically how strong it was unknown, but for someone who had drunk that much alcohol, and alcohol that did feel quite strong at that, Priscilla's face was as if it was nothing at all. Al, the princess being a heavy drinker, right in line with her image, ain't it? To the somewhat prideful Al, Subaru did not respond that such was exactly the case, and once the glass that Subaru and Al had been responsible for was emptied, Priscilla, as if deciding that this was the time to do something. Priscilla. Dawn is nigh. I am a tad amused. Al, accompany mineself. Al, Kehov. Huh? Company you? What do you? Whoa. Declaring so, Priscilla put aside the half-emptied bottle of alcohol onto the handrail, took Al's hand to help him stand up, and beckoned him to the middle of the wall's top. Pulling the perplexed Al towards herself, she smiled at Subaru, who was gazing in wonder at what was happening. Priscilla, Natsuki Subaru, sing. Subaru, that's way too unreasonable of a request. Priscilla, your tongue ought to have been moistened by such high-quality liquor. Well, I shall just tell Rem in case you are of no use. Subaru, grrr, damn coward. Fine. Finding himself in a development against his will, Subaru folded his arms and constructed a set list within his mind. As he did so, Al stared deeply into Priscilla's eyes. Al, Princess, I'm lacking one arm, you know? Priscilla, so what of it? You have 2 legs and loyalty pledged to mine self. Let us begin. It was not as though that had been the signal, yet Priscilla's words overlapped with the first bar of melody. Subaru. What Subaru had chosen was not a hit song hailing from his original world, but one rooted in this other world, a tune that also happened to be a favorite of Subaru's. The Sword Demon love ballad was a bit too long, and he would probably start crying while singing it. So, the song Subaru had chosen was Subaru. Sky that transcends the light of dawn. Slowly the night over the Valatian Empire would come to a close, and pushing aside a yesterday speckled with stars, a new today boisterously dawned near. As a song that blessed that phenomenon, this was an absolute favorite of favorites among the tunes Subaru had heard in this world. Subaru. Fu. Devoid of any instrumentation, the only thing producing sound was Subaru's a cappella singing. When compared with the bard Liliana, who made music her livelihood, he fell well short. Yet that which served as the greatest praise towards Subaru as he sang was Priscilla's response of dance. Priscilla, there. Dance your heart out, Al. Do not bore mineself. Al. Shit. Now I'm in trouble. Bro, turn up the beat. While listening to Subaru's singing voice, Priscilla and Al danced all around the rampart. Priscilla's dance was gorgeous, though she would likely become incensed were Subaru to say it. Her dance was selfsame to the one performed by Abel back in Garrel, with the purpose of seducing Zikr. Al's awkward moves somewhat appeared to be those of a dance one would see at a lantern festival. Though lacking skill, it was fun to watch him. More than anything, it was clear that both Priscilla and Al, that master and servant both, were enjoying themselves. Subaru. Subaru was supposed to have been doing this reluctantly, but before he realized he was singing with a smile on his face. Sky that transcends the light of dawn. A song that sang about an inevitable dawn, a blessing upon a world born anew after being scorched by its brilliance. A song that was, in a sense, quite fitting for Wallachia, a nation ruled by flame. And Priscilla, who lived like a flame, was a woman most alike Wallachia. Priscilla. Ignorant as to how to end the song, he ended up repeating it, repeating twice, thrice even. As he sang, the dance between the two began to flow smoothly, and he lost the cue to bring it to its conclusion once more. Thus it repeated. As they were all enjoying themselves in that manner, the real morning sun began to softly illuminate the rampart. He had some alcohol in his system, and today, no, yesterday, he had worked far too hard. Definitely, once he did go to sleep today, he would be incapable of waking up. Amidst the gleaming dazzle of the morning sun, Priscilla looked awfully bright as she danced with Al. Princess? A sudden, an oh-so-sudden utterance came from Al. Subaru. Just priorly the utterance would have been permeated with the high spirits he held no pretensions of hiding, with the yearning he held no capability of hiding. Now enlaced with a different timbre, Subaru's singing came to an abrupt halt. Then, Subaru blinked. Many times he rubbed his eyes. And despite him rubbing his eyes, Priscilla, albeit not on the level of that songstress, Liliana Masquerade, it was not a poor performance. Indeed, settled in Al's chest while being embraced by him from behind, Priscilla voiced her praise. With the morning sun shining through Priscilla's body, she was faintly fading away. Subaru. Aghast atop the ramparts of the fortified city, enshrouded in the morning mist, Subaru gazed at Priscilla. A blood-red dress, orange hair that reflected the rays of the sun, crimson eyes akin to flame. All were things that composed the existence of Priscilla Bariel. None of those had changed, and yet, Subaru. Free? Scylla? Priscilla, you too ought to know this already. In order to show me the Empire's ruin, mine enemy, Sphinx, had imprisoned me within an alternate plane. In order to exit from therein, there was not a choice but to reduce it to cinders. Subaru. Ah. Priscilla was clever. Therefore, going off of nothing but Subaru's trembling voice, she had understood what Subaru had been thinking, what Subaru had wanted to ask, and thus presented an answer to Subaru's query. With that clear and concise response of hers, Subaru understood. He had ended up understanding. Subaru. She was the same as Ugard Valatia, the emperor of Yor who had been accompanied by Yorna. In exchange for her own life, Priscilla Bariel had returned from that alternate dimension. The reason why her figure was pierced by the light of the morning sun, becoming misty as it faded away, ephemerally so, was as clear as day. The Priscilla Bariel present here was already nothing more than an undead. Al. What sort of idiotic bullshit are you on about? With Subaru unable to say anything, standing stock still in a daze, Al was the one to shout in his stead, embracing Priscilla from behind, his voice trembling to an extent that it was clear that his face was contorting within his helmet. He tightly held on to her with his single right arm, so as to not relinquish Priscilla, being killed by the slow, unhalted rise of the morning sun. Al, no, you're wrong, princess. This sort of thing. Be bro. Subaru. Right. You're wrong. You're mistaken. Just wait, Priscilla. At Al's quavering appeal, Subaru suddenly lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the banister. The great disaster having come to a close, he had ended up spitting out the package of poison which he had kept behind his molar. So, if he were to choose a method to redo things immediately, jumping off of the rampart would be the fastest. Priscilla. Cease. Subaru. Why would I cease? I have no reason to do that. This sort of thing, for me. Priscilla. Cease. Natsuki Subaru. Just as he was about to jump over the railing, throwing himself over the edge, Subaru was held back by a voice. But, paying no heed to that, Subaru had fully settled his mind to proceed, to challenge the great disaster once more. And despite that, Priscilla, the authorities held by yourself and Al may possess the power to warp even the laws of fate. But you ought to remember this. Regardless of what use you make of your powers and prayers, there are some who desire that things remain unchanged. Subaru, what? What the hell do you think you're saying? This isn't the time for that. Right now I need to... Priscilla. Natsuki Subaru. As Subaru grit his teeth, the nails of his hands upon the railing chipped off, blood streaming down. He ought to just ignore everything and anything that Priscilla was saying, and jump. Indeed, having expended his life time and time again against the great disaster, as one who had seized victory for the Empire, Subaru's heart was screaming. But perhaps he ought to be strong enough to brush that outcry to the wayside, and listen to what Priscilla had to say. As Subaru arrested all movement due to the clash within him, his cold logic at odds with his emotions, Al screamed out with a bro, holding on to Priscilla as to absolutely never let go. Trembling like a child throwing a tantrum, Al. Bro, please, don't listen to anything. You don't need to listen to her. Do it. Save the princess. Save Priscilla. Priscilla. Aldebaran. Al. HK. Stop. Stop it, Priscilla. I ain't gonna listen. Shrieking in sorrow, Al was called to by Priscilla as he implored Subaru, the former shaking his head in denial. As she softly caressed his neck, Priscilla called Al by a name that Subaru was familiar with. However, this was his first time hearing it being used in regards to Al. Being embraced tightly from behind, caressing the neck of the man behind her, it held the impression akin to that of a painting, as something so fleeting that it would not remain a reality for long. A painting was the exact impression it gave. Priscilla, the two of you have saved the Empire. Of course, there were others who also fought valiantly. Yet, there exists not a single other person who has expended anything on the realm you two have. I bestow mine praise upon that. Thus, with a smile so beautiful as to reach unpleasantness, Priscilla continued. Subaru's appeals, Al's screams. Neither of them had been able to stop Priscilla's gently recited words. Those crimson lips, as if burning away the impressions of Priscilla that had persisted in him until now, as if to sear in that she had always been that way from the start, scorched their hearts with a flame known as convenient, rapturous beauty. Priscilla, the both of you have arrived at this junction by doing so many a time. This I know. Never placing yourselves above others, you have lived till today. Hence, it may be that neither of you has ever received due recompense. I shall thus bestow that upon you." Saying that, within Priscilla's crimson eyes opened anew, Subaru was reflected. "Then, Priscilla, it was a great service, Natsuki Subaru. Thou art a true knight." That instant he was granted that comment. Strength vanished from Subaru's knees. "Subaru." "Ah?" Falling to his knees, Subaru could no longer stand back up. His lips trembled all over. His mind was thrown into a disorderly state of chaos, with all kinds of emotions. His understanding could not catch up. That notwithstanding, the reason as to which strength departed his knees was because it had been made certain to him. His soul had understood. Natsuki Subaru could not save Priscilla Burial. "Priscilla, Aldebaran, thou as well. Al, I told you to stop. I won't fucking back down. There's no way I can back down. Because that's how it should be, right? If I back down, Princess, you'll..." Averting his gaze from Subaru, the latter having fallen to his knees, Al yet clung onto Priscilla. No longer was he turning to Subaru for help. Rather, strenuously, he bellowed for her fate to be altered. Yet his voice gradually was bereft of its vigor, the sound of him weakly sniveling many times resounding. Gazing upon Al, unable to resume his words any further, Priscilla smiled, akin to a loving mother. Ironically enough, that smile was very much like Yorna's, ergo serving as proof of their relationship as mother and daughter. Then, as if soothing her own weeping child, Priscilla spoke. "Priscilla, well, what am I to do about the likes of a grown man bawling at me like a child?" "Al? HK!" "Priscilla. Ha ha ha, there, I can hear it. Thy crying, groveling voice saying thou want mine self to be thy bride." "Al, At the laughing Priscilla's sentence in a hoarse voice, Al replied and nodded. As he did, embracing Priscilla's frame even more tightly, as to not let go of that which already was difficult to let go of, he confessed. Undoubtedly, that was... Al. Please be mine, princess. My... princess? That was, regardless of what was said by anybody else, a confession of love indisputable. With all of the affection packed into his body, the man conveyed his love in its entirety to the woman within his arm. Receiving that, Priscilla's crimson eyes flickered. "Priscilla, look at that. It is mine victory again." Having made him declare it, the nature of Priscilla's smile altered, morphing into that which was habitual. This was Priscilla Burial. A triumphant expression brimming with confidence and pride, the lack of any hesitation to declare all things in this world as her own, a beauty who painted the very picture of arrogance, her radiance scorching the eyes of all, the sun princess whose presence could not help but make itself known to others. "Priscilla, you had best remember this, you who have decided to carry heroic reveries upon your backs, possessing the means to defy predetermined fate. Priscilla, from here on, you shall bear the wounds of many, share in their pain, sniveling tears in their stead. However, many of those you are to happen across shan't be virtuous. They shan't even be upright, nor shall they be perfect. Priscilla, there shall be days upon which you shan't be able to accept yourselves, in regret of your own actions. There shall be nights upon which you shall bend at the knee, in lament for your own decisions. There shall be mornings upon which you shan't be able to raise your visage, in opposition to your own wishes. Priscilla, the unlovable sides to those you love, the lovable sides to those you cannot love, many a time shall you witness those, and end up treading the selfsame missteps. And on those occasions, do remember, Priscilla, that you both were praised by the perfect woman known as mine self, known as Priscilla Burial. As Priscilla voiced thus, neither Subaru nor Al could take their eyes off of her. Atop the ramparts where none else were present, both presented as the most important individuals in the battle against the great disaster, they could not avert their eyes from the woman who smiled without a trace of regret as she grew ever misty. Since they could not avert their eyes, they witnessed it true. The sight of Priscilla's existence dissolving into light. And, at the terminus, Priscilla, the world is truly so beautiful. Henceforth, the world is made for mine convenience. No falsehood in those words, the figure of the woman who was loved by the world, and returned said love to the world, to an even greater degree, faded, extolled as the Sun Princess, having lived her life in a manner becoming of a flame, was Priscilla Bariel. Amongst the candidates for the kingdom of Lugunica's royal selection to decide the next monarch, she was the first to drop out.